Commander of the Apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 A volley of cannon fire. The multinational forces on Dickey Island bombarded Tang Zheng's villa, as if to show off, and the house collapsed. This scene was broadcast on TV, and the host praised it at the right time. Under the heroic battle of the Dickey Island joined forces, the idiot of the Zhuang bandit army was finally destroyed. Through the pictures, we can clearly see that this building has completely become a ruin, and it is basically impossible for anyone to survive inside. The scene of the battle was quite tragic. Although we paid a heavy price, we finally achieved the combat goal. Tang Zheng and his men were also killed and injured. Well, the loss is not small. The camera swept across the ruins of the villa, but basically did not see any bodies, and the host quickly skipped this topic. Without the main building of the villa, Tang Zheng and his men will have no chance of escaping, because behind them is a vast sea. We can see that the troops that destroyed the main building have moved backwards. No matter how hard Tang Zheng and his men resist, they will not have any chance. Let's follow the camera and see how they are destroyed. The camera followed the reporter, following the attacking troops, running all the way to the back of the villa. Some people who watched the TV program smiled with relief, especially Xian Mingfei and Chen Hongchang. They believed that they had made great contributions to Tang Zheng's destruction. If it weren't for Xian Mingfei's people who first discovered the Zhuang army, there would be no warning. The Zhuang army would run wildly in the uninhabited area for thousands of miles, and might not be noticed until they arrived at the Dickey Island bridge. By then, everything would be too late. Chen Hongchang believed that, if they had not searched with all their strength, and found clues about Tang Zheng's arrival under the alias of Xiaofan, Dickey Island would not have been able to respond effectively. It was likely that Tang Zheng's troops would have entered in large numbers, and the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau would have been wiped out. Although they did not eliminate Tang Zheng in the end, they were still very happy that Tang Zheng could be killed so easily. Although they had established a country, they did not have much confidence in their hearts. Because the royal power represented by Li Wuya was still there, it was still the strongest power in the entire Hanyu. What's more, there was Tang Zheng, a war maniac, to help. If they really attacked one of their families, they would really not be able to withstand it. Now that Tang Zheng had been eliminated, and Li Wuyao's arm had been cut off, the Hanyu Empire might really become history. From now on, the Hanyu region will enter the Warring States period. On the TV screen, multinational troops rushed into the backyard of the villa. The backyard was connected to the seaside, and the area occupied was much larger than the front. At this moment, it was past 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was a little dark, but not completely dark, and it was hazy. In the camera lens, a ship was seen heading towards the deep sea. It was a huge hovercraft. Under the dim sky, a crowd of people could be seen standing on the hovercraft. They were all the light-chasing army who had just guarded the villa. This time, the reporter even took the initiative to shout out, "Ah! There is a ship." Tang Zheng ran away. No wonder he chose this place as his foothold. He can board the ship and leave at the critical moment. Don't let him run away. On the multinational force side, many soldiers were running and shooting. The tanks were also accelerating, rumbling into the beach, and some even fired at the order of their superiors. Jones and others were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. Tang Zheng was so cunning that he prepared such a large hovercraft on the shore in advance, and they didn't know it at all. Jones immediately issued a battle order. All the tank troops went to the shore and fired at the departing hovercraft. Now the sea is windy and the waves are high, and the hovercraft is also bumping up and down, so it is not easy to lock the target. It may not be useful to rely solely on the attack of tanks, and it is necessary to intercept at sea. It is not that Dickey Island has no ships, but their naval power is not very strong. Every country here has a coast guard ship. Some of these ships are converted from retired naval ships, and occasionally there are a few new ones, which are sent here by their countries. The ship models are also different. Some new ships still have main guns on them, and most of the old ships do not have them. After the corrosion of the end of the world, many main guns have been dismantled. Some heavy machine guns, high pressure water cannons, etc. are the main combat forces of these ships. Of course, Dickey Island also has an air force, but at this moment, the air force is deployed along the coast of the bridge to guard against the arrival of the Zhuang army. In Jones's view, as long as the ships of some countries on the east side of the island are dispatched, Tang Zheng and others who escaped can be dealt with. Under his order, the tanks chased, and the navy on the east side of Dickey Island also began to act. The tanks chased to the shore and fired at the hovercraft. Many soldiers also raised their guns and fired, but this was no longer effective. The muzzle of the battleship was aimed at the shore, and the hull was tilted. The battleship that Tang Zheng bought came with 2,200 soldiers, and these soldiers did not need to spend extra money. And unlike other units, these soldiers had clear division of labor when they appeared with the warship. Luan Junfeng was the captain of the battleship and was in charge of command. As the tanks and soldiers gathered on the shore, he issued a battle order. Number 1 to 3 guns, fire. The first of the 3 mounted turrets aimed and fired. The 3 406mm caliber naval guns launched what might be the first naval artillery attack at sea after the end of the world. Because it was dark at this time and the sea was even darker, the people on the shore focused their attention on the hovercraft and did not notice that there was such a huge ship 1 kilometer away from the dark sea. Boom boom boom. 3 huge cannons fired at the same time. The 3 cannons did not bring harm, but disaster. The multinational forces gathered on the shore instantly became victims of the disaster. 3 violent explosions exploded directly in the crowd. The huge explosions covered the sound of their guns and cannons. The suddenly exploding fireballs and the high temperature of the flames almost devoured everything. Whether it was a tank with tight armor protection or a fragile soldier, they could not escape from such an explosion. Many tanks were directly blown up, and the flames that followed did not allow the nearby soldiers to even have time to shout, and they were directly reduced to ashes. At this time, there were nearly 2,000 soldiers, more than 20 tanks and 30 armored vehicles gathered on the shore. 3 cannons fired in the formation, and immediately wiped out half of the dense force. The photographer in charge of shooting was hit by the air wave and sat on the ground in the distance, but still faithfully recorded everything. Following the source of the artillery fire, people finally noticed that on the dark sea in the distance, in the undulating wind and waves, a huge ship was looming. Is that the warship of the light chasing army? People can't remember how long it has been since they last saw a warship, especially such a huge giant warship. The first time they saw it, it brought destruction. At this moment, the world was quiet. The impact of the warship on people was no less than the take-off of the fighter plane of the light chasing city, and even more shocking than that time. Everyone didn't know what to say at the first time, so they could only open their mouths and look at the figure of the ocean overlord and couldn't speak. The battleship of the light chasing army did not stop at all because of their surprise. As the 3 guns in front fired, the 3 turrets in the middle followed up with fire. At this time, the coast was already filled with black smoke and flames, but this did not affect anything. Just continue to fire at that area. Boom boom boom. Another round of bombardment, continuing to cover this area with firepower. This time it may not be so accurate, but the power of the explosion of this giant cannon is too great, and it still covers many soldiers and chariots. Who made the people there so dense at the moment? A cannon hit the reef, and immediately the rubble flew all over the sky, and a rain of stones covered an area of 500 meters. Many people were not hit by the artillery fire, but were killed or injured by stones. The troops on the shore reacted, and immediately ran away crying. This warship is too fierce, they can't bear it. But they are on the coast, where can they run? There is no way to escape except to retreat. Facing the high temperature and gunpowder smoke, the soldiers ran around like a camp exploded. At this time, the 3rd round of salvos came again. The 3rd triple-mounted naval gun continued to fire, and the huge cannon plowed the ground. A cannon hit the collapsed main building of the villa, turning it into a complete ruin, and also dealt a fatal blow to many people hiding behind the main building. This cannon killed more than a dozen ambassadors from the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau who followed and wanted to go to the front line to take a look. The 3rd round of volleys had just stopped, and the first 3 gun turret had reloaded shells and continued to fire. Boom boom boom. The entire villa, including the 2 villas next to it, was completely covered in gunpowder smoke. This kind of power that can make a hill fall 5 meters at a time fully demonstrated their cruelty and lethality. Those fleeing soldiers still wanted to escape, but they soon died in rounds of bombardment. The 5th round. The 6th round. The continuous fierce bombardment caused the people on the shore to suffer a devastating disaster. Except for some people who were slow and still in the front yard, only 1 in 10 people who reached the beach at the back survived. But the host and the cameraman survived. She ran in the smoke, and she didn't know where she threw the microphone in her hand, screaming as she ran. Oh my god. These idiots from the Law Enforcement Bureau didn't even know that a warship was at their doorstep. They should all go to hell. Fuck her grandma's legs. Whoever wants to live broadcast can live broadcast. I'm running away first. A person from Bayoulan actually spoke Hanyu dialect, which showed that he was really anxious. The photographer, carrying a camera, also staggered to follow and broadcast the host's complaints live. Chapter 302, Encirclement and Suppression of Battleships. At the beginning, people thought Tang Zheng was dead, but they didn't expect that the following series of events would directly reverse the entire battle situation. The sudden appearance of the hovercraft took Tang Zheng away. The appearance of the battleship shocked the world, especially those who are more proficient in military affairs. They know what level the world's navy is at now. Now, almost all countries in the world that occupy coastal positions are vigorously developing their navy. There are 3 main directions for developing the navy. That is, there are 3 types of warships that are their main goals. These 3 types of warships are battleships, frigates, cruisers, destroyers, and aircraft carriers. The first of these is the research and development and manufacturing of battleships. Among these types of warships, battleships have the lowest technical requirements. They are ready for combat and can be pulled to the battlefield as soon as they are manufactured. But at present, there are very few battleships built by various countries that are as large as the Zhuang army. Some countries already have battleships of more than 100 meters long and about 200 meters, and some countries are about to complete them. But this giant battleship with a length of 270 meters is unique. If it was made in other coastal areas, everyone could accept it. But what did the Zhuang army, an inland area, rely on? Could it be relying on their Fengming River? Aren't they afraid that this kind of ship would be stranded there after it was built? Many people were shocked and couldn't understand, while some people thought it was understandable. After all, Zhuang City had already built battleship guns a long time ago and placed one in the inner city. What's so hard to understand? But no matter who it was, after seeing this super battleship suddenly appear and causing a devastating blow to the multinational forces, the shock was beyond words. Everyone knows that Tang Zheng wants to take over Dickey Island. The premise of taking over Dickey Island is definitely to land on the island. This battleship should have come here a long time ago as Tang Zheng's backup. But so far, the Zhuang army has not been seen landing on the island. After all, those river bridges are still broadcasting live, and the Zhuang army's large forces have not appeared. Battleships are powerful, but it is still impossible to take over the island with just one battleship. And although the multinational forces suffered heavy losses, they were not made of paper, and they would fight back next. At this moment, almost everyone who could watch TV was paying attention to the Battle of Dickey Island, wanting to see how it would end. Jones was not affected by the war. When he came here, he did not get too close to the villa, and now he ran far away and commanded remotely. The appearance of the battleship stunned everyone, but he felt that they might not have no chance. Just think about it, and you will know that Tang Zheng must have spent an extremely huge price to build this giant ship. He must have arranged people on the coast early, and then secretly conducted research and manufacturing. The manpower and material resources spent in this process are definitely an astronomical figure. Indeed, the appearance of the battleship was a hit, but it also exposed Tang Zheng's trump card. Jones understands battleships. Now Magnolia is also vigorously developing the navy, and has given Jones great support. Here on Dickey Island, Magnolia also has a gunboat. It is not as big as the one of the Zhuang army. It is also 190 meters long and equipped with a lot of weapons. That was the first of the Freedom series of battleships built by Bayulan, and it was delivered to Dickey Island not long ago. That was also the reason why Jones could continue to sit in the position of director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Jones believed that the construction of the battleship was not very difficult, but the completion of the internal facilities was difficult and slow. According to the progress of Bayulan, the internal facilities of the Zhuang Army's battleship were definitely not fully completed. It is estimated that only the naval guns were fully completed. As for other fish-launched devices, radar systems, fire control systems, and even closed defense guns and anti-aircraft machine guns, etc., they may not be completed. If this battleship can be sunk in this sea area, the effect it brings will be no less than killing Tang Zheng. What's more, Tang Zheng escaped, and must have escaped to this battleship, killing two birds with one stone. Having suffered such a great loss, Jones could not give up at all. He was determined to leave this battleship here. Some of the Coast Guard ships that he ordered to attack before were already 10 kilometers away from the battleship. Jones told these Coast Guard ships not to rush to attack for the time being and wait for support. Next, he would use the naval and air force forces that he could mobilize to encircle and suppress this marine behemoth. There are more than 50 Coast Guard ships on the entire Dickey Island. With his own gunboats, they can definitely compete with the battleships. What's more, Jones' main killer is the Air Force. There are more than 50 embassies in various countries, and each embassy has a helicopter. And their Magnolia Empire, and several empires, even have fighter jets. Of course, those fighter jets are just some old models, and their level is still in the middle of the last century. They can't be compared with the F-15 of the Zhuang Army, but the battleships in front of them are not advanced warships, and they are definitely worth fighting. Jones issued a new battle order. In addition to keeping a few Coast Guard ships for patrol, all other Coast Guard ships and his gunboats were immediately deployed to the battlefield east of Dickey Island to encircle and suppress the battleships of the Zhuang Army. All the fighter planes and most of the helicopters on the islands will also go out to fight. The Navy and the Air Force will work together to sink the Zhuang Army battleship. This time, the multinational forces acted very quickly. Many Coast Guard ships had already set off, and now they were running at full speed. Inland, many helicopters also took off and headed in this direction. The main force of this encirclement and suppression battle, the fighters and bombers on the islands, also opened the hangar door and prepared to participate in the battle. On the dark sea, the TV station's drone hovered in the air, filming everything on the sea through infrared cameras. On the sea, the battleship cruised slowly. The villa area on the shore was almost flattened, and the smoke gradually dissipated, leaving a mess on the ground. Many tanks had their turrets blown off, lying there like old turtles without shells. The armored vehicles were reduced to debris, and those that were not reduced to debris were still burning. The army has completely failed, and now it depends on the Navy and the Air Force. On the sea, the battleship is like a huge building ship, flashing lights, and it did not go far. Beside it, in the distance, small ships were also flashing lights and swimming back and forth, like a pack of hyenas eyeing their prey. Those small ships were not actually small, they were all Coast Guard ships, but they were very small compared to the battleship. If there were 1 or 2, or even 10 or 8 of these ships, no one would think they were a match for the battleship. But now more and more ships are gathering here, more than 30, and the number is still increasing. As a result, the battleship seems to be in some danger. There are also many helicopters that began to buzz into the sky and circled in the nearby waters. The battleship is not an aircraft carrier, and it does not have any carrier-based aircraft. It seems that it has no way to deal with helicopters in the distance. The host who ran away and cursed before appeared again at some point. Hello, everyone. I'm Ankaraj. We just suffered a shameless sneak attack by the light-chasing army. They used the cannons of their warships to raid our troops gathered on the shore, causing great losses. But Tang Zheng also forgot, and he revealed his foxtail. Now this huge battleship has been surrounded by our troops on Dickey Island. We can see from the pictures that our Navy and Air Force have surrounded it around the clock without blind spots. At this moment, unless this battleship turns into a submarine and enters the seabed, I can't think of how it can leave. Oh, that's our Magnolia gunboat. He appears. Our brave soldiers are about to launch an attack. They will use iron and blood to let the light-chasing army and the bandit leader Tang Zheng understand whose territory this is and who is in charge. Oh my god, I can't wait any longer. Why don't our troops attack? I can't wait to see this big broken ship sink to the bottom of the sea. Just as the host kept complaining, bursts of roars came from the sky. The camera immediately pointed to the sky and captured a shocking scene. Dozens of planes were roaring in from the distant sky. They were not helicopters, but fixed-wing aircraft. Some of the aircraft had propellers in front of the nose, and some had double-layer wings. People who understand military affairs can tell from the appearance that this is an aircraft model from the middle of the last century. It is an antique, but it is still quite advanced today. The host and killer burst into a scream. The planes are coming. Those are our fighter planes. It looks like there are more than 30 of them. It's over. The battleship is finished. It will definitely be bombed into the sea by the planes. Besides, we have the Navy blocking all its retreat routes. It's dead. It's dead. And killer danced and screamed loudly, as if she had seen the battleship sink. Many people in front of the TV were infected by her and talked about it and even got excited. Chen Hongchang, Xian Mingfei and others nearby, as well as their TV station, did not comment on the matter. Tang Zheng is an enemy, and the people on Dicky Island are not friends either. They are all a group of foreigners who have taken over the island. Their identities cannot be explained at this moment. On the Dicky Island side, the foreigners also followed suit and danced with joy. They thought that the next scene would be like the war movies of the past, with countless planes encircling the giant ship, bombing and dropping bombs in turns, until it was completely sunk. No, this time it was even better than the war movies, because at this moment, there were more than 50 Coast Guard ships participating in the encirclement. 35 old fighter planes, 55 helicopters, 90 attacking planes, 50 Coast Guard ships, and a main gunboat of the multinational force surrounded the battleship. Seeing that the situation seemed to be under control, Jones issued a battle order. With the Coast Guard ships of the Rainforest Kingdom taking the lead, the first naval battle after the end of the world officially began. At this time, the time was already past 7:30 in the evening. Chapter 303, Crossing the River by Force. 3 more chapters, 300 monthly tickets added. Because the first naval battle after the end of the world is about to begin, and because there has been no movement on the Jiangqiao on the island, the attention of Dicky Island is now on the battleship. The upcoming Ziguang army has been somewhat ignored. In their opinion, as long as the Jiangqiao is guarded, the Ziguang army will not be able to land on the island, even if it reaches the Sanjiang area. Because once a large-scale landing on the island is necessary, a large number of ships must be used, which is not an easy task. No large-scale ship assembly has been found around this sea area. Moreover, there is no good landing site on the shore of Dicky Island, which is one of the reasons why they can attack the battleship with confidence. But they overlooked a place. That is the beach of Tang Zheng's villa, which has just been bombed by the battleship. This is a suitable landing site, but it has just been bombed and is riddled with holes, but it has been ignored by the people on Dicky Island. The Sanjiang area on the opposite side of the villa area. There is a Heojiang River between here and Dicky Island, a few kilometers away. Under the cover of darkness, the large force of the Ziguang army crossed the heavily guarded river bridges and quietly came here. The 2 field regiments of the Ziguang army, an armored battalion, an artillery battalion, and the direct battalion, as well as part of the army aviation regiment and the engineer regiment, have already assembled here. The darkness did not affect anything. Everyone stood by the mighty river, like an iron army coming from hell. It would take too long for so many troops to cross the river by boat, and it would be difficult to transport the armored troops and vehicles alone. But they had another way. A way that no one had thought of. Behind the troops, a large number of vehicles appeared. This is a heavy truck with a huge roof, which is much larger than the body of the vehicle. From a distance, it looks like a transformer. When it arrived at the river, the vehicle drove down without hesitation. As the vehicle entered the water, its huge roof also unfolded on it, forming a huge platform. The vehicle entered the water, but was not affected by the water flow at all. The platform stretched out, just on the river bank, extending more than 20 meters into the river, forming a water platform that probed into the river. Then, the second car rumbled in, driving forward from the platform, stretching out at the same time, and then entering the water. After entering the water, the two platforms were closely connected, extending the distance of entering the water by more than 20 meters. Then the third car followed in, and continued to extend into the river. One car after another followed, and there were hundreds of such vehicles on the shore. This is the new equipment of the Zhuang army, the pontoon vehicle. This is a strategy that Tang Zheng had deployed long ago. He occupied the villa by the river, and had a beach suitable for landing, so that the pontoon troops could be deployed, and build a floating bridge on the river. Not only is there a pontoon troop here, he saw that no one was willing to go over to the villa at this moment, so he simply deployed some pontoons there, allowing vehicles to quickly enter the water, build a floating bridge, and connect the two sides. The pontoon bridges were arranged on both sides at the same time, and a floating bridge soon appeared on the river surface, and quickly approached each other. A pontoon bridge is 20 meters wide, and 5 pontoon bridges extend 100 meters. The naval battle over there is about to start, and no one noticed the dark river surface here. Their bridge construction went very smoothly. As long as the pontoon troops on both sides are connected, a floating bridge will be built. This kind of floating bridge can allow main battle tanks to pass through, which will allow the large forces of the Zhuang army to quickly complete the feat of crossing the river. Of course, this requires the cooperation of the Navy. The reason why the battleships did not leave and let the other Navy and Air Force surround them was to cover the pontoon troops. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to cross the river when the other party completely blocked the island. No one in the outside world thought that Tang Zheng had such a trick. This is a subtle tactical coordination. From the beginning of the other party's attack on the villa, all the developments were in Tang Zheng's plan. From the villa to delay time, to the tactical retreat into the sea, then the battleships appeared to plow the land with artillery, to the decisive battle of the other party's coastal air force, and then the pontoon troops quietly appeared to build a floating bridge. Everything was within the plan. Now there is only one variable outside the plan, that is, whether the battleships can withstand the encirclement of the other party's navy and air force. As long as the battleships can withstand it, the other party's attention will not be diverted to the beach in the villa area, and the army can complete the landing. As long as the landing is completed, how the situation develops is up to Tang Zheng. The Coast Guard ship of the Rainforest Kingdom was the first to launch an attack on the battleship of the light chasing army. In fact, there is also a dispute among the multinational forces about who will charge first. No one wants to be the first to charge. After all, they are facing a huge battleship. The first bird to stick out will die first. Everyone knows this truth. After Jones considered, as the first bird to stick out in this incident, the Rainforest Kingdom can only charge first. Their Coast Guard ship is a relatively rare new ship. This ship was built by the Magnolia Empire, and then purchased by the Rainforest Kingdom. This is a donation from the big brother to the younger brother, but it also costs money. The biggest difference between the new ship and the old ship is that there is a 76mm caliber main gun here. Of course, this main gun is like a toy compared to the main gun of the battleship, but the battleship itself also has its shortcomings. That is, the hull is too large and difficult to turn. And the 3 mounted main guns are all located in the direction of the bow, while the Coast Guard ship of the Rainforest Empire launched the attack from the back. The length of this ship is 88 meters, which is not small, but compared with the 270-meter big guy, it looks very petite. The commander of the Rainforest Kingdom drove the Coast Guard ship and approached from behind. He was a little nervous, worried that the battleship would open fire on him. But Jones analyzed that the battleship might only be equipped with the main gun, and the rest of the turrets should be basically decorations or fake. If it is true, then the production capacity of the light chasing army is too amazing. All the Coast Guard ships dared to approach and try to attack. I hope what Mr. Jones said is true, otherwise we are just sending ourselves to death. The Coast Guard ship was only about 1 kilometer away from the battleship, and the battleship still did not move. The commander finally had some confidence. Perhaps Mr. Jones is right. How could a light chasing army, an inland army, build such a large ship so quickly and install all the weapon systems? Fire. Hit it first. The 76mm caliber main gun of the Coast Guard ship fired at the battleship. Boom. a flash of fire passed by, and this small caliber artillery fired a shot at the battleship. The fire flashed on the battleship's hull, but the hull did not shake at all. The strength of the battleship lies not only in their firepower, but also in their armor. This kind of armor does not have much protection against missiles and aerial bombs, but it is simply a waste of talent to defend against this kind of gun that is not even as large as the caliber of a tank's main gun. To make an inappropriate analogy, the battleship fell asleep, and firepower of this caliber would not wake it up. Therefore, the battleship did not fight back against the attack of the Rainforest Kingdom. However, it still made some movements. The battleship slowly turned its hull, and the main gun was adjusting its direction, as if preparing to fight back. This discovery greatly excited the people on the Rainforest Kingdom side. Sure enough, they only have the firepower of the main guns. Those secondary guns are machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, should all be fake. Everyone can rest assured. The Coast Guard ship of the Rainforest Kingdom continued to approach, not allowing the battleship to adjust the muzzle, and became much bolder. Jones still did not act rashly, but continued to observe. After a while, the Coast Guard ship of the Rainforest Kingdom approached the battleship. These guys even tried to board the battleship. Of course, that was very difficult. The soldiers on the battleship appeared. The heavy hull could not turn quickly, so they fired to defend. The heavy machine guns and rifles kept firing, which could also attack the Coast Guard ship, and sparks flew all over the ship. Relying on this Coast Guard ship alone, it really couldn't cause any major trouble to the battleship. Even if they didn't fire, they couldn't get up. Seeing this, Jones finally felt relieved. He waved his hand and issued an order for a general attack. As a result, the Coast Guard ships wandering in the surrounding waters started one after another and rushed towards the battleship. Magnolia's gunboats were also slowly approaching the rear side of the Zhuang Army's warships. The real killer move was still in the sky. There were nearly 100 fighters and helicopters, which were the main force to attack the battleships. The aircraft engines roared, and the ship's whistle whistled. The naval battle finally started. Those Coast Guard ships didn't care whether their firepower could cause damage to the battleships, and they fired regardless. Anyway, they were not the main attackers, and firing proved that they had contributed. The clanging attacks kept coming, attacking the battleships like iron. The battleship's cannons shook left and right, and seemed to be a little panicked, and couldn't find a suitable target to attack. This gave more confidence to the surrounding warships and aircraft, and the distance was getting closer and closer. The fighters were still hovering in the distance, and the helicopters were approaching. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before this giant ship was sunk. And just when they thought the overall situation was settled, the battleship finally fought back. Seeing that the enemy was almost close, Luan Junfeng finally ordered to open fire. The first target was the Coast Guard ship of the Rainforest Empire. There was no need to use the main gun to deal with such a small boat. The battleship was covered with weapons. In addition to the 3 mounted main guns, there were 20 127mm high altitude and horizontal dual-purpose secondary guns. This secondary gun was more powerful than the main gun of the main battle tank, and was almost comparable to the howitzer on the battlefield. Seeing the enemy approaching, Luan Junfeng gave the order, fire. The 4 secondary guns on the left side fired at the Coast Guard ship at the same time. Boom 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 boom. The distance between the two sides was too close, so there was no need to aim, just fire and hit. In an instant, the Coast Guard ship of the Rainforest Kingdom was in flames. The island was blown down, and the impact of the 4 shells caused the hull to tilt a little. Keep firing. Boom boom boom. Another continuous firing, striking while the iron was hot, completely turning the hull into a sea of fire. The third round of fire. A huge explosion occurred in an unknown place. The Coast Guard ship of the Rainforest Kingdom was emitting black smoke. The hull was cracked, and water was entering the hull. It began to slowly sink into the sea, and became the first victim of the naval battle. At this time, the helicopter in the sky had also arrived, and began a head-on confrontation with the battleship. I thought I would finish writing this climax today, but I found that I couldn't finish it. I need at least a few chapters tomorrow. The naval battle and the crossing of the river are a coherent plot. The monthly ticket should be 400 soon, and there will be more chapters tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Crazy Sea Strangulation Battle. On the battleship, the sailors have already taken their positions. Although this battleship is absolutely powerful, it must also respond to the attack of more than 100 combat units with all its strength. There are 9 main guns and 20 secondary guns on the battleship. In addition, there are 15 40mm caliber anti-aircraft guns and 20 20mm caliber high-level dual-purpose anti-aircraft guns. Those anti-aircraft guns require 4 people to operate, 2 gunners for each machine gun, and 2 ammunition feeders behind. In addition, there are a large number of reserve troops. Once someone is injured, someone must take over. When the helicopter entered the range of the anti-aircraft gun, the shrill air defense alarm echoed on the sea, and the cruel battle began. The cruelty of the war was reflected at the first moment of the exchange of fire between the two sides. The helicopter's aircraft gun fired at the deck, and the battleship was instantly hit with black smoke, and flames appeared in some places. These attacks injured the battleship. Although it was only a superficial injury, many soldiers fell on the spot. In the face of the helicopter, the battleship also gave a counterattack at the first time. The anti-aircraft gun rotated along the trajectory of the aircraft's flight, and the double-barreled machine gun sprayed deadly bullets. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Boom. The helicopter was hit, and immediately lost power, spinning and falling in the sky. It fell into the sea with a rumble, plunged into the water, and floated up and down. After a short period of floating and sinking, it sank forever. The second plane flew by, loaded with bombs, trying to drop them by air. However, with the speed of the helicopter, long-range attacks can still play a little role. If you want to drop them by air at close range, it is almost the same as sending yourself to death. Whether it is a 40mm caliber anti-aircraft gun or a 20mm dual-purpose machine gun, it can cause fatal damage to the helicopter. The soldiers held the trigger with both hands, and the machine guns rotated, covering and supporting each other, forming a crossfire network in the air. Ding 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 ding. A string of aircraft guns attacked, and a soldier fell down. The medical team behind rushed forward, lifted the soldier and left. A reserve team member behind immediately took over and quickly took over his comrade's position. Ah! The angry soldier shouted loudly with revengeful emotions. The machine gun fired crazily, and the bullet shells fell down with a clang. The rain of bullets swept the tail of the helicopter, and the propeller at the tail broke. The plane instantly lost control and fell head over heels. Boom. The helicopter carrying the bomb crashed into the sea, and exploded on the sea surface. A column of water rushed up to the sky, raising waves as high as more than 50 meters on the sea surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bullets rained down from the sky again, hitting the sea surface, and creating a string of water splashes, which quickly spread to the warship. The water splashes turned into sparks and spread all the way to a machine gun. The soldier who fired the gun lowered his head, and the metal baffle of the machine gun blocked the string of bullets. Another helicopter flew over from the side, and its machine gun aimed at the group of soldiers behind. Sparks spread all the way over. At first, the accuracy was not enough, but after correction, it would soon hit this group of soldiers. Ding 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 ding. The anti-aircraft machine gun on the side of the anti-aircraft gun opened fire. Boom. The cockpit of the helicopter was hit. The distance was too close, and the pilot was directly killed in the cockpit. The plane fell into the sea, and exploded right beside the ship. The soldiers of the anti-aircraft gun escaped, and gave a thumbs up to their comrades around them. The comrades in the distance also gave a thumbs up in response, and then immediately joined the battle. The buzzing of planes in the sky, the collision of bullets and metal, and the fire of bomb explosions resounded throughout the sea. The battleship was isolated, and had to fight not only the helicopters in the sky, but also the Coast Guard ships on the sea. In order to provide support for the helicopters, the Coast Guard ships were also firing at full power at this moment. Whether it was their main guns or the heavy machine guns on the ship, they took the battleships as targets and fired crazily. The battleships were constantly adjusting during the battle, and the main guns finally locked onto some Coast Guard ships. The huge naval guns locked onto the target and finally started to counterattack. Boom boom boom. A Coast Guard ship was blown up on the spot with a salvo of triple main guns. Each shell of this kind of naval gun weighs 1,250 kilograms, more than a ton, and can make a hole in the ship, not to mention the explosion. The damage caused by high explosive bombs can kill a large number of people. The damage caused by armor-piercing shells is to directly penetrate the hull. After 3 consecutive shells, this Coast Guard ship is doomed. Boom boom boom. A Coast Guard ship from the Bohemian Empire was hit by 3 armor-piercing shells, and the hull was almost cracked. The seawater rushed in through the gap, and the hull began to capsize at a very fast speed. The crew members ran and howled, frantically putting on life jackets, and those who were quick might even take off a swimming ring, and then plunged into the sea. The sea was rough, and the people who fell into the water floated up and down. Some of them were lucky enough to be rescued by other Coast Guard ships, but most people would be drowned by the wind and waves, after struggling for a few times. The dark sea swallowed everything, and the people on the sea were still fighting desperately. A Coast Guard ship from the Great East Ocean Island was hit by a high explosive bomb. Half of the island was blown down, and countless people were injured. The hull began to leak, and at this time, no one could repair them. Originally, they wanted to retreat from the side and return to the shore, but they were observed by the deputy gunner on the battleship. The 127mm caliber secondary gun gave the Coast Guard ship a hard finishing blow. The 4 secondary guns attacked in coordination, and the high explosive bombs one after another hit the Coast Guard ship, which was shaky. It's over, there's no going back. The captain of this island country saw this situation, and knew it was no use. He wanted to retreat, but he didn't even have the chance to retreat. Brothers, fight them. Listen to my orders now. Those who have wives, children, and parents at home can jump into the sea at this time, and there may be a glimmer of hope. If you are alone, or if there are other brothers at home, to take care of your parents, then follow me and rush up. Even if we die today, we will drag this battleship down with us. Roar. Fight. I don't want my head anymore, but I will kill the Zhuang bandit army. The crowd, whose heads were heated up by the fierce war, had red eyes at this moment, and roared out a death declaration. And those who didn't want to die chose to jump into the sea at this moment, and no one stopped them. Seeing that there were only 20 or 30 people left on the ship, all of them were fanatics, the captain still started the Coast Guard ship, drove at full speed, and rushed towards the battleship. They moved all the ammunition on the ship out, wanting to use suicide attacks to severely damage the Zhuang army warships. But the progress of the war will not be transferred by the will of small people, and their tragic charge behavior is not enough to withstand the attack of artillery fire. The charge of the Coast Guard ship was immediately captured by the sailors, so a torpedo was launched. The torpedo was guided by radar. After it was launched, it brought a line of water and rushed towards the Coast Guard ship. The crew of the island country was still unaware and was still shouting. When the ship was more than 300 meters away from the battleship, they even united together and sang the national anthem of their motherland. They stood on the deck hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, with red eyes, hats thrown away, and screamed and roared. At this moment, their emotions were extremely excited, and the fear between life and death seemed to disappear. They thought they were doing a great and sacred thing. They were the death squads on the sea, and they were fearless. However, the torpedo was like the sickle of the god of death, swinging a fatal knife at them in the darkness. Boom. The torpedo hit the bow accurately. The explosion rose from the bottom of the ship, and the impact of the explosion instantly lifted the bow. The sky-high flames enveloped the bow, and people were torn apart in the flames. Their singing and their enthusiasm disappeared at this moment, replaced by death. If they didn't die on the spot, they would die soon. Whether it was the power of the explosion or the dark ocean, they were the fate they could not resist. If they won, if the collision was successful, then they might really be praised by future generations, and even called heroes. But there is no if. History is written for the victors. If they fail, then they are a group of stupid groundhogs. The hull was abandoned and fell, and after falling, the bow sank, and the stern rose. The Coast Guard ship sank headfirst into the sea. The destruction of the island country's Coast Guard ship is just a fragment of these Coast Guard ships. Those Coast Guard ships hit by the main guns did not even have the opportunity to die together and would sink directly into the ocean. After launching a torpedo, the torpedo compartment of the battleship was also opened. At this moment, the battle has entered a white-hot stage, and torpedoes can be released as much as possible. The battleship carried a total of 30 torpedoes. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The Coast Guard ships used the battleship as a target, and the battleship used them as a target as well. Torpedoes advanced rapidly in the dark ocean, some hit, and some missed. But after each torpedo hit, gorgeous flowers would rise on the sea. These Coast Guard ships might be able to deal with ordinary ships, but besieging a super beast like a battleship is like a group of goats hitting a tiger. Although it can also hurt the tiger, every counterattack of the tiger is fatal. The wind is roaring. The waves are roaring. The helicopters are attacking the battleship like locusts. The Coast Guard ship is like a group of piranhas, trying to gnaw the body of the battleship. The battleship is full of weapons, firing at full power, and carrying out a crazy counterattack. It is constantly injured, and the enemy is constantly dying. A battleship and more than 100 combat units of the multinational forces have played the momentum of a world war on the sea. Thanks to Sanal for the tip. Thank you. Even if it's just 1 yuan, it will make me more motivated to write. Chapter 305 Special Weapons on the Warship. Jones was at the coast, watching the first naval battle since the beginning of the apocalypse. It must be said that the multinational forces have performed very well. They fought bravely and tenaciously, and also brought a lot of trouble to the Zhuang army. But that's all. The gap in strength between the two sides cannot be eliminated by passion and courage. The Zhuang army is superior to the multinational forces in terms of weapons and equipment and military literacy. The multinational forces can cause some trouble to the Zhuang army, but with what they have now, it is not enough to defeat the opponent. However, Jones is not worried. Now the scene has entered a white-hot stage. It's time for fighters and gunboats to appear. Jones did not let these two arms appear at the beginning. He was worried that the Zhuang army would give priority to attacking these two arms, causing his trump card to leave the stage early. Now the situation is already in a state of anxiety. This battleship is dealing with attacks from all sides. At this time, the appearance of gunboats and fighters will definitely be effective. If everything goes well, it is not impossible to sink this battleship. In fact, the multinational forces have repeatedly requested fighter jets and gunboats to go into battle, but Jones has always refused, and many people below are getting anxious. But the stubborn Jones still insists on it until now. Next, it is time for a decisive battle. The fighter planes hovering in the distance were finally allowed to enter the battlefield. And the gunboat, that has been cruising more than 10 kilometers away, also began to approach the battlefield. Jones was still very cautious. When he put these two arms into use, he did not forget to ask Jiang Qiao to continue to strengthen its vigilance, to prevent the Zhuang army from suddenly breaking into the island. Now it seems that there is no sign of the Zhuang army entering the island, which also makes Jones feel a little lucky. I don't know why the Zhuang army was delayed, but since it hasn't come yet, it's a good thing for them. When the Zhuang army arrives, they will collect the bodies of this warship. On the surface of the Heojiang River, the pontoon bridge troops on both sides are already very close. But at this time they still face a difficulty. That is, the water flow of the Heojiang River is too fast, especially when it comes to the last few vehicles. The water flow is mighty, and it is difficult for the pontoon bridge vehicles to gain a foothold. However, since the Zhuang army had a pontoon bridge unit, they had a way to deal with this rapid current. When there was only a gap between the last 4 pontoon bridges, a steel cable was launched from each of the 2 pontoon bridges. The steel cables on both sides fell on the opposite pontoon bridge, and the soldiers on both sides took the steel cables and placed them on the winch. As the winch turned, the steel cables were stretched and tightened, forming 2 natural cable bridges. The 2 ends of the cable bridges were each suspended on a connection point above the pontoon bridge vehicle. From then on, the pontoon bridge unit had a fixed point and would no longer be washed away by the rapid current. Then the pontoon bridges began to close, and each pontoon bridge vehicle started at the same time, forming many gaps. The river water was immediately diverted, and the impact force was gone. Next, the last 4 pontoon bridge vehicles were launched, and the pontoon bridges began to close quickly. Bang! The pontoon bridges on both sides finally met in victory and successfully closed. After about an hour, a floating bridge across the Heio River was built. The Zhuang army officers who had been watching from the Sanjiang side immediately ordered to get on the bridge. The first Hummer off-road jeep rushed up first, easily and extremely smoothly. Then, various jeeps and troops of the direct battalion quickly crossed the bridge. On the shore, a large number of armored vehicles, tanks, heavy trucks, etc. were waiting there in a black mass. The speed of the Zhuang army will not be dragged at all, but it will probably take several hours for so many vehicles to cross the bridge. The first thing they have to do is to transport some troops over, seize the beachhead position, and prepare for the counterattack of the multinational forces. It will take about an hour to transport some troops and arrange defenses. Now the battle on the naval side has entered a white-hot state. I hope my colleagues in the Navy are strong enough to buy them an hour. The naval battle that the world is watching is still going on. Up to now, both sides of the battle have paid a considerable price. On the multinational side, 50 Coast Guard ships and 50 aircraft participated in the battle, and now almost half of them have been destroyed by the battleships of the Zhuang army. And this battleship is also billowing with black smoke. Although there is no sign of capsizing, the casualties will definitely not be small. The crazy attack of the multinational forces was not without results. Some machine guns and secondary guns had already been silenced, which reduced the combat effectiveness of the battleship. Many people watching TV were proficient in military affairs, and they were also calculating something. The most critical point was that the ammunition of this battleship should be running out. From the beginning of the battle to now, the main guns of the battleship have been bombarding non-stop, and the other secondary guns and machine guns have also been firing continuously. Even nearly 30 torpedoes have been fired, which is the limit of the weapons a normal battleship can carry. It is isolated and helpless on the sea, and it is impossible for ammunition to be supplied. Then, the battleship should have no firepower. At this time, the fighters, bombers, and a gunboat of the multinational forces appeared. When the roar of the fighters sounded in the sky, cheers finally sounded on the side of the multinational forces that were quite depressed by the Zhuang army. You know, there are a total of 20 fighters on the multinational forces side. Although these planes are antiques from the last century, they are still useful against battleships. Moreover, a gunboat has also arrived. This 190-meter long giant is a giant, if not compared with the battleships of the Zhuang army. The TV host, who had been quiet for a while, started to shout again. Dear viewers, our ace troops have finally appeared. The end of the Zhuang army's warships has come. It's ridiculous that the Zhuang army also sent a large force to Dickey Island, but under our strict defense, they didn't even have the opportunity to land on the island. Those land forces could only watch on the shore and watch their warships being sunk by us, but they couldn't help at all. Tang Zheng's conspiracy was broken. He never dreamed that we not only saw through his tricks, but also had such a strong combat power. Losing both the wife and the army, that's probably what it means. It's ridiculous that Tang Zheng, now his hovercraft has gone to who knows where, probably because he is afraid of running away. Ridiculous Hanyu people, inferior people. For safety, the female reporter brought a photographer to another seaside villa to broadcast live. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and she was completely in the mood. Some discriminatory words even kept coming out of her mouth. This kind of problem existed before the end of the world, but it was not easy to say it openly due to many things. But now it is different. After the end of the world, the unbridled volatile nature has been regarded as the golden rule by many people. Anyway, there is no law to punish them, not to mention that they are in a foreign land. Who can do anything to them? The radio waves transmit a live broadcast, and everyone can see it, including some warships with built-in TVs and air-cushion landing craft. The air-cushion landing craft of the Zhuang army also has a built-in TV and can receive TV signals. Except for not being able to watch TV programs in the deep ocean, it can also be easily received on the shore. Tang Zheng saw this program at this moment, and the people around him also saw it. Some people were very angry. The clouds above the sky have gradually begun to thin, unlike the dark clouds at the beginning of the end of the world. Fighter jets flying in the sky will not be disturbed too much by the clouds. Besides, that warship was really conspicuous, hovering on the sea, with flashing lights and black smoke. It was impossible not to see it. Dangayao, this is Dangwei. Please reply. Please reply. Oh. The pilot of Magnolia fighter jet flying in front sent a signal to their headquarters. Dangwei, this is Dangayao. I got it. Please speak. Oh. I have approached the combat area and found the Zhuang army warship. Please give instructions. You fighters will form 3-3 formations and attack in 5 teams. The most important thing is to cover the 5 bombers behind. After all, you can't really deal with such a big guy without airdropping bombs. You have to suppress the firepower and suppress the people on the warships. Do you understand? Understand. Enter combat status, divide into groups, and launch an attack in 1 minute. Yes, madam. The pilot of this fighter jet is an ace pilot on the island. Before the end of the world, he was a retired pilot of the Navy with rich flying and combat experience. Although this old plane is not comparable to his previous fighters, he is still confident in dealing with this battleship. Isn't it just avoiding the opponent's anti-aircraft firepower and launching a counterattack? This kind of thing is easy for him. 15 fighters began to group in the air, divided into 5 groups in total. He took 2 fighters and began to dive towards the battleship. Roar, you Hanukatans, taste the firepower from Bayoulan. Controlling the joystick, the plane dived down. At the same time, the aircraft guns opened fire and began to strafe from a distance. On the battleship, the soldiers of the Zhuang army drove the anti-aircraft guns and began to attack the leading plane. However, this pilot is worthy of being an ace. When he was about to approach the sky above the battleship, the plane suddenly pulled up at a 45-degree angle and flew diagonally from the side of the battleship. The machine guns and anti-aircraft guns behind him did not hit him. You successfully attracted the firepower. You did a great job, Landia. The pilot called Landia and cheered for himself. At the moment, when the plane flew over the battleship, he saw a tall metal tower standing on the battleship. There was a sphere on the top of the metal tower, and around the sphere, there was a magical electric light lingering. What is that? Is the transformer leaking? It doesn't look like it. Randiel muttered to himself and was about to control the plane to pull back and give the light-chasing army a surprise. Suddenly, a current burst out from the sphere and went straight to his fighter. It was just a moment, and the speed of lightning is the fastest. When you see it, you are almost hit. Randiel only felt his eyes light up, and all the instrument panels of the plane suddenly shattered. All the power systems were out of control in an instant, and the plane was like a huge kite with a broken line, plunging into the vast ocean. Chapter 306, A Bolt from the Blue. 3 more chapters. 400 monthly tickets plus. This strange scene was captured by a drone. Because it was dark, the drone's footage was not very clear. They only captured that a current suddenly appeared on the warship of the light-chasing army, quickly swept through a space of nearly 1,000 meters, and hit a flying fighter. The fighter suddenly lost control and plunged into the sea, causing a violent explosion. The water column of the explosion rushed into the sky, which was the most common scene tonight. No one knew what happened. The plane they led, controlled by the ace pilot, crashed. Oh my god, what is that? Is there a magician in the light-chasing army? These people were puzzled, but it was useless to say anything at this moment, because the exchange of fire between the 2 sides had already begun. The first fighter being shot down was not without gain, at least it bought time for other fighters. The rest of the fighters still fired at the warship. The point they hit was the area where the anti-aircraft guns had misfired before. In their opinion, this area was either the anti-aircraft guns were destroyed or there was no ammunition. No matter which situation it is quite advantageous for them. But when they arrived at this area, they were surprised to find that the artillery fire of the light-chasing army roared again, and the intensity of the firepower was unprecedented. All the anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns in this area were deployed at the same time with the maximum firepower, and in an instant, they fired a dense and deadly rain of bullets. Countless bullets whizzed into the sky, bringing up millions of streamers, forming a crossfire network. The warships of the light-chasing army were like a huge spider, using its deadly spider web to catch those moths that flew into the fire. 4 fighters were hit directly in the first wave of attacks. The first and second planes were both smoking and spinning into the sea. The third plane fired some bullets, hit the hull, and plunged straight into the sea. The fourth plane was more dangerous, almost flying at a height of 20 meters above the warship. It can be seen that the pilot seemed to want to hit the battleship at the last moment, but the angle was not well grasped. The plane whizzed past the soldiers' heads, drew a long diagonal line, and finally plunged into the sea, stirring up the nth water column of the day. These planes, plus the one that was hit by the electric current before, destroyed 5 fighters in one attack. This loss was too huge, and some were beyond the psychological tolerance of the multinational forces. Although the fighters behind still fired some bullets when they dived, causing certain losses to the Zhuang army, this was negligible compared to the loss of 5 fighters. More importantly, their dive attack did not bring the expected effect, which caused the bombers behind to not dare to keep up, and they could not drop bombs to bomb the battleship. The first wave of attack can be said to have failed. Jones, who was watching the live broadcast from a distance, couldn't help but go crazy. Damn it. Damn it. How come the light-chasing army still has so much firepower? Did they use up all their spare ammunition just now? No, we can't stop like this. Helicopter troops, come on, cover the fighters and fight together. Where are the gunboats? Stop dawdling, get closer and open fire. The battle has reached this point. It is already past 9 o'clock in the evening. However, the battleship of the light-chasing army has not been taken down yet, which makes Jones very uneasy. The main force of the light-chasing army should have arrived long ago, but it has not appeared yet, and there is no trace of it. This matter itself reveals weirdness. His instinct tells him that Tang Zheng is very cunning. If he delays like this, it will definitely be more trouble than usual. So he has ignored everything and ordered all the troops to besiege the battleship. All the Coast Guard ships, all provide cover for the gunboats. All the helicopters, all provide cover for the fighters and bombers. No matter what tricks the light-chasing army can come up with, he firmly believes that they can win with such concentrated firepower. Under Jones's strict order, all the troops besieging the battleship moved. Jones had already said that those who escaped from the battlefield would be executed, and no one dared to disobey. Besides, they were also very dissatisfied. Could it be that the battleship of the Zhuang army was an indestructible cockroach? The war began again. This time, the first to launch the attack was the gunboat. The gunboat opened fire far away from the Zhuang army battleship. The main gunboat also had a caliber of 280mm and fired multiple shots in succession. One of the shots hit the side of the battleship and also shot out a group of brilliant fireworks. The Coast Guard ships also went out one after another, taking out all their firepower, not seeking to cause much damage to the battleship, but being able to cause interference was also good. The helicopters also launched attacks from all angles regardless of their safety. With the cover and interference of the helicopters, the fighters finally let go this time. They began to circle back and forth frequently in the air, firing at the warships from time to time. And the 5 bombers also quietly approached the sky above the battlefield, ready to drop bombs at any time. Facing multiple attacks from the sky, the sea, and even underwater, the Zhuang army's firepower was also fully opened. All the combatants were in place, and the battleships began to counterattack in an all-out manner. In an instant, people finally saw the powerful combat power of this giant ship. They had no shortage of ammunition at all. The main gun rumbled, and every time the cannon sounded, a Coast Guard ship was hit and sunk. The anti-aircraft firepower was like an erupting volcano, and the sound of the shells was deafening. In the sky, golden spots of light were surging back and forth. And from time to time, planes were hit and rushed to the sea without looking back. On the warships, torpedoes were launched one after another, advancing rapidly underwater and constantly hitting the surrounding ships. The naval and air forces of the multinational forces were destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the spire towering above the hull was simply a product of the magical age. Every time an electromagnetic ray was ejected, a fighter or even a bomber would be hit. And every plane that was hit seemed to cause an immediate loss of power, thus crashing into the sea and dying. I don't know how the light chasing army developed this cross-era war weapon. This has surpassed the level before the end of the world, and it also made many people realize that if they can't suppress the development of the light chasing army, they will be conquered by the light chasing army sooner or later. Fortunately, it takes a little time for this electromagnetic ray to brew. If it is fired in seconds, there is no need to fight this battle. This thing alone can deal with the multinational forces. Under the fierce attack of the multinational forces at all costs, they still reaped the results. A bomber finally succeeded in breaking through the blockade of anti-aircraft firepower and threw 2 bombs on the deck. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a triple turret of the light chasing army was blown up. In addition, on the port side, 2 anti-aircraft guns were also blown up, killing and injuring many soldiers. Black smoke billowed on the hull, and many reserve soldiers had to go to put out the fire. This caused the firepower of the battleship's defense to weaken a lot. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the multinational forces seemed to be excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Yassi. Great job. Ha ha ha. Brothers, go ahead, now is the best chance. Come on, it's time to give them the final blow. Seeing the opportunity, the multinational forces rushed up in a swarm. Except for the gunboat, that was still firing from a distance. Because of the long distance, the rest of the Coast Guard ships, including the helicopter unit, all arrived near the battleship, wanting to suppress the firepower comprehensively. Sure enough, without such a strong fire blockade, the battleship easily came near the battleship. The Coast Guard ship was almost under the battleship, and the helicopter was hovering overhead, trying to completely suppress the firepower of the light chasing army. But the next scene made them collapse. Many armored infantrymen appeared around the towering electromagnetic tower of the light chasing army. These infantrymen came to the side of the ship and fired at the air and the sea. The electromagnetic rays sprayed out from the electromagnetic gun and had the same effect as that spire. Zizzy. The blow-up jumped, and instantly all the helicopters within more than 200 meters of the battleship were turned off. The propeller stopped, and the plane staggered into the ocean. Accompanied by continuous explosions, the helicopters of the multinational forces were wiped out. Without the cover of the helicopter, the electromagnetic spire showed its power again. A fighter and a bomber were hit one after another, losing power and falling into the sea. At this time, the number of these fixed-wing aircraft was not much, and without the cover of helicopters, this battle was becoming more and more difficult to fight. Those soldiers wearing armor were simply future warriors. Although they were not running fast, the electromagnetic gun was really annoying. Once it was fired, it would paralyze the aircraft and the Coast Guard ship. The helicopter was destroyed, and the last remaining, some of the Coast Guard ships that were close also had their power destroyed, floating on the sea like canoes. The battleship hit the drowning dog and fired continuously, sinking these power-cut Coast Guard ships one by one. The Coast Guard ship force was wiped out. At this point, the only multinational forces that could still fight were 5 or 6 old-fashioned fighters that dared not approach, and a gunboat. Without the obstruction of the Coast Guard ship, the gunboat and the battleship finally faced each other. Some of the injuries to the battleships were caused by fighters, and many were caused by the long-range firing of this gunboat. Now that there is no interference, it is finally time to decide the outcome. Battleships are blasting against each other. The scarred battleships of the Zhuang army and the gunboats of the fresh forces in the distance are fighting back and forth, opening the chapter of the end of the naval battle. Looking at the battleships of the Zhuang army, which are still stronger than their own gunboats on the scene, many people feel the breath of failure. They cast their eyes on Jones. Dickey Island is not without power. There are still a large number of troops guarding several river bridges, which are their main force. But can those people be transferred here? If they leave, what will happen to the Zhuang army crossing the river? Jones is also in a dilemma at the moment. He always feels that, if he works harder, he can sink the Zhuang army battleship, but in fact, this big guy is still fighting fiercely here, and the blood bar is so thick that he can hardly see the end. This makes it difficult for him to make a choice at the moment. If he doesn't destroy the battleship, he will not be willing to pay such a high price. If he destroyed them, he would also worry about the island being lost. Just when he was in trouble, a piece of news came like a bolt from the blue. Director, something bad has happened. A large force of the Zhuang army has landed on the beach of Tang Zheng's abandoned villa. Thanks to the book friend with the last number 2447 for the 300 coin reward. Thank you. Chapter 307. End of the naval battle, bombing the bridge, and closing the island. Upon hearing the news, Jones and the ambassadors present were all at a loss as to what to do. Jones' lips were trembling as he grabbed the messenger. Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know what crime you should be punished for disrupting military morale? All the river bridges from Sanjiang to here have been blocked, and there is no large-scale fleet nearby. How did the Zhuang army get across the river? Are you mistaking some of their paratroopers for a large force and exaggerating here? The messenger was about to cry. Director, I really didn't exaggerate. The Zhuang army didn't have any boats or river bridges. Instead, they built a floating bridge on the river. Those troops came along the floating bridge and have now completed the landing in that villa area. Defenses are still being arranged there. The follow-up troops have not yet arrived completely, and the landing is still continuing. If you can't do it, just go and take a look. An ambassador nearby was even more incredulous. Nonsense. Can a floating bridge be built overnight? There was no sign of a bridge there a few hours ago. The communicator gestured anxiously. It's not an ordinary floating bridge. It's that kind of pontoon bridge vehicle. When connected together, the floating bridge is built. Hearing this, Jones and others finally believed it. The communicator couldn't lie, because the lie would be exposed immediately. If it was a pontoon bridge vehicle, then it was really possible to complete a bridge in a short time. Thinking of the various technologies that the light-chasing army had ahead of them, this matter might really be true. When thinking of the arrival of the large force of the light-chasing army, then this sticky island might really be lost. Jones was a little panicked, but he still forced himself to stay calm. You mean, their landing is not yet complete, and is still going on? Yes, the landing is in progress, and many people in Jiangbai have not come yet. Quick, notify everyone to rush to the villa area in the northeast corner. No matter what, we must block the Zhuang army there and not let them complete the landing. An ambassador questioned. Director, if we all go to block the floating bridge, what if they turn to other bridges? Jones's face turned cold. Blow it up. Blow up the other bridges for me. But if the bridge is blown up, our trade will be interrupted, and our lives will be in trouble. Jones said angrily. What kind of life? If the bridge is broken, we still have sea and air transportation. If the Zhuang army comes, you will lose your life. What kind of life can you talk about? Execute immediately. Faced with a furious Jones, no one dared to say more, and immediately began to execute the task in a hurry. About 10 minutes later, huge explosions came from several river bridges. In order to protect Dicky Island, they blew up the river bridges to cut off their own retreat. Regardless of whether they win or lose the battle with the Zhuang army, they will have a lot of trouble in the future. Just as the Jiangqiu was blown up, the battle on the sea also decided the winner. The black smoke and flames on the battleship of the Zhuang army had basically disappeared after all-out efforts to put out the fire. After fighting with hundreds of combat units for several hours, the battleship did not suffer much loss, except for some guns that were misfiring. The rest of the people were still alive and well, and their ammunition reserves were simply incomprehensible. They could even suppress the Baiyulan gunboat with firepower. At the last moment, the Zhuang army fired more than a dozen torpedoes in succession. Baiyulan's gunboat could not avoid this, and finally suffered a 3-round torpedo. The gunboat was hit hard 3 times in a row and finally couldn't stand it. The middle part of the hull was the most seriously damaged, and a large amount of seawater poured in. The captain urgently asked people to repair the cabin and make a final struggle. A large number of people entered the cabin to prepare for rescue, and another collapse happened. Some huge tentacles rushed in at this time and directly swept the repairers away and brought them into the vast ocean. Before these people were swept away, they put up a final resistance, but it was useless. This deep sea monster was so powerful that it was impossible to resist. Guns were useless against it. All they could do was shout "Sea Monster" and "Godzilla," and then they were completely pulled into the sea. Without the rescue personnel, the gunboat finally couldn't hold on. With the influx of seawater, the hull began to sink rapidly. Just like when the Titanic collapsed, the hull broke in the middle, and the sailors on it fell into the sea like dumplings. The warship lost power and fell into darkness. The gurgling seawater came from all directions, and the bow had stood up at 90 degrees. The last officers and soldiers stood on the bow and called for help, but it was useless. Not only were they not saved, but there were still some sailors from the Coast Guard ships struggling on the sea surface around them. The two parties met in the dark waves. If it were normal times, Tang Zheng's chasing light army would not abuse prisoners of war too much, and they would still save them if they could. But this time it won't happen. Tang Zheng has no sympathy or pity for these foreigners who forcibly occupied Hanai's territory. These people deserve to die in the sea. Some marine creatures were also attracted by the delicious food here. From time to time, some huge fish jumped out of the sea and swallowed the people floating and struggling on the water. There was even a huge great white shark, which was more than 30 meters long, just like a blue whale, and swallowed 5 or 6 people in one bite. The water on the sea surface rolled, screaming, and the fate of these people was doomed. As for the remaining few planes in the sky, an arc of electricity was emitted from the battleship again, and after shooting down the surviving planes, the remaining 4 or 5 planes finally ran away without looking back, and returned to the airport on Dickey Island. This battleship is too terrifying. It is simply an indestructible cockroach. No, it's not a cockroach. The cockroach does not have such a strong attack power. This is an indestructible mantis, not only durable, but also can launch fatal attacks at any time. The first naval battle after the end of the world finally came to an end after 5 hours. 55 Coast Guard ships, a medium-sized warship, more than 50 helicopters, and 20 fighter jets of the multinational force besieged a battleship of the Zhuang army, but were defeated in the end. Only 5 planes escaped, and the rest were all destroyed. There were only a few survivors among the thousands of naval soldiers and air force soldiers. The Zhuang army warships are famous for their powerful firepower, unreasonable ammunition load, and high-tech electromagnetic technology. The naval battle has come to an end, and the war on the ground has just begun. Jones has confirmed the news from the correspondent that the large force of the Zhuang army is landing. At this time, he is not far from the northeast corner. He almost ran away as soon as possible, and then ordered the troops on the island to gather here. The entire Dickey Island is a huge island with a population of nearly 20 million. After the end of the world, many foreigners from the entire Bulk province, Zhanghe City, Qianjiang City and other places ran here. It is almost a country within a country. There are also many troops on the island. Each family has at least a few hundred people, and a few more have thousands of people. Big countries like Baiyulan, Zhejiang, and Daliao all have more than 5,000 troops. So the total force of the entire island adds up to 100,000 people. Some were lost in the battle just now. More than 10,000 people are needed to stay at their own embassy and maintain basic operations. The remaining troops almost all rushed to the northeast region. The total number of these troops reached 80,000. According to their pre-war analysis, the number of troops arriving this time by the Zhuang army is about 40,000. 40,000 people are advancing along a floating bridge. The speed is impossible to be too fast. Even if all of them take a car, it may take a whole night to completely cross. And from the construction of the floating bridge to now, more than an hour has passed. It is amazing that 10,000 people can come over there. Jones thinks it is no problem to encircle 10,000 people with 80,000 people. Even if the Zhuang army is strong in combat, it is impossible to fight 1 against 10. At least, he thinks it should be possible to drive the Zhuang army back to Jiangbi. Moreover, Jones felt that he also had an advantage in fighting in the villa area. The villa area covers a large area and there are no tall buildings, which is more suitable for large troops to deploy, especially the armored forces. According to reconnaissance, the first troops of the Zhuang army who landed on the island were all infantry. It is estimated that they will rely on buildings to fight street battles and defend, so as to gain landing space for the follow-up troops. However, this open terrain is more conducive to the armored forces to fight. Jones believes that this is a failure of the Zhuang army. As long as he sends armored troops over, the Zhuang army will definitely not be able to defend. So Jones is not discouraged at this moment. As long as the large troops of the Zhuang army are not allowed to land on the island, he is not afraid. The battleship is invincible now, but he can't drive it to the shore. As long as they guard the island, they have already asked for help from their own country. After that, as long as they hold on for a while and wait for the arrival of reinforcement from various countries, he will make Tang Zheng, this arrogant guy, taste the taste of failure thoroughly. Damn you Tang Zheng, wait for me. I will drive you back to that godforsaken place in the Northern Territory. I will personally lead the troops to defeat you and kill you. Jones gritted his teeth and threw himself into the new command and operation. This villa area located in the northeast corner of Dickey Island is very large, covering an area of 6 or 7 square kilometers. The people who live here are either rich or noble, and they are all people of status. But at this moment, these people of status are fleeing the villa area in a panic. The Zhuang army landed here, the first to land here. In addition to part of the regiment and 2 elite soldiers of the direct battalion, there were also people from the Military Intelligence Bureau led by Ji Yunshan. The people from the Military Intelligence Bureau took dozens of jeeps and even kept overtaking on the floating bridge, passing the military vehicles traveling on the river, and soon rushed to the villa area that was bombed and riddled with holes. The soldiers who arrived in front were quickly arranging defenses and quickly driving away the people in this villa area. But at this moment, defensive operations also have disadvantages. That is, the road ahead is flat, and it is estimated that the armored forces of Dickey Island will arrive soon. The purpose of Ji Yunshan and his men coming here was to cut off the enemy's armored forces' path of advance. Ji Yunshan was accompanied by several strong young men. They all carried large packages and were physically strong. These were a new type of soldier in the Zhuang army, developed and unlocked by Hezu. Demolition engineers. The monthly ticket is almost 500. Come on everyone. Chapter 308. Big explosion in front of the Villa district. These people have recently joined the Military Intelligence Bureau and are also carrying out special tasks. When Ji Yunshan and his team rushed to the island, the multinational forces on the opposite side had not arrived yet. Ji Yunshan drove the car himself, pulling the 4 young people in the car, and his feet were almost in the fuel tank. At this moment, they were racing against time. Because the Zhuang army had to occupy the position as soon as possible. The more people who came up at the first time, the better. So the front was all infantry transport trucks. The armored forces were behind and did not catch up in the early stage. The position of the Zhuang army was the villa area on the shore. This area was not small, but if you want to defend it, you can't let the opponent's armored forces come in. So Ji Yunshan's task was also very heavy, and he had to block the road as soon as possible. The way to block it was also very simple, that is, to blow up the 4 skyscrapers located in front of the villa area and across the road. It was not easy to use the air force to blow down these 4 buildings, because the opponent not only had air defense forces, but also the air force's bombing was unreliable. Maybe after a few missiles, the building would collapse, but no one knew where it would collapse, and it would not play the role of blocking the road. But the fixed point blasting is different. It can control the direction of the building's collapse. This is the technical research made by Hezu, which led to the emergence of blasting engineers. The 4 people all carried large backpacks, which contained special bombs. Ji Yunshan drove a jeep and rushed out of the villa area. At this moment, the villa area was in chaos. A large number of celebrities living here all ran out crying. The Zhuang army strictly implemented the landing plan. Of course, they would not let these foreigners delay their progress. Everyone left immediately, even if you were taking a shit. For those who did not cooperate, the soldiers swung their guns and smashed them. If they were still stubborn, they would be shot on the spot. These celebrities also tried to talk about the country behind them, but unfortunately the Zhuang army soldiers did not buy it at all. Since they have come to Dickey Island, who cares about the country behind you? These celebrities had no choice but to escape from the villa area in embarrassment. Ji Yunshan drove the jeep and rushed out of the villa area. He even knocked over several people on the road, which attracted a lot of curses. Ji Yunshan snorted disdainfully and ignored these guys. He rushed out of the villa area and came to the vicinity of the first high-rise building. The car slowed down, and a soldier opened the door and jumped out. After rolling on the ground, he stood up quickly and rushed to the high-rise building. Ji Yunshan turned on the tweeter in the car and shouted at the people watching the show on the high-rise building. Every one of the 4 buildings on the side of the road has 5 minutes to leave. Those who are still in the building within 5 minutes can only be buried with these buildings. In fact, it takes nearly 10 minutes for the blasting engineers to blow up a building. But Ji Yunshin shouted 5 minutes, which can make these people faster. Some people were scared and chose to leave the high-rise building, but some people didn't care and pointed at Ji Yunshin's jeep and cursed from the building. They are all foreigners who have already regarded Dicky Island as their own territory. They are definitely not welcome to the Zhuang army. Ji Yunshin just snorted coldly. They really don't know how to live or die. It's true that they don't want to kill civilians, but if the civilians don't know, that's another matter. He continued to put down the remaining 3 demolition engineers, and several people ran to their respective targets. Ji Yunshin drove around here for a while, and about 10 minutes later, he picked up 4 demolition engineers. Several people's backpacks were empty, and the bombs for fixed point blasting had been placed. With the press of a button, the 4 buildings would be reduced to ashes. Jones and his team did exactly as the Zhuang army expected, letting the armored troops lead the way. Under the mobilization of ambassadors from various countries, almost all the tanks and armored vehicles on the island came. There were thousands of tanks and war vehicles gathering from all directions of the island to the northeast corner. Jones personally commanded the armored troops to move forward, gritting his teeth and cursing Tang Zheng and the Zhuang army. As long as his armored troops entered the villa area, he vowed to kill all the light chasing army and throw these invaders into the sea to feed the fish. The tanks roared, and the metal tracks rolled over the concrete road, leaving cracks on the road. From now on, the light chasing army will pay for all these things. This is all the damage they caused. Jones cursed, and the armored troops were approaching the blocks near the villa area. Overhead, the TV station's drone was still filming. Ankila, the female reporter, was hiding somewhere and broadcasting live, and she was still shouting, "Look. Our armored forces are here, and the ones who landed on the island from the light chasing army are just some infantrymen. They will pay the price for their stupid behavior. We blew up the river bridge with the determination to die rather than live in disgrace. This forced the light chasing army to take the risk and land on the island in this way, but they didn't know that this was digging their own graves. Look at what these barbarians have done. They drove out all the people in the villa area. Oh my god, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. They are so rude and impolite. Stupid Tang Zheng, stupid Hanyu people. They will soon be driven back to the sea, and that will be their destination." Jones heard the live news broadcast of Anchorage, and was quite satisfied with her performance. As long as the light chasing army can be defeated, it is not a bad thing. He can take the opportunity to eliminate the power of other countries and make this Dicky Island a one-man show of the Magnolia Empire. Otherwise, the Law Enforcement Bureau Council will hold meetings all day, and what he says is not particularly counted, which also makes him very upset. It seems to be a good idea to eliminate some disobedient forces through the hands of the Hanyu people. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must win the final victory in this war. The armored troops also raced against time and soon arrived near the villa area. After passing the ring road in front, it was near the beach of the villa area. Before the armored troops arrived here, they saw a large number of people swarming in front of them, which made Jones a little dazed for a while, as if he had returned to the beginning of the apocalypse, when a large number of zombies chased the crowd. But soon he found that there were no zombies here, just some ordinary people running over. What's going on? The adjutant learned about it and immediately reported. It seems that Hanyu people appeared in front and asked everyone in the roadside building to leave. The building is about to be blown up. What? Blow up the building? Jones was shocked and then immediately notified the air defense forces to strengthen their vigilance to prevent the planes of the chasing light army from coming to attack. But as soon as his order was issued, an accident happened. In a tremor, the 4 buildings in front of them began to explode violently at the root. Those people who were tired of running and wanted to stop immediately screamed and continued to run wildly. At this moment, they were extremely fortunate that they had made the wisest decision in their lives, which was to leave the building. And there were still some people in the building who did not leave. When the building collapsed, they even saw someone jumping down from the window of the high-rise building. That made no difference to the result. If there must be a difference, it was the difference between falling and smashing. At the foundation of the first floor, white smoke burst out at the same time, and the whole building began to collapse on the spot. The power of the collapse was like an earthquake. In an instant, the whole area was covered with smoke and dust. Two of the buildings collapsed and directly blocked the entrance to the nearby Ring Island highway. The other two buildings collapsed directly near the two gates of the villa area. Of course, all this was revealed later. Now the sky is full of smoke and dust. People screamed wildly. This scene of four buildings collapsing together was never seen even before the end of the world. Some people cried, some screamed, some collapsed, and some were completely stupid. The cruelty of war was fully reflected at this moment. They thought that the powerful Dickey Island was not that powerful. The Navy was defeated, and the Air Force suffered heavy losses. Next, they had to block the landing of the Zhuang army. Could they really do it? Compared with the masses in the crowd, Jones was full of anger and fear at the moment. He knew very well the purpose of the Zhuang army blowing up the four buildings. That was to block the way forward for the armored forces, and it was obvious that they had done it. It would probably take a month to clean up the ruins and garbage brought by the four buildings. Moreover, the place where the Zhuang army blew up was very clever, just blocking the road and the gate of the villa. It would be difficult for the armored forces to enter the villa area now. Maybe he could find a way in from somewhere else, such as taking a detour and then find a place to push down the courtyard wall and then break through the green belt and find a small path to enter. But that would undoubtedly take a lot of time and be easily targeted by the Zhuang army. Now time is the most important thing. If it is delayed for too long, the Zhuang army will land on the island, and I'm afraid that everything will be irreversible. He was even more terrified. The more he knew about the Zhuang army, the more terrible he felt about this army. This technique of pinpoint blasting was so beautiful that, if Jones had not stood in the enemy's position, he would have wanted to applaud the light chasing army. But now he couldn't. He had no other choice but to go all out. The armored troops had to stop and began to retreat, taking a detour to find another breakthrough point. The infantry troops behind them quickly followed. Soldiers, this is the highlight of your life. The light chasing bandits have landed on the island, and they are afraid of us. They want to stop us in this despicable way, but behind us are our homes and loved ones. You also saw that they blew up our high-rise buildings without hesitation. At least several thousand people died tragically. This is the style of the light chasing army. They are demons. We must now ignore life and death, crawl through this ruins, and immediately attack the villa area. Our goal is the northeast corner of the villa area. Even if we have to use piles of people and lives to fill it, we must blow up the floating bridge. Charge. Jones roared at the top of his lungs, and tens of thousands of soldiers from the multinational forces began to abandon their cars and use their own feet to rush through the ruins and smoke-filled ring road around the island and kill towards the villa area. 500 monthly tickets are coming soon. Everyone keep going. Chapter 309 Aircraft Carrier Appearance. 3 updates. 500 monthly tickets plus. On the sea in the distance, the air cushion landing craft was not far from the landing pontoon. Tang Zheng sat in the cabin, looking at the TV screen. On the screen, it was the live broadcast of the TV station of Dickey Island. This live broadcast program has been going on for a long time. From the beginning of the battle to now, the live broadcast has never stopped, and all other programs have stopped. The ratings during this period have also been high. Now the TV is broadcasting the charge of the multinational forces. The charge of tens of thousands of people has to be said to be very impressive. Even if they have experienced the baptism of battleships, even if the Zhuang army has landed now, even if the building has been blown up, seeing this scene still makes many people on Dickey Island excited and cheer loudly. They still firmly believe that they will win. Tang Zheng snorted when he saw this. It seems that the opportunity is good now, but in fact, since the opponent's infantry and armored forces have been separated, the result of this battle is almost out. Dickey Island has air defense. As an island, air defense has always been a very important part. Even though their planes and ships were ordinary, many anti-aircraft guns were set up in some important areas. Although there was no anti-aircraft firepower in the northeast corner, there were a large number of anti-aircraft infantry. These infantrymen all used individual anti-aircraft missiles. They were supposed to cooperate with the armored forces, but now the armored forces were separated from them, and these infantrymen were currently being used as rocket launcher fighters. In this way, this gave Tang Zheng an opportunity. He didn't care about these charging infantrymen. The Zhuang army's current positions were well organized and solid. Although they had a large number of people, they couldn't be easily defeated. Tang Zheng's target was directly aimed at the armored forces that were advancing by detours. The best way to deal with the armored forces was to use airplanes. When Tang Zheng came here, he considered building an airport, but found that there was not enough space and the island was too crowded. The only airport was occupied by the enemy, so he didn't build it. He would just use the opponent's airport after he captured the island. But now the opportunity has come, and Tang Zheng also has his way. There is no place to build a new airport on the ground, so just take off directly from the sea. Tang Zheng opened his system. There are 2 types of weapons on it, and you can start buying them. F-14 Panda carrier-based aircraft, length 19.1 meters, wingspan 19.5 meters, height 5.3 meters, maximum speed 2.38 Mach, maximum ceiling 19,000 meters, empty weight 18,191 kilograms, maximum takeoff weight 33,700 kilograms, bomb load 14,000 kilograms, upgrade star each time to increase the bomb load by 2 tons, equipped with 4 Sparrow air-to-air missiles and 2 air-to-ground missiles. Wingspan can be folded at a maximum angle of 75 degrees to save deck space. Price 150,000 gold. Conventional powered light aircraft carrier, length 285 meters, width 75 meters, full load displacement 65,000 tons, maximum speed 28 knots, can carry 35 carrier-based aircraft, carry 4 helicopters. Crew 3,300 people, equipped with 30 45mm caliber close-in defense guns, maximum firing rate of 8,000 rounds per minute, equipped with 50 torpedoes, equipped with all-weather radar system, equipped with fire control system. The price is 3 million gold. A medium-sized shipyard is required. Aircraft carrier. Carrier-based aircraft. Tang Zheng had previously spent more than 5 million gold on battleships and pontoon bridge units, and the funds in his hand were still as high as 68 million. He clicked to buy a light aircraft carrier and spent 3 million gold. An aircraft carrier comes with 3,300 crew members and does not need to be equipped with personnel. But this is not the entire cost of an aircraft carrier. The most expensive thing on an aircraft carrier is the carrier-based aircraft. An F-15 fighter costs 150,000 yuan per aircraft, and an aircraft carrier can accommodate 35 aircraft. Tang Zheng spent 150,000 yuan at a time, and clicked 35 times in a row 4.75 million gold. Continue to buy 35 Air Force pilots, spending another 35,000 gold. Then come 4 Apaches, with another 400,000 funds. The crew of the Apache is 3 people, and the price of a package of 3 people is 2,000 gold. Another 8,000 gold was spent to buy the crew. After finishing all this, the standard configuration of an aircraft carrier is considered complete. It took a total of more than 8 million yuan to build an aircraft carrier, which is Tang Zheng's most expensive combat unit at present. Perhaps it is not appropriate to call it a combat unit, it should be called a combat body. While purchasing troops, Tang Zheng equipped the battleship with 3 Apache helicopters. There is also a helicopter platform on the battleship, but the previous battle was too intense, and even if the 3 Apaches appeared, they would probably be shot down. But there is no problem now. More than 300,000 yuan of funds were spent, and the battleship also had aircraft. At this time, Tang Zheng can mobilize 35 F-15 fighters and 7 Apache helicopters at any time. As long as they don't go to places where the opponent's air defense firepower is dense, these fighters are enough to sweep the entire island. And Tang Zheng's current target is the more than 1,000 tanks and armored vehicles from the opponent's large army. This is a big piece of fat meat. As long as these armored units are eliminated, the armored units will basically be invincible in the subsequent landing operations of the Zhuang army. Different arms restrain different arms, and Tang Zheng has played this set very well. Sitting on the hovercraft, Tang Zheng looked at the sea silently. After a while, a huge warship appeared silently on the dark sea. Even after the shocking baptism of the battleship, Tang Zheng was still shocked by this aircraft carrier. So cool. The 285 meter long ship is 15 meters longer than the battleship. And the battleship's ship is only 30 meters wide, which is slender. The width of this one made by Tang Zheng now is 75 meters, which is thick and long. Even before the end of the world, some aircraft carriers had a larger tonnage than this one, but that was not this after all. This one is this, and the feeling is completely different. After the aircraft carrier appeared, the officers and soldiers stood on the deck and saluted Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng did not go up to inspect it now, but just took a look and then silently waited for the appearance of the carrier-based aircraft. The speed of the carrier-based aircraft is much faster than that of the aircraft carrier. After a while, 35 carrier-based aircraft and 4 helicopters were all in place. At this time, the captain of the aircraft carrier also took the initiative to talk to Tang Zheng. Captain Jiuo Qiangwang of the aircraft carrier, report to the general. Please give the combat order. Tang Zheng said in a deep voice. Now I will give you a task. In order to enter the villa area, the enemy's armored forces took a detour from other streets. There is no air defense force in that area. You must go out immediately and destroy this armored cluster for me, completely eliminate the war potential of Dicky Island, and pave the way for the main force to land on the island. Understood. Please rest assured, I will complete the mission. After Jiuo Qiangwang finished speaking, he asked again, General, our aircraft carrier has not been named yet. Can you give it a name? At this time, the captain of the battleship, Luan Junfeng, also called, and the Apache helicopter over there also arrived. General, our battleships haven't been named yet, and I have good news for you. After the naval battle just now, our battleships have been upgraded to 2 stars, with full ammunition, thickened armor, and increased displacement. They are like new, and can continue to fight. Tang Zheng had already added sailors to the battleships. After all, the battleships lost hundreds of soldiers, and now they are fully staffed. I didn't expect that the battleships would be upgraded to stars, so they could continue to fight. However, Tang Zheng had not yet decided on the names of the 2 battleships. He just told the 2 not to rush, and to finish the battle. After the battle, and taking over Dicky Island, Tang Zheng decided to set up an aircraft carrier battle group to defend his maritime rights. After receiving Tang Zheng's order, Jiuo Qiangwang and Luan Junfeng immediately started the battleships and prepared to fight again. On the aircraft carrier, carrier-based aircraft also started one after another, ready to launch airstrikes. The Apache also took off, ready to cooperate in the battle. After all, the Apache has the reputation of being a helicopter killer. Watching the battleship start, Tang Zheng knew that the outcome of this battle had been decided. He watched the TV program. On the TV, the female reporter from Dicky Island was still scolding him. Tang Zheng hated this woman a little bit, like a shrew, but he would not pay attention to such a person at all. It would be a loss of his status to argue with a woman. But it was inevitable that he felt a little suffocated in his heart. After all, Tang Zheng was also a human being and would get angry. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zheng wanted to go outside to get some fresh air. He turned around suddenly and found that Zua, who had been sitting quietly not far behind him, was gone. When did this girl go out? I guess she went back to sleep. Tang Zheng didn't care, but he didn't want to go out for fresh air. He focused his eyes on the TV again. It won't be long before he will see the scene of his fighter plane attacking the armored forces here on Dicky Island. The infantry of the multinational forces are rushing towards the villa area, while the armored forces are starting to detour. More than 1,000 vehicles of various types rumbled around the road blocked by the building, and walked 3 blocks before they walked out of this area full of ruins. With the tanks leading the way, they traveled around for 7 or 8 kilometers, and finally got on the ring road again. The villa area was a little far from here. After they got on the road, they began to speed up and rushed towards the villa area. As long as they moved fast enough, they should be able to catch up with this wave of battle. Damn Hanyu people. Damn Tang Zheng. He actually came up with such a despicable method. But it's useless. The villa area is nothing more than a wall. We can still catch up with this battle. After breaking through the wall, your infantry will definitely not be able to stop our armored forces. The tanks gathered and formed a long line of several kilometers. In the villa area in the distance, the sound of killing was deafening. Dense bullets were flying back and forth, and flares were constantly launched into the air, lighting up the midnight night. The anxious armored forces increased their horsepower and rushed forward. In the opposite sky, the black god of death had already appeared, but they were still unaware. In fact, the monthly votes have not reached 500, but he too added it in advance, because there is not much difference. For the climax, everyone should read more, and remember to continue to vote. Both the monthly votes and recommendations are required. Thanks to the book friends Xig 225,522 for the reward. Chapter 310 Road to Death. The F-14 fighter and the F-15 are both leaders among the third generation aircraft, but the F-14 is a carrier-based aircraft. One of its biggest features is that the wings can be folded, which can save deck space to the greatest extent. In terms of all aspects of the performance of the fighter, the F-14 is the king of them. In terms of weapons, a 20mm caliber Gatling gun may not be very useful when facing an armored group, but the 8 missiles carried on its aircraft are definitely deadly weapons. Moreover, the jamming radar on the aircraft can interfere with the flight trajectory of enemy missiles. Under normal circumstances, the main combat skills of the F-14 are air-to-air, which is relatively rare when facing ground forces completely. Originally, most of the missiles it carried were air-to-air missiles, such as Sidewinder and Sparrow missiles. However, this type of missile can be adjusted. This time, they carried air-to-ground missiles to perform the mission. Starting from the sea not far away, it took less than 2 minutes to arrive above Dickey Island. This is a ring road around the island. The armored group of Dickey Island is crossing here and rushing straight to the villa area. The arrival of the F-14 battle group did not even attract the attention of the armored forces. The night sky was pitch black, but a large number of flares were launched from time to time above the battle area of the villa area in front. Flying in this flickering environment made this group of F-14s look like ghosts. On the first fighter, the pilot looked at the light spots gradually appearing in front of the radar screen. Each light spot represents a car. The pilot picked up the walkie-talkie and broadcast the current position to the mothership. Dong Dong Gaio calling the command center. Dong Dong Gaio calling the command center. I have approached the target position, and it is expected to make contact in 60 seconds. Please give instructions. Soon, a reply came from the aircraft carrier. All units, please note that your first formation will not carry out the first wave of strike missions from Dong Dong 1 to Dong Dong 5. You will circle the target area in a beacon-like manner. There are still air forces on Dickey Island. You must ensure that the first wave of strikes goes smoothly. After the first wave of strikes, the second formation will exchange tasks with you, and so on. Understood. Received. After 30 seconds, execute the attack. The aircraft carrier headquarters issued an order, and the carrier-based aircraft began to disperse. 5 F-14s broke away from the main force and began to turn and circled in a beacon-like manner over the combat area. The so-called beacon-like circle is that the aircraft flies around a fixed target. This action can be used for attack or for alert. Generally, the aircraft that are suitable are some old-fashioned fighters, gunboats and other models. For third-generation aircraft such as F-14, because of its high speed, the circle it uses for this kind of circle must be larger. And because it carries missiles, this kind of circle is not often done, and it is basically used for cruising and alert. Now their mission is alert. The Air Force on Dickey Island suffered a heavy blow, but it was not completely wiped out. They might come again, so for the safety of the battlefield, they had to be on alert. 5 fighters circled like beacons, turning this area into a restricted area. It was impossible for the Air Force on Dickey Island to intervene. The 30 fighters behind, and the 7 Apaches that followed, were all deployed in the strike group. The reporters of Dickey Island TV station were not only following the scene of their large forces attacking the villa area, but also a drone was filming the march of the armored forces. In this situation, they were not worried about leaks, because in their opinion, there were almost no secrets between the two sides at this moment, and everyone's strength was there. So the task of following the armored forces was also carried out simultaneously, and the TV also used the picture-in-picture technology to divide a small screen to film the march of the armored forces. The people on Dickey Island were almost watching two pictures at the same time. The frontal battle in the villa area had already started. Facing the fierce concentrated firepower of the Zhuang army, their troops were attacking one after another. This kind of real war scene is very different from watching TV dramas. The scenes of machine guns roaring and enemies falling to the ground in large numbers on TV are almost impossible to appear in actual combat. When the opponent has sufficient firepower, it is a foolish thing to charge. Everyone needs to move forward in a roundabout way, find cover, and attack the enemy while trying to save themselves. If it is in a complex environment, the so-called accurate shooting is rare. The opposite side is a person, not a zombie. They are more flexible and know how to seize the opportunity. It is not advisable to show up on the battlefield rashly. Generally, fire suppression is used. Raise a gun and shoot in the general direction to suppress, creating opportunities for snipers, rocket launchers, etc. behind. That is what ordinary soldiers should do. Often a field battle, street fighting, etc. may last for several days or even more than 10 days. The Zhuang army occupied the terrain and began to defend, while the Dickey Island came over in overwhelming numbers and began to attack with the advantage of numbers. However, when the battle just started, the scene did not look fierce. The soldiers of Dickey Island also advanced in a roundabout way, moving forward slowly and would not charge rashly. Although the Zhuang army was landing, it was too dangerous to charge rashly. They were still waiting for the armored troops to come over, and the infantry and tanks fought together. So the gunshots on the screen kept ringing, but the progress of the battle did not speed up at all. For a long time, the large troops of Dickey Island were circling around the edge of the villa area. The lack of progress made the people of Dickey Island anxious and frothing at the corners of their mouths. They all hoped that the armored troops would arrive as soon as possible, launch an attack with the infantry, and kill and eliminate the Zhuang army as soon as possible. So many people adjusted the main screen to the armored troops, and even if they didn't adjust it, they were always paying attention. Just as they were watching the armored troops with great attention, something unexpected happened. What they saw was the perspective of the TV station's drone, looking down from a high altitude, watching the long steel dragon advance. And suddenly, a flash of fire flashed across the TV screen. It was a missile with flames on its tail, falling from the sky at a very fast speed. The first tank in front of the troops was immediately hit by a devastating blow. Boom. A ball of fire shot up into the sky with the explosion. The rising flames seemed to make the people in front of the TV screen feel like they were watching a 3D movie, as if they could feel its temperature. This sudden change made many people in front of the TV instinctively lean back and stare in amazement. But their amazement will soon turn into shock and collapse. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Missiles fell from the sky one after another and began to bombard the armored clusters on the ground. Whether it was a tank or an armored vehicle, facing this kind of air-to-ground missile attack, they were simply powerless to resist. A tank was blown up, and the gunner of the anti-aircraft machine gun on the armored vehicle behind barely got out of the skylight and wanted to set up the machine gun to shoot at the enemy in the sky. But soon he was desperate, because it was not a helicopter that came, but a fighter. And they were not the old-fashioned fighters that drop bombs at all. Their speed was ridiculous. When you saw it, it had already flown far away. The speed of about Mach 2.4 per hour was simply not something that weapons like anti-aircraft machine guns could deal with. They were far in the sky, and a missile would immediately destroy a tank, and without the protection of the ground-to-air missile vehicle, they were completely targets. The soldier pulled the trigger desperately, and the bullets shot into the sky in vain and powerlessly, not even touching the hair of the fighter plane. A missile fell from the sky and destroyed the armored vehicle. Faced with the sudden attack, the armored forces were completely stunned. They had no way to effectively fight back against the enemy and could only turn the front of the car in a panic and try to return the same way. Because the front had become a sea of fire, many destroyed cars were parked on the road, blocking the way for the tanks behind. So they could only turn back and try to re-enter the island and use the terrain to avoid the attack of enemy aircraft. At this time, something desperate happened again. 7 Apache armed helicopters appeared at the tail of the armored forces, and they fired missiles from a distance. As soon as they appeared, Hellfire missiles specialize in attacking ground armored targets, and under precise laser guidance, they hit one by one, without exception. In terms of lethality and efficiency against ground armored targets alone, the Apache is still better than the F-14. The helicopter hovered far in the sky, beyond the range of the anti-aircraft machine guns, but their missiles could easily attack the enemy. The lack of missiles on the tanks of Dickey Island is their fatal injury, and it is an irreparable gap. The destruction of the tanks in the rear is not the most fatal. The most fatal is that they have blocked the way back. At this time, this armored unit could not move forward or retreat, and it became a turtle in a jar on the ring road, in the area near the beach. Although they have more than 1,000 combat units, these dozens of fighters are the dimensionality reduction strikes that they cannot resist. Missiles fell from the sky, and groups of flames bloomed in the dark night. The armored clusters with nowhere to escape even fled to the beach and the sea. But no matter where they fled, they could not avoid the missiles that hit their souls. This unequal battle completely collapsed the armored group of Dickey Island. The soldiers began to flee from the tanks and run away on their own feet. After all, in their opinion, the fighter planes of the Zhuang army would not waste a precious missile for a small shrimp like them. And this is indeed the case. For the fleeing soldiers, the fighter planes simply ignored them. They just caught the tanks and armored vehicles and shot them. Seeing this situation, more and more soldiers began to abandon their vehicles and flee, and soon formed a torrent of defeated soldiers. And those armored vehicles and tanks that were regarded as life-saving straws and attacking pioneers by the villa area were discarded everywhere like garbage and became the target of the Zhuang army. But the Zhuang army did not attack those unmanned vehicles, but stared at the manned vehicles and pursued them relentlessly. Continuous explosions continued, and the flames of war illuminated half of the sky. The diffuse smoke covered the earth, and a road more than 10 kilometers long became a veritable road of death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Prologue to Annihilation and Massacre. The sudden attack by the Zhuang army stunned a large number of people on Dickey Island. From the people to the troops, from the troops to the top leaders, almost everyone was dumbfounded. They could accept that the Zhuang army had battleships because it was normal to have warships here near the sea. They could accept that the Zhuang army came across the river. After all, pontoon bridges were used to cross rivers. But they could not accept the appearance of fighter jets. They knew that the Zhuang army had fighter jets, but the combat radius of the aircraft at the airport far away in Zhuang City was not large enough to cover here. And they all knew the situation of the nearby airports. It can be said that none of the cities with airports around here are occupied by humans. In a city full of zombies, it is impossible for the airport to take off and land fighter jets. Even if there are newly built airports, they are all under the control of people like Chen Hongchang or Shan Mingfei, and it is impossible to lend them to the Zhuang army. So the question is, where did these planes come from? Jones watched the armored forces being annihilated with a stiff body. After maintaining that stiff posture for almost half a minute, he finally couldn't help but burst out. Fuck. Damn it. Where did these planes come from? There are only a few airports around here. How did Tang Zheng do it? Did Chen Hongchang lend the airport to Tang Zheng? No one around said anything. They knew that Jones' mentality had collapsed. Whoever took over would be in trouble. And many people thought that it was not a question of where the planes came from, but a way to deal with it. How the planes came was a key issue, but it was not the key at the moment, because they had already come, and it would be too stupid to worry about where they came from. Jones was furious, but his anger did not dissipate. He ordered all the remaining air forces on the island to go out and rescue the trapped armored group. But he also knew that relying solely on the current air force would be difficult to save this increasingly out of control battle. But he had no other way at the moment. The situation at this moment was like a running elephant. Even if he was an elephant driver, he could not stop the elephant. He could only hope that the infantry would complete the breakthrough and defeat the light chasing army defenders in the villa area as soon as possible. Hold on, you must hold on. It's not a big problem if the Navy is lost, and it's not a big problem if the Air Force is gone. It's not a fatal problem if the armored forces are destroyed. As long as our infantry can make a breakthrough in the villa area and blow up that damn floating bridge, the Zhuang army will still not be able to occupy the island. As long as we do a good job of air defense, everything can be saved. Our country has received our request for help, and they have promised to send reinforcement. There is still hope. There is still hope. Jones kept muttering. He hysterically sent all the officers out. Many ambassadors personally went to the battlefield to supervise the battle and let the soldiers in the villa area step up the attack. As for the armored forces, even if the gods came, there would be no good solution. They could only do their best and leave it to fate. Just as Jones expected, when the remaining air force of Dickey Island arrived at the battlefield, they happened to encounter the warning fighters of the Zhuang army. There were still more than a dozen fighters on Dickey Island, 10 of which did not even participate in the naval battle. They were the remaining forces to prevent the Zhuang army from forcibly crossing the river bridge. There were also some helicopters, which were also left behind, and they were all sent out at once. However, this encounter did not have the momentum of an encounter at all. Facing the 5 fighters of the Zhuang army, their planes had no power to fight back. When the two sides were still 20 kilometers apart, the enemy's missiles had already attacked. The old models had no ability to dodge or interfere with interception, and they were blown up in the air one by one, setting off fireworks. The F-14 also exerted its powerful air combat capability at this time. The air-to-air missiles were like meteors chasing the moon, and they were accurate in one hit. The opponent didn't even see their shadows, and they became confused. The power of technology was fully reflected at this moment. Those planes that were like natural enemies in the eyes of the infantry were now like toys that were vulnerable. The short encounter lasted less than 10 minutes, and the Air Force of Dickey Island ended up being annihilated, and no plane survived. With the destruction of the Air Force, the armored group also completely lost its last hope of survival. The following battle scene became somewhat lackluster. The Zhuang army bombed recklessly without taking any risks. It was only a matter of time before they were completely destroyed. The battlefield in the villa area. Compared with the armored forces, this was the highlight of tonight, the main battlefield. The armored forces encountered sniping, but it did not cause the multinational forces to collapse. Because behind them, a large number of supervisory teams arrived. The role of these supervisory teams is to prevent soldiers from becoming deserters after being defeated. If anyone dares to escape or retreat on the battlefield without authorization, then only ruthless bullets are waiting for them. All the people in the villa area have fled here. Now every villa has been occupied by the Zhuang army and started defensive operations. On the floating bridge, large troops are following up one after another. The soldiers who arrived earlier just need to delay time. The annihilation of the armored forces has become a stimulant at this moment. Knowing that if they cannot take over the villa area as soon as possible and blow up the floating bridge, they will be killed or become prisoners of war. These soldiers burst out with unprecedented motivation and enthusiasm. Under the command of the supervisory team, they began a crazy charge. Since the beginning of the war, the Zhuang army, which has been fighting with the other side, has been waiting for this moment. In each villa here, there are at least 2 platoons of soldiers guarding. They set up heavy machine guns on the windows, and the metal baffles provide them with protection. Snipers are also hidden in various positions, sniping and killing the soldiers of Dickey Island at all times. In the dark night, all the villas in front are spraying deadly fire snakes. Anti-personnel weapons such as heavy machine guns and Gatling have become the main force of the war at this time. The clang clang sound of shooting has become a veritable death note. The bullets passed by like a hurricane, and the charging personnel had nowhere to hide under the flares of the Zhuang army. Just like rows of wooden stakes, they were plundered of their breath and life by heavy machine guns. Large numbers of people came one after another and were knocked down like mowing the grass. There was a river of blood in front of each villa. The lack of heavy weapons for attacking has become a fatal flaw at this moment. The few soldiers with rocket launchers were targeted and killed by the snipers of the light chasing army when they just crouched down and wanted to launch rockets. The efficiency of those 5-star sharpshooters has exceeded the limit of the multinational forces' imagination. As soon as they showed their heads, a shot from nowhere would open their heads. The helmets were pierced, the heads were smashed, and the red and white liquid splashed, making the people around them covered with blood. The strong smell of blood was overwhelming and nauseating. Some recruits couldn't stand such a cruel war scene, collapsed, and ran back screaming, but were shot by the supervision team. I don't know how many people endured the pain and fear, trembling and insisting on fighting, and I don't know how many people wet their pants, and they didn't even dare to say a word. The comrades who were full of energy around them turned into bloody corpses in the blink of an eye, and some unknown human tissues hung on their bodies and splashed on the grass. Whenever they finally organized a decent attack and approached a villa, there would often be a long dragon of flames flying by, burning some of the people who were close to it into firemen. Those soldiers ran around with flames all over their bodies, and their screams were horrifying. At this time, some soldiers could not help but shoot their companions, ending their painful lives. Flares above their heads, grenades flying around them, a long dragon of flamethrowers, and a metal torrent of bullets. Corpses around them, blood and sticky things within reach. People's wailing and screaming when they were dying, and the fear of not knowing whether they could live to the next second. These things tortured the soldiers of the multinational forces all the time, but they had no choice. Under the fanatical agitation of officers and the guns of the supervision team, they continuously launched waves of suicidal charges. Their casualties were not equal to those of the Zhuang army. The Zhuang army relied on the villa for guarding, with sufficient firepower and geographical advantages, and their combat loss ratio was much lower than that of the soldiers of the multinational forces. According to statistics after the war, this ratio even reached an astonishing 100 to 1. And the multinational forces launched the charge in such a difficult environment. The scene was shocking. Many people on Dickey Island could no longer bear it. They lowered their heads in pain, and everyone felt a strong sense of defeat. Can they really seize the pontoon bridge? Can they really wait for the day when their own large forces come to support them? There was another picture on the TV. That was the TV station's female reporter and killer. This fanatical female reporter was still screaming wildly at the camera. No problem. No problem. Our heroes, they are charging and fighting. The light chasing army is already trembling under our powerful offensive, and they are already full of fear. As long as we open a breakthrough, everything will be reversed. Tang Zheng, the warmongerer, will either be defeated and killed, or be taken to a military court and sent to the gallows. Fuck. I curse him. Some people who no longer dared to watch the war scenes turned the TV channel here, listening to Ann Killer's roar, to increase their confidence and courage. Unexpectedly, on TV, Ann Killer suddenly stopped. She stared at a corner in a daze, with a hint of jealousy in her eyes, and then she spoke angrily. Who are you? Why are you here? This is the TV live broadcast room of Dickey Island. How can we let strangers in? Security. Get this person out. Suddenly, the TV screen shook. I saw several people in security uniforms suddenly rushing towards Ann Killer. With a scream, Ann Killer was thrown down without any suspense, and then the photographer was also thrown down. The camera that fell to the ground could only capture the scene on the ground. In the picture, Ann Killer's throat was ripped open by the security guards and her neck was broken. Blood gurgled out, and the screams stopped. The sound of eating made everyone's hair stand on end. Dickey Island, which had been peaceful for a long time, unexpectedly had zombies appear again. Chapter 312 Armored people land on the island and the battlefield collapses. The appearance of zombies immediately aroused the vigilance of people on Dickey Island. For this reason, Jones even sent a team of soldiers to the place where Ann Killer was broadcasting, live to deal with the zombies. When the soldiers arrived at the scene, they found that the security zombies had finished eating and were wandering around. This kind of low-level zombies did not pose any threat to the soldiers, so they raised their guns and shot them. But strangely, apart from these security zombies, there was no trace of other people here. In the TV program, no one knew who the mysterious person Ann Killer mentioned was, because Ann Killer asked the security guard to take this person away at the time. It was obviously not these security zombies she was talking about. But the scene was in a mess. In addition to the murder of Ann Killer and the photographer, no third person was found. In addition, the war was tight now and there was no time to investigate, so no conclusion was drawn in the end, and it could only be left unresolved. Although Ankiller's live broadcast was interrupted, the TV station was still controlling the drone, and the TV screen was still broadcasting the battle in the villa area. After paying a huge price in casualties, the multinational forces finally made some breakthroughs. After killing countless enemy troops at the first row of villas, the Zhuang army chose to retreat and entered the second line of defense. The layout of this second line of defense is even stronger than the first line of defense. As the follow-up troops continued to follow up, cars of soldiers swarmed in and continuously reinforced the defense line, forming a patchwork and deep line of defense. Even if the first line of defense was broken, the second line of defense was still there. They took advantage of the multinational forces' eagerness to break through and want to get close to the pontoon bridge, and constantly killed and wounded the other side. The killing efficiency was terrifying. Just breaking through one line of defense, the multinational forces paid more than 6,000 lives and more than 4,000 wounded. Driven by the supervision team, the multinational forces began to attack the second line of defense again. However, the situation became more difficult this time, and the multinational forces encountered crazy sniping here. The tug-of-war between the two sides became more persistent, and as time went on, the situation changed again. The soldiers of the multinational forces fought fewer and fewer, while the Zhuang army fought more and more. The time came to 1 o'clock in the morning. On the floating bridge on the river, the armored troops began to cross the river. There were not many tanks that followed this time, only 100 tanks from a tank battalion. However, these 100 tanks were not ordinary. They were all 3-star enhanced tanks with extremely strong combat effectiveness. Moreover, the armored group of the multinational forces was completely destroyed, and these 100 tanks were enough to determine the direction of the war. Their crossing of the river was very smooth. On the edge of the river, battleships were cruising nearby. The huge naval guns made the troops that occasionally infiltrated immediately learn what firepower was. With the cover of the battleships, the speed of crossing the river was even faster. Jiang Heo, the battalion commander of the 1st Armored Battalion, sat in a huge main battle tank. Behind him, 100 tanks gathered in a black mass. Jiang Heo did not say any more words to mobilize morale before the war. The Zhuang army did not need too much mobilization and could still accurately execute orders and fight efficiently. All troops are divided into 4 clusters and start to act according to the predetermined goals. The 100 tanks were divided into 4 teams, each with 25 tanks, and quickly entered the battlefield. Behind the tank troops, the artillery troops entered the scene. The towed artillery was towed forward by the jeeps of the direct battalion, and there were also many self-propelled artillery and some rocket launchers, which also rumbled forward. This was the last batch of troops of the Zhuang army, and they would all complete the crossing of the river within half an hour. On the front line of the battle, the war entered a white-hot level. The fierce attack and defense of both sides around the villa area also reached the most tragic stage. The troops of each other were entangled together, and it was not easy to separate them in a short time. The multinational forces were also dizzy. With their numerical advantage, they were able to stalemate with the Zhuang army for the time being. But when the tank troops arrived, the situation collapsed instantly. Those main battle tanks suddenly rushed out of the darkness like steel behemoths. Against this kind of infantry unit, weapons such as anti-aircraft machine guns, coaxial machine guns, and rocket nests are even more useful than main guns. Strengthening 3-star tanks is no longer something that the opponent's single-soldier rocket launchers or single-soldier anti-aircraft missiles can't deal with. The multinational forces' rocket launchers blasted up, and a ball of fire appeared. The tanks were just charred black, and were not affected. The anti-aircraft machine guns and coaxial machine guns were the king of hell who harvested lives. The armored forces rushed directly into the multinational forces' positions and began to harvest like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The 25 tanks did not fight separately, they just held together as a group, fought in groups, and charged in groups. The team led by Jiang Heo killed from the front position of the multinational forces and set off a bloody storm along the way, strangling the enemy's position to pieces. There was no one who could stop them from advancing. They killed their way in and finally rushed to the gate of the villa area, killing the multinational forces' positions. When they arrived near here, Jiang Heo found a group of people. These people were the supervision team of the multinational forces. Jiang Heo was not polite at all and ordered an attack. The 25 tanks immediately strangled the supervision team mercilessly. A burst of artillery and rockets covered the area. Except for a few people who cleverly escaped in advance, the rest of the supervisory team were all left here. After killing the supervisory team, they immediately turned around here and then went back to kill. The enemies nearby were machine gunning, and the enemies in the distance were launching rocket attacks. After 2 rounds of killing, the soldiers of the multinational forces finally couldn't hold on. The completely unequal battle completely destroyed their nerves, especially when they found that there was no supervisory team behind them. Running away was the inevitable result. Someone ran away, and someone else immediately followed. This battle area immediately collapsed, and a large number of deserters ran away, wishing that their parents had given them 2 less legs. This large-scale battlefield collapse immediately triggered a chain reaction. The situation in the other battle areas was similar. They were killed by the tanks of the Zhuang army. Seeing that other battlefields had collapsed, the soldiers here immediately followed suit. Even if there was a supervisory team, it couldn't stop the fleeing soldiers now. In order to save their lives, the soldiers, who were almost red-eyed, even pointed their guns directly at the members of the supervision team. A brief gunfight even broke out between the 2 sides. After all, the number of the supervision team was small, and they could not stop the attack of the defeated soldiers at all, and they were soon beaten to a pulp. Seeing that the situation was out of control, some members of the supervision team simply joined the deserters and began to flee far away. The heavy firearms had become a burden at this moment. In order to escape faster, these soldiers directly threw away their guns and backpacks and went into battle lightly, just to leave the battle area as soon as possible. However, such behavior brought about more disastrous consequences. After the jeep of the direct battalion landed, it immediately joined the pursuit and annihilation battle. In Tang Zheng's view, these soldiers, who might be armed again at any time, were an unstable factor. At this critical stage, it is necessary to annihilate as many as possible to ensure that the next action will be smoother. The soldiers of the direct battalion drove the jeep and began a crazy pursuit. Wherever the Gatling gun passed, no grass grew. The Zhuang army, which was guarding the position, also rushed out of the position at this moment and joined the team chasing the defeated soldiers. The picture taken by the TV station's drone was that the multinational forces ran out from the northeast corner and the defeat spread to the island, and behind it was the picture of the Zhuang army chasing. At this time, even those who knew nothing about military affairs knew that the multinational forces were finished. The navy was destroyed, the air force was destroyed, and the armored forces were destroyed. Now the large infantry force was also destroyed. There was no power on this island anymore, and no one could stop the Zhuang army. There were also some fanatical people who were looking for their ambassadors of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, hoping that they could stand up at this time and find a way to save Dickey Island. But soon someone discovered that the ambassadors, including Jones, had disappeared at this moment. Jones didn't know where the other ambassadors had gone, but Jones was already running towards the river at this moment. From the moment the Zhuang army's armored forces landed on the island, he knew that Dickey Island was completely hopeless. So he chose to leave the scene immediately. He couldn't stay here and be captured by the Zhuang army. In the car, he made several phone calls in his dying struggle. These calls were not made to the country, but to Chen Hongchang and Xian Mingfei. He hoped that these 2 independent emperors could send troops to help him, because in Jones's view, Tang Zheng's large-scale mobilization to Dickey Island was definitely not satisfied with simply occupying an island. Now that Dickey Island has fallen, their 2 countries, Dayan and Jialing, will also face the threat of Tang Zheng's troops. The lips and teeth are cold, and he hoped that Chen Hongchang and Xian Mingfei could understand this truth. But the result disappointed him. Xian Mingfei rejected him without hesitation and hung up the phone. Chen Hongchang also rejected his proposal to send troops and told Jones that Dayan was not ready for war at present. But Chen Hongchang did not say it for sure. He told Jones that he could come to Sanjiang and he would send someone to meet him by the river. Here, Jones could establish an exile government on Dickey Island and continue to fight against Tang Zheng. Although no reinforcement were found, this was Jones' last straw. He drove the car all the way and came to the bank of Heojiang. This is the location between the two river bridges, but now the river bridges have been blown up and there is no one here. When he arrived here, he saw a speedboat speeding on the river. Jones waved his hand, and the speedboat came over and took Jones on board. The speedboat started and began to sail towards the other side. Jones stood at the stern, looking at the Dicky Island, where the battle was still going on with a dazed look. Tang Zheng, how dare he? He dared to be enemies with so many countries at the same time and forcibly took over Dicky Island. This matter will not end. After I establish the exile government, I will immediately call on our country to send troops. Tang Zheng will soon get retribution. Chapter 313, The Great Parade Storm. The battle on Dicky Island lasted until dawn, when it gradually subsided. This wonderful night finally came to an end. That night, the Zhuang army dispatched 45,000 troops, almost completely annihilating the 120,000 troops on Dicky Island. The navy was destroyed, the air force was destroyed, and most of the army was also annihilated. The multinational forces on Dicky Island had more than 60,000 casualties, and 30,000 wounded and captured. There were more than 20,000 people left, who escaped at the last moment. They scattered into the civilian population of Dicky Island, and it was not easy to find them for a while. The Zhuang army entered Dicky Island in an all-round way and quickly controlled some strategic locations. For example, the headquarters of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, the TV station, the airport, the dock, etc. Although the battle of the regular army was over, the situation on the island was not stable. At this time in Xinjiang, Jones had announced on TV that the exile government of Dicky Island had been established in the Xinjiang base city of Dayan country, and he called on the people of Baiyulan and Dicky Island to unite and oppose the illegal occupation of Dicky Island by the Zhuang army. Jones was not the only ambassador who fled to Xinjiang. Some ambassadors also fled to Xinjiang through various channels in the chaos of last night. With the support of Chen Hongchang, they began to give speeches on TV, encouraging their people to stand up and fight Tang Zheng and the Zhuang army to the end. They also called on the soldiers who were stranded among the people to arm themselves and use the geographical advantages of the island to fight guerrilla warfare with the Zhuang army on the island. Among the soldiers who were defeated and fled last night, some did respond to the call and began to stir up trouble in secret. After all, in the eyes of the people on this island, this Dicky Island belongs to them. Now Tang Zheng and his group are invaders, and they are on the side of justice. Under the instigation of this fanatical atmosphere, many people joined in. The action last night made some foreigners dissatisfied, such as the expulsion of people in the villa area and the bombing of 4 buildings, to buy time for the defense forces. These were the reasons for their dissatisfaction. This morning, when the Zhuang army took over the island, some foreigners gathered together and tried to hold a demonstration to oppose the tyranny of the Zhuang army. They gathered together on the streets, began to smash shops, burn vehicles, and make flags of the light-chasing army, and then burned them. Some people even tried to attack the light-chasing army, throwing stones, smoke bombs and Molotov cocktails at the troops. In this place, where guns are not prohibited, there are also many people who own guns, and many people even tried to shoot the light-chasing army. Some of the guns used were even military guns. These guns are all from the remnants of the multinational forces on Dicky Island. After all, they have been entrenched here for nearly a year. The tree is big and the roots are deep, and it is not possible to completely eradicate it all at once. Soon, this wave of demonstrations began to spread throughout the island. Dozens of marching teams appeared in various places on the island. They were frantically carrying out sabotage activities. This kind of thing is familiar to them, because before the end of the world, in their country, they often marched, and riots would occur if they were dissatisfied. They also constantly confronted the military and police, and there were even examples of them winning. Some marches and riots will even overturn the national regime in the end. This kind of thing is not without precedent. As for this situation, their army is often helpless, because this kind of activity is watched by the people of the whole country, and the army is also the people of this country, and they will not deal with the marchers too much. So in their view, at this moment, the Zhuang army, as an occupying army, must focus on appeasing people's hearts. After all, after the end of the world, everyone has figured out a truth. That is, during this period of time, the most valuable resource is people. The population is already very scarce, and those powerful warlords and those emperors who founded the country all want to have more people under their command. I believe Tang Zheng is no exception. For a time, the marches spread all over the island, and it was getting more and more intense. And some media at home and abroad also reported this matter crazily. In their mouths, the attack of the Zhuang army last night was regarded as a barbaric invasion. And the current storm of marches is the resistance of righteous people. Many media believe that the Zhuang army cannot gain a foothold in this storm of resistance. Without the support of the people, they will roll out of Dicky Island in disgrace and return to where they came from. In this storm, many people on Hanayu's side also expressed their positions. Chen Hongchang took the lead in saying that the invasion of Dicky Island by the Zhuang army was an invasion and lacked moral standing. He demanded that the Zhuang army must withdraw its troops immediately and return to Zhuang City, otherwise Dayan would declare war on the Zhuang army, and all the consequences in the future would be the responsibility of the Zhuang army. After Chen Hongchang made his statement, Xian Mingfei also delivered a televised speech. He announced that the upstream Heojiang waterway would be immediately blocked, and no ships would be allowed to enter the waters around Dicky Island, and all commercial exchanges would be stopped. Dicky Island is an isolated island surrounded by water. Now that the river bridge has been blown up, and land transportation has been interrupted, if water trade is interrupted again, then there will be no foreign materials entering here. This behavior can be called cutting off the descendants, and is extremely cruel. In addition, in the southeast region, some newly established countries have also condemned Tang Zheng's behavior and demanded that he immediately withdraw from Dicky Island, which is not his sphere of influence. Some foreign media also spoke out, saying that they would send troops to rescue the people who were oppressed by the Zhuang army on Dicky Island, and hope that the people would actively resist and work together to drive the Zhuang army back to their hometown. During this process, only Li Wuiyao from Yuanjing expressed her support for Tang Zheng. She claimed that Dicky Island was originally the land of Hanayu, and it was not Tang Zheng who should get out, but those foreigners who occupied the island. She would stand firmly on Tang Zheng's side and support him all the time, and hope that those who illegally declared independence in Hanayu would recognize their origins, not forget their skin color, and not become traitors despised by thousands of people because of some interest issues. But her voice alone was still too weak, and even many local TV stations temporarily cut off the signal from Yuanjing. Otherwise the people would see Li Wuiyao's picture and hear her voice. All kinds of factors combined to make this big march more and more intense. At this time, everyone believed that Tang Zheng would compromise. Even if he would not get out, he must show considerable sincerity and appease the people on the island first. Stabilizing the situation is the first element. If it were any leader of any power, there would probably be only this one way to go. Because the pressure he faced was too great, the resistance on the island, the appeal of the original power, the declaration of war by the surrounding countries, and the threats from dozens of foreign countries. Who could withstand this? But no one expected that Tang Zheng had no intention of giving in on this matter. Tang Zheng didn't pay any attention to the pressure from both inside and outside the country. The inherent power of Dicky Island had been defeated, and they had nothing else to do except talk. As for the emperors who were not legitimate, such as Chen Hongchang and Xian Mingfei, if they dared to use force, they could have started last night instead of making some warnings here now. Tang Zheng didn't care about the foreign forces at all. Originally, attacking Dicky Island was irreconcilable with them, and now he would not consider their opinions. He directly gave orders to the troops to strike at the crowds of demonstrators. What was most needed at this moment was not appeasement, but iron and blood deterrence. Tang Zheng wanted to make them understand that this was not their country, their territory. This was the place of the Hanayu people, and now it was the place of the Zhuang army. If you want to live here, you must abide by their rules. These demonstrations will not work here. The soldiers took up their guns, drove vehicles, and began to take to the streets. When the light-chasing army appeared, the demonstrators attacked them. Stones, Molotov cocktails, clothes, or cotton products stained with gasoline were thrown at the light-chasing army. The fanatical crowd roared wantonly, shouting slogans of freedom, shouting that the light-chasing army should get out of Dickey Island, and launched an attack in a fanatical atmosphere. Some people even held guns in the dark, waiting for the soldiers of the light-chasing army to get off the car, and then fired in the dark. According to their past experience, the light-chasing army should line up at this time, hold up shields to withstand their impact, and then fight back with tear gas, smoke bombs, or high-pressure water guns. The people in the front row may arrest some people, but they don't care. They are fighting for justice and freedom, and they have solid backing. But the result of the matter is completely different from what they imagined. Facing their charge and attack, the Zhejiang army did not get off the car at all. This time, all the law enforcement personnel were armored vehicles. The machine guns on the armored vehicles had been set up. They thought it was a decoration to scare people, but it was not. Facing the crowd that was rushing in, the armored vehicles started. The heavy machine guns on the roofs began to fire wildly at the dense crowd. Facing these thugs, the soldiers of the Zhejiang army did not show any mercy. Just like dealing with multinational forces, ruthless bullets poured down freely. In an instant, the parading crowd was stunned. Facing the whistling metal torrent, they had no resistance at all. Countless people were shot into sieves in an instant. Wherever the stream of bullets passed, human tissues were beaten all over the sky. Attacking the crowd was even easier than attacking zombies. The crowd that had just been organized collapsed at once. Some of them might be soldiers, but that was only a minority. Some might be gang members with ulterior motives, but that was not too many. Most of the people were ordinary people who were dissatisfied. How could they have any fighting power? No one had expected that Tang Zheng would not play by the rules and use troops to slaughter them directly. The heavy machine guns shot them mercilessly, treating them like zombies. The grand parade was ruthlessly suppressed. The collapsed crowd fled in all directions. No one's agitation would have any effect at this moment. Mom. Those light-chasing soldiers are barbarians. I want to go home. Chapter 314. Huge funds from Dickey Island Bank. Just when the demonstration on Dickey Island reached its peak and the Zhejiang army went out to suppress it, Tang Zheng, under the protection of the guards, entered the international bank on Dickey Island. Tang Zheng had been coveting this place for a long time. Dickey Island is not one of those small inland counties. It is close to Zhonghai, and Zhonghai is an international metropolis of Hanyu, the financial center of the Hanyu Empire, and the richest place. The foreign exchange reserves and gold reserves of the major banks here are probably only comparable to the royal head office and the treasury in Yuanjing. Even if Dickey Island is not in the urban area of Zhonghai, the wealth here is not comparable to that of inland cities. Many people in those foreign countries regard Dickey Island as their colony and a springboard to enter Hanyu, so they have given active support in all aspects. So this is a rich treasure land. There are some security guards in the bank here, but when Tang Zheng arrived, those security guards had already fled and disappeared. Tang Zheng did not need bank staff to open the vault, because scientific research soldiers were born to do this. Jiuo Yun took out his toolbox, fiddled with it for a while, and then opened the door of the vault of the International Bank. The bank is divided into dozens of areas, each area represents a country, and each country area also has a separate security door. In the past, only the ambassadors of their countries could open these security doors, and one person could not do it. It required the cooperation of multiple people. Everyone verified the fingerprint or retina to open the door of these vaults. Of course, these did not bother Jiuo Yun. He retrieved the surveillance video on the spot, and then zoomed in. According to the situation of the people who opened the vault before, he directly copied their retina data, and opened the door of each vault. When he opened the first vault, Tang Zheng knew that this time he had come from afar, and took the Dickey Island at the risk of the world, and finally got his reward. The gold reserves of various countries should be here, and there are not only gold, but also many antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, precious gems, etc., which are worth a lot of money. Tang Zheng directly turned on the looting mode. When Jiuo Yun opened a vault, he went into looted once, and almost swept away all the wealth inside. Except for some extremely precious rare treasures that Tang Zheng kept, all other wealth was converted into funds in the system. This process of plundering lasted from morning to after lunch, but Tang Zheng did not feel tired at all. His nerves and his cerebral cortex were all occupied by excitement. It can be said that he was obsessed with money and could not see anything else. It was not until the treasury was completely emptied that Tang Zheng stopped and found that the funds in his system had reached a shocking 210 million. After purchasing battleships, aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and replenishing the fallen soldiers, the original funds were only 48 million. And this time, the plundering obtained more than 160 million funds. I'm afraid that the total amount of funds that Tang Zheng has plundered since the establishment of the army is about the same as this number. Get rich overnight. This is really getting rich overnight. Tang Zheng washed his face with cold water to stabilize his overly excited emotions before leaving the bank vault. Calm down, calm down. This is just the beginning. There must be more than this amount of money on Dicky Island. Other small banks can also try to collect it. There are also 20 million people on the island. There must be a lot of floating funds among the people. I dare not say how much more there is, but there are definitely 50 or 60 million, and even 100 million is not impossible. However, the money will come slowly. Now these people on the island are still in a hostile state with the Ziguang army. The money in hand now is the most real. After leaving the bank, Tang Zheng led the team to the headquarters of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. This building is located in the central area of the island, occupying the Fengshu treasure land of the island. There is also a beautiful lake nearby, covering an area of more than 10 square kilometers. And in the northwest of the headquarters, you can go directly to the airport of Dicky Island. On the way to the headquarters, Tang Zheng could see his troops everywhere. Armored vehicles and tanks now serve as patrol teams, and they are rampant in the streets and alleys of Dicky Island. The Ziguang army, armed to the teeth, holds guns and is always on the lookout for some lawless rioters. The sound of metal tracks echoed, and other than that, no other vehicles or pedestrians could be seen. Blood was flowing everywhere in the city, and many bodies of thugs fell dead on the roadside. These were the spoils of the Ziguang army, and they also had a great deterrent effect on the people on this island. Those frenzied thugs who were incited finally became afraid under the iron-blooded deterrence. The slogans of freedom that they always kept on their lips could no longer be shouted. At this moment, they truly realized that the master above them had changed. Tang Zheng of the Ziguang army was not the politicians in their country. This man was iron-blooded, cruel, ruthless, and a terrifying dictator. From Tang Zheng's rise to the present, almost no one who opposed him had a good end. But under the command of this dictator, people are living happily, their laws are sound, and public security is good, which is very rare in the end times. Such a contradictory strongman has now become the owner of this island. They don't know whether this island will be occupied by other countries or forces in the future, but they have understood one thing. It is absolutely the most stupid behavior to oppose Tang Zheng at this moment. The killing this morning has scared them out of their wits. If the crowd had not finally fled everywhere and given up the march, they had no doubt that the light-chasing army would have killed everyone here. Those who used to take themselves seriously now know one thing, that is, in Tang Zheng's eyes, they are nothing. The situation on the island has temporarily stabilized. Although there are still undercurrents behind the scenes, at least no one dares to make trouble on the surface. According to incomplete statistics, there are 53 marching teams in the parade on Dicky Island, with about 1.2 million people participating. The light-chasing army gave a ruthless suppression. During the conflict, about 40,000 radical demonstrators were shot dead and more than 20,000 people were injured. In addition, about 20,000 people were captured and became prisoners. The captured troops and some of the troublemakers who were arrested today were all imprisoned in the prison of Dicky Island. Almost 50,000 people were stuffed into the prison at once, almost bursting the prison on the spot. This matter became a big deal. Public opinion all over the world was in an uproar. All forces at home and abroad were shocked by the iron-blooded approach of the light-chasing army. On TV news, there were more than 70 forces that condemned the light-chasing army. Some forces whose interests were damaged on Dicky Island even directly issued a war threat, claiming that the light-chasing army was a terrorist force, and Tang Zheng was the leader of the terrorist force. Their existence hindered the development of human civilization, and must be wiped out from this planet. But Tang Zheng didn't care about that now. His first priority was to expand the army. The current number of light-chasing army was about 100,500, and there was still a gap of more than 90,000. Moreover, taking over Dickey Island was not without hidden dangers. The situation on the island was still okay, but the external forces might not stop. In recent months, acid rain and acidic air have completely disappeared, and every force has been developing rapidly, whether it is civil, military, science and technology, industry, etc. They are all developing by leaps and bounds. For example, Chen Hongchang and Xian Mingfei and others, they are not without power, but they feel that their power is still a little insufficient, and they are all developing secretly to take over Dickey Island. Except for Li Wuoyao, it can be said that the whole world is an enemy, and Tang Zheng must constantly improve his strength. After arriving at the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, Tang Zheng was ready to start the explosion of troops. First of all, the army. This time, the army that followed to Dickey Island had to reorganize regiments and several battalions, which were not enough. Tang Zheng first expanded the armored forces. The Ziguang army had 2 armored battalions and 200 tanks, which were enough at the beginning, but now it was obviously not enough. Tang Zheng decided to expand the armored battalion to an armored regiment. There are 5 battalions in a regiment, and each battalion must have 100 tanks. The configuration of the Ziguang Army Tank Battalion is 30 Type 95 light tanks and 70 Type 99 main battle tanks. A light tank costs 30,000 yuan per tank and a Type 99 costs 70,000 yuan per tank, a total of 5.8 million gold. Tang Zheng added 3 battalions at one time, 17.4 million. Then there is the configuration of the armored soldiers, 900 armored soldiers, and 1.8 million funds. Jiang Heo, the battalion commander of the 1st Armored Battalion, was appointed as the commander of the armored regiment and concurrently the commander of the 1st Battalion. Tanks began to appear in large numbers, and after these tanks appeared, they immediately joined the patrol activities on the island. The number of tanks on the island has now reached 400, and the 2nd Armored Battalion is still in Ziguang City. After the tank unit, there is also an artillery unit. In this melee, artillery attacks were not used, but artillery still plays an important role in the defense of the island. Tang Zheng ordered to start building fortifications and artillery positions around the island, and establish a coastal artillery unit. At present, the Ziguang army has a total of about 400 cannons of various types, and this time it will be directly expanded to 1,000. All the cannons form an artillery regiment, of which the 1st to 3rd battalions of artillery are field artillery, while the 4th and 5th battalions are all coastal artillery, responsible for coastal surveillance. Various rocket launchers, howitzers, and anti-aircraft guns have appeared one after another. In this regularized construction, light firepower such as 107 rocket launchers and mortars have been simply delegated to various field troops, and are no longer counted in the sequence of regular artillery regiments. Even though the price of artillery is cheaper than tanks, there are more of them, so the cost is even higher. After the artillery and all the cannons were in place, it cost 21 million. During this process, Tang Zheng built a total of 5 artillery positions. This includes the Western Artillery Position, which is mainly aimed at enemies coming from the West Heojiang direction, which is mainly to guard against Xian Mingfei's jailing empire. The Northern Artillery Position is mainly used to guard against Chen Hongchang's Dayan Empire. The other 3 positions are the Eastern Artillery Position, the Northeastern Artillery Position, and the Southeastern Artillery Position. These 3 positions cover the sea in all directions, and face enemies from the Great East Ocean. For each artillery position, Tang Zheng arranged 5 anti-aircraft missile silos and 5 short-range surface-to-air missile launchers, which are used to attack enemy aircraft and flying missiles. This construction project is not small, and Tang Zheng added an engineering battalion, hoping that the construction will be completed as soon as possible. After getting these done, Tang Zheng still has a huge amount of funds of 170 million. Next, it will be the highlight of the military expansion, the construction of the Navy and Air Force. Chapter 315 Consumption. Strength surges. Coming out of the office building of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, Tang Zheng came to the airport of Dickey Island. This is an airport covering an area of more than 10 square kilometers, which is much larger than the airport of Ziguang City. Now the airport is empty. All the helicopters and fighters here were destroyed in the bombardment with the battleships of the Zhuang army. Only a few civilian flights were parked there alone, and it seemed that they had not been used much. It is not easy to establish flights after the end of the world. Even if you have recovered an airport and built an airplane, you often don't know where to fly. Because many airports in big cities have almost all fallen after the end of the world, without exception. Even if the other party has also recovered the airport, it is a troublesome thing to establish contact between you. Even if the connection is established, the safety of long-distance flights of airplanes is also a problem, especially during takeoff and landing. Mutated birds have become an important issue of flight safety. Not every place has the Zhuang army's means of using birds to control birds. Even if these are solved, many people may not choose to make airplanes because their relatives have died and they can't find their homes when they go to the familiar places before the end of the world. So at this stage, it will take quite a long time for the aviation industry to recover. Tang Zheng also kept these civilian flights. After a while, he will establish a route from Dickey Island to Zhuang City. Even now, the route from Zhuang City to the military camp base will be put into use. When he stabilizes here, the route with Yuanjing Palace base can probably be started. Looking at the empty airport, Tang Zheng started a new round of rapid troops. First of all, helicopters. On the island, the helicopter unit plays a big role, and it is more convenient to take off and cruise. And now Tang Zheng's air force is also a bit chaotic. All helicopters, transport planes, fighters, bombers, etc. are all classified into the sequence of the Army Aviation Battalion, which is unscientific. So he decided to reorganize the Air Force. The Army Aviation Battalion will be upgraded to a regiment, under which all transport helicopters and armed helicopters, as well as the N-124 large transport aircraft. Of course, helicopters on warships are not included. Under the jurisdiction of the airborne troops, as well as some Air Force ground crews, etc. The Zhuang Army's current aviation battalion has 20 transport helicopters and 20 Apache armed helicopters, but none of them came this time. Tang Zheng decided to build 5 aviation battalions, each with 45 aircraft, including 30 Apaches and 10 transport helicopters, as well as 5 N-124 large transport aircraft, and each battalion with 2,000 paratroopers. Soldiers alone are not enough, and the ability to carry out heavy airborne operations must also be available. Each battalion must also be equipped with 5 light tanks, 5 main battle tanks, and a number of armored vehicles and jeeps, etc. These combat vehicles can be deployed to the war zone at any time to conduct operations behind enemy lines. The purchase demand this time is relatively large. 30 Apaches cost 3 million, 10 transport aircraft also cost 500,000, and 5 large transport aircraft cost 1 million, with a total of 4.5 million in funds. 2,000 airborne troops cost another 1 million in funds. There are also various types of combat vehicles and tanks, as well as the equipment of Air Force ground crews, so each aviation battalion needs 6 million in funds. After considering it, Tang Zheng decided to build 4 aviation battalions here. Zhuang City was established as the first Army Aviation Battalion on the basis of the original one. 4 Army Aviation Battalions, with a total of 24 million in funds. But in fact, it only cost 21 million, because Zhuang City had 20 N-124 large transport aircraft, and Tang Zheng asked them to fly 15 of them, which saved 3 million in funds. In this way, the Army Aviation Battalion of the Zhuang Army officially became the Army Aviation Regiment. The regiment has a total of 225 aircraft, 10,000 airborne soldiers, 2,000 Air Force ground crews, and 4,000 pilots and crew members. The full strength of the regiment is 16,000 people. After the Army Aviation Regiment, the real highlight is the Air Force. In addition to the Air Force of the Army Aviation Regiment, Tang Zheng now has fighters and bombers in Zhuang City, as well as fighters and helicopters on the Navy's aircraft carrier. The Navy's carrier-based aircraft belong to the Navy, and Tang Zheng wants to establish a batch of Air Force units on Dickey Island. It is not easy to divide the Air Force into squadrons and platoons. In the Hanyu military system, a flight squadron is a company, a flight brigade is a battalion, and then the aviation regiment is above. As for the company in below, it is a single aircraft or a temporary formation. The unit that Tang Zheng decided to build is an aviation regiment. The aviation consists of 5 flight groups, each of which consists of 5 flight squadrons. A flight squadron consists of 10 aircraft, including 8 fighters and 2 bombers. The main fighter of the Air Force is the F-15, which costs 150,000 gold each. The bomber is a Bear bomber, which costs 200,000 gold each. The purchase price of a flight squadron is 1.9 million funds. The price of a flight brigade is 9.5 million gold. The price of an aviation regiment is 47.5 million. A total of 250 aircraft require about 400 pilots. Some aircraft are two-seaters, and some pilots also need to be replaced. The price of pilots is 400,000. However, the situation was similar to that of the Army Aviation Corps. Tang Zheng's fighters and bombers in Zhuguang City were enough for a flight squadron, and there were even 5 more planes. These planes also saved Tang Zheng 2.5 million yuan. Therefore, Tang Zheng only needed to spend a little over 45 million yuan to build an aviation regiment. As the Air Force continued to send troops, Tang Zheng also sent some fighters back to Zhuguang City. Zhuguang City only had a dozen planes, which was too thin. He had to ensure that there was a flight brigade, that is, 50 fighters stationed in Zhuguang City. As the Air Force continued to increase its troops, fighters appeared at the Dickey Island airport. Tang Zheng made a supplement to the Air Force, that is, the purchase of drones. This type of military force is relatively cheaper. The Reaper drone costs 50,000 yuan each, and it is very useful for reconnaissance or attack. 20 drones were used to form a drone strike team. Another million yuan was spent, and Tang Zheng still had 104 million yuan left. He thought about it, and simply bought another 10,000 War Eagles, spending 3 million to ensure the aviation safety of Dickey Island and the investigation of the surrounding situation. At this point, the construction of the aviation regiment was completed, and Tang Zheng spent a total of 46.4 million in funds, not including the cost of the War Eagles. The whole regiment had a total of 400 people. In Zhuguang City, a pilot named Liu Zhenfeng was transferred by Tang Zheng. His fighter was already a 3-star fighter, and he was also the first F-15 pilot in the entire army. He was appointed as the head of the aviation regiment. With the remaining 101 million funds, Tang Zheng had another project to build. That was the navy. At present, Tang Zheng's navy, in addition to some ships of the inland forces, only had 1 aircraft carrier, 1 battleship, and 1 air cushion transport ship. This time, the battleships made great efforts in the landing battle of Dickey Island, especially the battleships, which resisted the enemy's multi-party siege, and did not fall, and made great contributions. Later, the aircraft carrier also demonstrated its strength. The dispatch of more than 30 carrier-based aircraft destroyed the enemy's powerful armored forces in one fell swoop, and made an outstanding contribution to the victory of the war. In Tang Zheng's mind, he planned to form multiple naval forces, but the limitations of the geographical location and funding issues prevented him from forming a large scale for the time being. However, the scale was not too small, so Tang Zheng left the airport and went straight to the medium-sized shipyard in the northeast corner. After arriving here, Tang Zheng continued to increase his troops. 1 aircraft carrier is far from enough. He needs 4 aircraft carriers. When he arrived at the seaside, he bought the remaining 3 aircraft carriers. The aircraft carrier, with the carrier-based aircraft on the aircraft carrier, the Apache helicopter, and all the pilots, cost a total of 8.2 million yuan. 3 aircraft carriers require 24.6 million gold. It is not enough to have an aircraft carrier alone. There must also be escort ships. There are 2 types of ships that can be used as escorts. One is a battleship and the other is a submarine hunter. The main combat mission of the submarine hunter is to deal with underwater submarines, but now no one is studying the submarine branch, because a giant beast in the ocean has appeared, and the submarine branch is not suitable for it now. However, the submarine hunter can not only deal with submarines. As a military ship, its combat effectiveness is barely acceptable, and it can also be used for cruising around. But Tang Zheng still chose the battleship as the main frigate. For an aircraft carrier, Tang Zheng decided to build 2 battleships as frigates first, and 4 aircraft carriers would require 8. The purchase price of a battleship is 1.2 million gold, and it is 1.5 million funds to equip 3 Apaches. There is already 1 battleship, and only 7 are needed. After 10.5 million funds were spent, all the battleships began to appear. There are a lot of people on this kind of larger naval ship. There are 3,300 Navy soldiers on a light aircraft carrier, and 2,200 Navy soldiers on a battleship. 2 aircraft carriers and 4 battleships have 15,200 Navy soldiers. To be precise, there are 15,278 fighters, because there are also pilots for carrier-based aircraft. The food on the ship is replenished once every 2 weeks, which can provide nutrition for all the people on the ship. Now there are 4 aircraft carriers and 8 battleships, divided into 2 battle groups, each of which is equipped with 2 aircraft carriers. Of course, it is not enough to have only these large ships, so Tang Zheng added 8 anti-submarine ships and 10 air cushion landing craft to each of the 2 battle groups. The air cushion landing craft can even drive into the cabin of the aircraft carrier, while the anti-submarine ship is used as a patrol force on the sea surface. In addition, there are members of the Marine Corps. Tang Zheng did not intend to use the original Dragon scale force. He newly equipped 2 aircraft carrier battle groups with 2,000 Marines each, spending a total of 4 million gold as the main force of the Navy's beach landing. At this point, the Navy was officially built. The Zhuang Army Navy is divided into 2 aircraft carrier battle groups. The commander of the first battle group, Jiuo Qigwen, is a regimental commander. At first, he proposed that Tang Zheng name the warships. Tang Zheng thought about it and named the first aircraft carrier Dawn. Dawn is a series. The first ship is Dawn 001, the second ship is Dawn 002, and so on. Tang Zheng did not plan to name the battleship, but considering the great contributions of the first battleship, Tang Zheng still named it. The Zhuang class battleship was born, and the first battleship was named Zhuang. Luan Junfeng was even promoted to the commander of the second aircraft carrier battle group, with a full regiment level. The remaining battleships are named Zhuang 002 and Zhuang 003 in the order of enlistment. Each aircraft carrier battle group currently has 2 light aircraft carriers, 4 battleships, 4 anti-submarine ships, 10 air cushion landing craft, 70 carrier-based aircraft, 20 Apache armed helicopters, and 2,000 Marines. Each aircraft carrier battle group currently has a total of 17,750 personnel. The total number of Navy personnel has now reached 35,500. So far, the entire Zhuang Army includes 5 field regiments totaling 75,000 people, 2 city guard regiments with 30,000 people, and 1 land aviation regiment with 16,000 people. The Navy has 35,500 people, the Armored Regiment has 1,500 people, and the Artillery Regiment has 5,000 people. There are also 2,500 people in the Direct Battalion and 500 people in the Aviation Regiment. There are also 2 engineering battalions with 5,000 people and 500 people in the Inland Force. There are also special forces of Dragon Scale and Tiger Wing, each with 500 people, totaling 1,000 people. In addition, there are special services, scientific research institutes, military intelligence bureaus, guard companies, and many other departments. These personnel add up to more than 5,000 people. So now all the arms are added up, and it has reached 177,500 people. There is only a gap of more than 20,000 people from the full brigade of 200,000 people. Among these troops, some have not reached the level that Tang Zheng is satisfied with, such as the Direct Battalion has not been fully staffed, and the Navy also needs to be expanded. The 2 aircraft carriers are only the current standard. Once there is a new battle, Tang Zheng can expand it at any time. There are also 2 departments, the Military Intelligence Bureau and the Special Service, which Tang Zheng also plans to expand. The situation on the island is complicated now, and the tasks of these 2 departments are very heavy. Their expansion will replace the tasks of the troops, maintain the law and order on the island, and carry out arrests and other tasks. Moreover, after a large-scale expansion of the army, he still has up to 58 million funds in his hands, which can support him to carry out large-scale wars at any time. More importantly, after this battle, the Zhuang army not only completely established a foothold in the coastal area, but also captured a vital island. It was busy until the evening, and most of the troops were already in place. Tang Zheng also let out a long breath. At this time, he felt that he had broken free from the shackles on his body, and the Zhuang army was truly on its feet, and he didn't have to care about anyone. Those pressures from abroad, or from within the country, are no longer considered pressure now. Even if they don't come to find Tang Zheng will go to find them. The Zhuang army will not stop advancing. Thanks to the book friend, for the 200 coin reward. Chapter 316. Pearl hears a princess for the first time. After Tang Zheng finished this round of mass troop growth, he checked his current upgrade status. Upgrade condition 1. Full brigade of 200,000 people. Completion 177,500 over 200,000. Upgrade condition 2. Upgrade funds of 200 million. Completion 58,105,460 over 200,000,000. Upgrade condition 3. Kill 200 million zombies. Completion 1,209,299 over 200,000,000. Upgrade condition 4. Complete the production of 10 types of high-tech arms. Completion 1/10. Upgrade condition 5. The number of survivors under your command is 20 million. Completion 9,098,177 over 20,000,000. Upgrade condition 6. Occupy 3 million square kilometers of land. Completion 981,227 over 3,000,000. Upgrade condition 7. Occupy 3 million square kilometers of sea area. Completion 1308/3 million. Upgrade condition 8. Occupy at least 3 islands with an area of not less than 100 square kilometers. Completion 1/3. So far, none of the 8 items have been completed, and they are all far from complete. Among them, the first item can be completed at any time with a full brigade, but Tang Zheng will not do that. He wants to leave some mobile forces. The task of killing 200 million zombies is a long way to go, and I don't know when it can be completed. High-tech arms are also slow to complete. Currently, only electromagnetic infantry is considered high-tech. As for the survivors under his command, Tang Zheng has currently controlled Dicky Island. If these people are considered his subjects, he has completed this item, but the system shows that he has not completed it, which means that these people have not yet recognized his rule. Regarding this, Tang Zheng is not anxious. After the war, there will inevitably be a period of peace, and he still has time to slowly adjust these people. Moreover, Tang Zheng also discovered a problem, that is, the number of survivors under his rule has increased. When he left Zhuang City and came here, the population under his command was less than 6 million, but now it has exceeded the 9 million mark. The newly added people should be the people on Dicky Island. As for which part of the people, Tang Zheng also had a general idea in his mind. It should be the Hanyu people on Dicky Island. Tang Zheng defeated the multinational forces and suppressed the large-scale parade of foreigners. This made the foreigners jealous, but the Hanyu people on the island welcomed him with open arms. After the end of the world, the status of the Hanyu people on this island was very low. Now that Tang Zheng has arrived, he has completely broken the rule of foreigners. They are the happiest. Moreover, Tang Zheng's unceremonious performance towards foreigners made them happy from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, Tang Zheng's performance almost conquered the local Hanyu people at once, which also increased the number of people under Tang Zheng's rule by 3 or 4 million, which was also an unexpected gain. Seeing this, Tang Zheng even thought of the future. These Hanyu people are his foundation among the group here and his eyes. The security on the island is extremely chaotic now, and we may have to rely on these people when the time comes. As for the occupation of land area and sea area, this cannot be done in one go. Now that Tang Zheng has taken over Dicky Island, he has already laid a good foundation. The location of Dicky Island is too critical. It is the gateway for Hanyu to connect with the Great East Ocean. Guarding this place is equivalent to cutting off most of the sea transportation and the shipping from Heojiang to the sea. Don't look at Xian Ming for his clamor about blocking Heojiang shipping. In fact, while he is blocking Tang Zheng is also blocking him. There is still the last task of taking over 3 islands, which cannot be completed immediately. Now Tang Zheng's first task is to digest the fruits of this victory. He needs some time to stabilize the situation on Dicky Island. During this process, it is best not to have a war. He also needs to let the troops kill zombies for a period of time and try to advance some tasks. But now the surrounding forces and external forces are sharpening their knives against Dicky Island, and it seems that a big war is about to start at any time. But Tang Zheng knew that, although the suppression of the island seizure incident seemed to have aroused the surrounding people's excitement, at the current stage, there were only 2 families that were truly threatening Tang Zheng. One was Chen Hongchang from Daean, and the other was Xian Mingfei from Jieling. The current Dicky Island was almost surrounded by Chen Hongchang's territory, and the Heojiang waterway upstream was controlled by Xian Mingfei. These 2 families were close to him, and their military strength was not weak, so they had the ability to start a war. However, under Tang Zheng's construction, the defense capability of Dicky Island was no longer what it used to be. If only one family came, Tang Zheng would not be afraid at all. Unless the 2 families launched a large-scale attack at the same time, it would be possible to threaten Dicky Island. Tang Zheng did not want to see this scene for the time being, so he called Li Wuao. In the headquarters building of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, this has become Tang Zheng's residence on Dicky Island. There are not many people in the building at present. The newly established Dicky Island Combat Command Center is here, and the soldiers of the guard company are stationed there. Tang Zheng lives on the top floor here. Because his family did not come, only Zua is living with him now. Zua, that girl, disappeared for a while on the night of the battle, and no one knew where she hid. But she came back at some point, and she looked quite happy. At this moment, Tang Zheng was sitting by the window and making a phone call. After Zua finished cooking for Tang Zheng, she ran to Tang Zheng's big bed without any hesitation and rolled back and forth with the quilt in her arms, wrapping herself up like a cicada pupa, and then ran to Tang Zheng's side to mess up his hair. Tang Zheng could see that she had no intention of seducing him, and it should be an instinctive intimacy. But Tang Zheng really didn't know why this amnesiac girl was so close to him. Now Tang Zheng called Li Wuao, and Zua ran over again, lying directly on Tang Zheng's back, hanging on Tang Zheng's body like a koala, regardless of how good and soft her figure was, rubbing against him, making Tang Zheng quite angry. But business still had to be said, and the call was connected. Your Highness, this is Tang Zheng. Hello, Tang Zheng. I haven't had time to call you to congratulate you, but it's not too late now. Congratulations on your victory in the battle. Li Wuao's voice rang out, and her tone sounded somewhat cheerful. Tang Zheng won the Battle of Dicky Island, which was a good thing for her. After all, Tang Zheng was her only ally in the empire. But it was more than just an ally, and the cheerful tone sounded from the heart. Zua, who was hanging on Tang Zheng's back and rubbing against him, seemed to stop suddenly. Tang Zheng continued, Princess, what do you think of the current situation? Li Wuao thought for a moment. You should stabilize the situation now. It's impossible to kill all the people who oppose you on Dicky Island, so you need to stabilize it for a while, and it's best not to start wars frequently. Tang Zheng nodded. Your Highness is right. Is there anything else you want to teach me? Haha. Hate it. You know it yourself, but you still want me to tell you. Li Wuao's tone was a little cheerful and a little coquettish. After all, she was still a little girl. Whenever she chatted with Tang Zheng, she would express some of this kind of emotion naturally. Tang Zheng felt a breath coming to his ears. He turned his head gently, and Zua's delicate red lips brushed against his cheek. This girl actually pricked up her ears to listen to him talking on the phone. She put her hands around his neck and put her head on his shoulders, eavesdropping openly. It was not convenient for Tang Zheng to talk on the phone now, so he could only let her hang on him like this. On the phone, Li Wuao saw that Tang Zheng didn't say anything, so he could only continue. You don't have to pay attention to those foreigners for the time being. They are far away from each other across the ocean. They can't come whenever they want. Now it's mainly Chen Hongchang and Xian Mingfei. They have both declared war on you. What are you going to do? Tang Zheng thought about it and said, this is exactly why I called Her Royal Highness the Princess. I think it's not a good thing for an army to be idle. The royal guards have been idle for too long. It's time to move them around. At least it's good to do military exercises. Hearing this, Li Wuao immediately understood. Yes, you are right. I think the vicinity of Heiwei City is a suitable place for military exercises. Tang Zheng was relieved when he heard Li Wuao's words. Now Chen Hongchang's army is still in Heiwei City. If Li Wuao conducts military exercises there, then Chen Hongchang will not dare to transfer troops to the south, and his northern line will be safe. The method is very old-fashioned, but it is quite practical. Tang Zheng was grateful. Your Highness, thank you. Li Wuao smiled. You don't have to thank me. I always remember the promise you made to me. I have been looking forward to that day. Now if I don't have you, I may not be able to hold on. I should be the one to say thank you. Tang Zheng also smiled. Talking to Li Wuao always makes people feel happy. The two talked for a while, then said goodnight to each other before hanging up the phone. Putting down the phone, Tang Zheng grabbed Zua in front of him and said seriously, have you heard enough? Zua shook her head slightly, her hair fluttering. She didn't realize that she was caught eavesdropping, but asked back, no, is this the Princess of the Empire? Yes, the Princess of the Empire, Li Wuao. I know her. I've seen her on TV. She's so beautiful and has a nice voice. Is she your brother's girlfriend? I don't know when Zua called Tang Zheng brother. Li Wuao is of course not Tang Zheng's girlfriend. To be more precise, she is an ally. But Tang Zheng did not deny that he had some affection for the princess, but this affection was still a long way from love, probably equivalent to a close friend. Tang Zheng didn't know how to explain to Zua, so he just grabbed her little hand and patted her hips gently. Children should not interfere in adult affairs. Zua felt despised, and she said unconvincedly, I understand everything. There are bad guys who want to trouble my brother, so you asked the princess for help. You trust her more. Tang Zheng hummed a few times without caring. That's right, but it's useless to explain too much to Zua, a little girl with amnesia, and it will make her feel tired. At this time, Ji Yunshan, Zhou Liu and others came to find Tang Zheng. This time, the Ziguang army has expanded its army, and their department has not been expanded yet. Now the situation on the island is very complicated. They think they should expand it to maintain law and order on the island and arrest work. Tang Zheng asked them to come over and prepare to expand the Military Intelligence Bureau and the Special Service. When they arrived, Zua didn't stay in bed anymore and got up and walked out. Over on the big bed, he seemed to hear Zua say something. When he went out, Tang Zheng heard Zua say something. Brother, I seem to remember one thing. I have a younger sister. I will go look for her these days. You can take care of the meal yourself. Tang Zheng was too busy and had no time to ask more questions, so he agreed vaguely. Chapter 317 Doctor Who. After Ji Yunshan and Zhou Liu arrived, Tang Zheng directly expanded the Military Intelligence Bureau and the Special Service. He equipped each of these two departments with some cars and a bird helicopter, and then the total number of special services expanded to 3,000, and the Military Intelligence Bureau also expanded to 2,000. This expansion was not small, directly bringing the total number of Tang Zheng's troops to 180,000. The expansion of these two departments freed up the troops on the island. Although the situation on the island is a bit complicated, the state of military control cannot continue forever, and the troops still have their things to do. After this large-scale military expansion, although Tang Zheng did not want to provoke a war immediately, he did not intend to let the troops idle. Next, the two aircraft carrier formations of the Navy will set off separately. One formation will go east to the Great East Ocean to occupy some nearby islands and expand the sea area. In addition to an aircraft carrier and two battleships that will stay on Dickey Island, another aircraft carrier and two battleships will go west for a distance in the waters of Heojiang to clean up the zombies along the river. This will also make the area around Dickey Island as safe as possible and prepare for the landing of large troops at various places along the river in the future. As for the army, Tang Zheng plans to let them use the pontoon troops to enter the area around Sanjiang City. Although it is the territory of the Dayan Empire, it is actually difficult to fully utilize the territory after the end of the world. For example, the capital of the Dayan Empire is built in the Qianjiang base city in the south, and the Sanjiang base city is actually nearly 300 kilometers away from the urban area of Sanjiang. Tang Zheng can let the troops slowly clean up the zombies in Sanjiang, which can not only gradually complete the task, but also collect funds, and allow the recruits to get training, upgrade stars and improve combat effectiveness. The affairs on the island will be handed over to the Special Service, the Military Intelligence Bureau, and the Public Security Bureau. The chief of the Public Security Bureau was brought by Tang Zheng from Ziguang City. As for the security guards, Tang Zheng plans to use some Hanyu people and some foreigners who have a relatively good relationship with the Ziguang army. The situation on Diqi Island is different from other places. Most of the people here are foreigners. It is not appropriate to send them completely out of the power circle. It is also necessary to win people's hearts. As for Ziguang City, Tang Zheng asked the Minister of the Interior Qi Zhengyang to come to Diqi Island, and also brought some officials from the Ministry of the Interior to prepare to bring Diqi Island under formal management. Moreover, Tang Zheng also planned to build a large-scale construction on the island, maintain a new trading market, and establish important departments such as courts and banks. Now he does not require all these people to sincerely recognize his rule, but at least he must ensure that they will not make trouble. Those foreign forces will not come to attack him, but some of them will definitely come. Tang Zheng still needs to prove his unshakable position here through 1 or 2 wars. As long as he continues to win more battles, kill the hearts of those foreigners, and guarantee their legal rights and interests on the island, I believe that more and more people will recognize the facts and gradually return to their hearts. Of course, this also requires a process, but Tang Zheng believes that it will definitely not take too long. Now the so-called foreign forces, strictly speaking, are the leaders of some city-states, at most the leaders of a region. No country dares to claim that it has completed the restoration of the country if it has not even dealt with the zombies in the country. For example, Chen Hongchang and his people, although they established a country in name, their management of this country is almost blank, and it is only limited to some base cities. The uninhabited areas in the wild are thousands of miles away, and the endless zombies are the biggest trouble. After completing this small-scale expansion, it was already late at night. Tang Zheng was a little hungry, and saw the food that Zua prepared for him, which was a little cold. He then remembered that Zua had left her room. Tang Zheng asked the guard to find Zua to come and eat with him, but the guard came back after going out for a while. He told Tang Zheng that Zua was not in her room. He asked the guard at the door and said that Zua had left the building more than an hour ago. Tang Zheng suddenly remembered that when Ji Yunshan and others came, Zua said that she remembered that she had a younger sister and she wanted to go find her sister during this period. Tang Zheng was busy at the time and agreed casually, but he didn't expect Zua to leave as soon as she said she would. Tang Zheng was a little worried. The world outside was not peaceful now, and it was not safe for Zua, a beautiful girl, to go out alone. But Diqi Island is too big and has too many people. Tang Zheng can't find Zua quickly. It's not realistic to mobilize a large number of forces to find a person. Tang Zheng can only helplessly accept the news that Zua has left temporarily. He also hopes that Zua can really find her sister. Even if she can't find her, she can come back as soon as possible. Hujing City. This is the capital of the Jialing Empire established by Shan Mingfei. In the center of the base city, an area of about 5 square kilometers, is a group of ancient buildings. This place was once the capital of the past dynasties. After the Li family established Hanyu, the capital was moved to Yuanjing. And this group of buildings is the palace of the previous dynasty. In Hanyu, it was regarded as a protected cultural relic and became a tourist area for people. But now, this is no longer a tourist area. This is the location of Shan Mingfei's palace. When you become an emperor, of course you must have a palace. Otherwise how can your identity be displayed? It's just that this palace is not very popular for the time being. After all, Shan Mingfei has only been established for a short time and cannot be compared with a real emperor. In a corner of the palace, Shan Mingfei's guards sent people here every day. They sent some prisoners, some disobedient people. Everyone who went in never came out alive. There were screams and roars every day, which was extremely terrifying. If you get close to here, you can smell the strong smell of blood. People in the palace usually don't dare to get close, for fear that they will be caught and never see the sun tomorrow. This place is exactly the same as the research institute in the military camp base. Today, the Emperor of Jailing Empire, the former Duke of the Empire, Xian Mingfei, came here. Entering the research institute full of the smell of formalin, Xian Mingfei tried his best to control himself and not look at the containers full of human tissues everywhere, but instead set his eyes on the busy man. Drive ZHU. Xian Mingfei shouted, and Dr. ZHU turned around. It was the doctor who ran away when Tang Zheng entered the military camp base. Seeing Xian Mingfei, Dr. ZHU smiled. "It's your majesty. How come you have time to come here? Aren't you supposed to be busy joining forces with Chen Hongchang to attack Dicky Island?" When he spoke, everyone else in the research institute bowed and saluted Xian Mingfei. That was the traditional etiquette of Hanyu and a sign of respect for the emperor. But Dr. ZHU didn't do that, and Xian Mingfei wasn't angry, as if Dr. ZHU's identity was not simple. Xian Mingfei snorted, "Don't mention it. Li Wuiyao has launched a military exercise near Heiwei City." The rumbling sound of gunfire scared Chen Hongchang. The main force of his troops is currently stationed in Heiwei City and dare not leave. He is no longer able to threaten Dicky Island. Dr. ZHU was holding a scalpel and cutting something bloody. Hearing this, he said without raising his head, "This is normal. Chen Hongchang's trump card is the navy he is building. It is said that he has made a lot of money. The shipyard in Heiwei City is his current support. He dare not abandon it. Of course, he cannot cooperate with your actions." Xian Mingfei was a little sad, "But I have already declared war on Tang Zheng, and now is indeed a good opportunity to take Dicky Island. Unfortunately, the strength of the Ziguang army is not weak. The battleship is fine." Later, the fighter jets that annihilated the armored forces of Dicky Island should be carrier-based aircraft. This shows that Tang Zheng already has a powerful weapon such as an aircraft carrier. "I'm afraid that my family can't take him down." Dr. ZHU smiled. "Your Majesty came here to see my progress." "That's right. I wonder how your cyborg plan is going. When can it be put into the battlefield?" "Almost. We have completed 4 types of cyborgs: bomb cyborgs, pistol cyborgs, rifle cyborgs, and flamethrower cyborgs. As for rocket launchers and machine gun cyborgs, it will take a little time, but not too long, about half a month. As for more advanced cyborgs, such as flying cyborgs, it will take even longer." Dr. ZHU showed Xian Mingfei some real objects. He came to the door of the first laboratory, where there was a zombie. However, this zombie looked quieter and not so violent, and his left hand did not have a hand, but an automatic rifle instead. The entire left arm was a rifle ammunition compartment, and it could be seen that a lot of ammunition was stored in it. Dr. ZHU came to the door of the laboratory and gave orders to the zombies directly. 30 meters ahead, the center wall, "Open fire." The zombie suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, and he roared, raised his arms and started shooting. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Bullets were fired continuously. Sparks flew on the wall. The shooting accuracy was very high, with a small error. Although he was not a top-level sharpshooter, he was definitely a qualified soldier. Xian Mingfei's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He had never thought that this kind of half-zombie could do these things. These guys were fearless, and Dr. ZHU had installed bulletproof helmets on their heads. There was even protection inside their bones, which instantly made these guys like super soldiers. If there were tens or hundreds of thousands of such zombies, wouldn't they be invincible? Seeing this, Xian Mingfei was immediately overjoyed. "Drive ZHU, you are really a genius. You are probably the only one who can do this after the end of the world. I really don't know how you developed this technology. Where did you work before the end of the world?" Dr. ZHU snorted from his nose. "Don't try to trick me. Don't ask about my background. You just need to know that I'm helping you now. Don't forget our agreement. When one day I need you to help me, I will tell you clearly." Xian Mingfei nodded frequently. Although he was the emperor of Jailing, he was not in charge of Dr. ZHU in front of him. This person's background was very mysterious, and the technology he mastered was simply black technology, like technology that would only exist in the future world. But Shan Mingfei didn't care so much. He and Dr. ZHU were in a cooperative relationship. As long as Dr. ZHU's research and development was successful, it would bring him huge benefits. The zombie army, that has always been invincible, if used well, can sweep the world. According to Dr. ZHU, in half a month, the machine gun transformation man and the rocket launcher transformation man will also be completed. By that time, perhaps Chen Hongchang will no longer be needed, and he will be able to deal with Tang Zheng by himself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, The Signing of the Triton Covenant. Heiwei City is located in the middle of Ina Bay, not far from Yuanjing. It was originally built as the Acropolis of Yuanjing. Because it is on the coast, it is called Heiwei City. This is a strategic location and the connection point between the northern and southern territories of the Dayan Empire. Chen Hongchang, the emperor of the Dayan Empire, has been staying here in recent days. Coming here from Qianjiang base city, Chen Hongchang has hardly slept a day of peace. Originally, he and Shan Mingfei had agreed to send troops together to capture Dicky Island and drive Tang Zheng back to his hometown, and then they would divide the results of the battle and occupy Dicky Island. But Li Wuyao's dispatch of troops disrupted everything. Now, just 300 kilometers west of Heiwei City, the 300,000 strong Royal Guard army is conducting a military exercise there. This military exercise is the most concerned thing in the surrounding areas after the Battle of Dicky Island. The Royal Guard also showed amazing strength in this military exercise. Their mechanized infantry brigade and up to 3,000 tanks cooperated in the exercise, and there were also a large number of artillery units to cooperate. The exercise was so vigorous. In addition, there were hundreds of fighter planes of various types, including some third-generation aircraft, whose combat effectiveness far exceeded that of the multinational forces on Dicky Island. What made people feel most uneasy was that the Royal Guards also tested a ground-to-ground tactical missile, which fully demonstrated the Royal Guards' foundation as Han-Yu's direct troops. Such a military exercise was held near Heiwei City. How could Chen Hongchang sleep well? He knew that Li Wuyao and Tang Zheng were now in collusion and had completely united. And he couldn't give up Heiwei City because his navy could be fully launched in the next few days. If he didn't station a large force here to guard, the Royal Guards might come all at once and completely bury his ocean dream. If Heiwei City was lost, then he would not be able to defend the territory in the north. The Yunhe Empire, which was independent of the First Army in the northeast, would never give up the opportunity to seize the territory. Li Haocheng, the emperor of the Yunhe Empire, was not a fuel-saving lamp, and Chen Hongchang knew this very well. So he transferred all his main forces to Heiwei City to guard against it, fearing that something might happen during this period of time. The original plan to send troops with Shan Mingfei was completely shelved. Now he felt that he could not protect himself. The Royal Guards had a total of 500,000 people, and their combat effectiveness had always been good. Chen Hongchang was the first person to declare independence and establish a country. I believe Li Wuyao hated him to death. If Li Wuyao wanted to attack the first place, it would most likely be his Dayan. What's more, there was Tang Zheng in the south. If Li Wuyao launched an offensive in the north, Tang Zheng would definitely take advantage of this to send troops to the Sanjiang area, which would put him in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. This would not work. There would be problems. Chen Hongchang has been thinking about this matter these days. He felt that it would be difficult to resist this situation with his own strength, so he needed to find an ally. It would not work to find Shan Mingfei. He broke his promise first, and Shan Mingfei would not cooperate with him at this time. It would not work to find Li Haocheng in the northeast. That guy would definitely take the opportunity to make excessive demands. Chen Hongchang thought about it, but couldn't find a suitable candidate for a while. At this time, his subordinate, Zhao Baoxing, the commander of the 1st Division of the 1st Army, recommended a partner to him. Your Majesty, the Great Snake Empire on the Great East Ocean has had some contact with us recently. Their military industry has recovered very quickly, especially the construction of the Air Force and Navy, which is even better than ours. And I know that they have established a naval base in the Tang Zheng Islands. The last incident on Dickey Island, the embassy of the Great Snake Empire was almost blown up by Tang Zheng. They also hate Tang Zheng to the core. And I also heard that Tang Zheng has recently sent a fleet into the Great East Ocean, which will undoubtedly challenge their position as the overlord of the Great East Ocean. I think, can we invite them to come and sign a strategic alliance, and then we can have a joint military exercise. After all, we all have common interests and enemies. After hearing Zhao Bakshan's suggestion, Chen Hongchang fell into deep thought. If it were other countries, he might not hesitate, but he had to be cautious about the country of the Great Snake. This is a nation that is greedy by nature. A few decades ago, the Great Snake Empire had a great war with Hanyu. That war lasted for 10 years, and Hanyu suffered heavy losses. The conflict between the two countries is very deep. That country is entrenched in the Great East Ocean, surrounded by the sea. Because of its limited land, it has always been thinking about expanding outward to occupy more land and population. It is not necessarily a good thing that Zhao Bakshan is now connected with them. But Zhao Bakshan is right about one thing, that is, he and the Great Snake Empire now seem to be natural allies. After all, he is no longer the commander of Hanyu, but the emperor of the Dayan Empire. But despite this, he still can't make up his mind. Seeing his hesitation, his first army commander Song Yinghao spoke. Your Majesty, I have the latest intelligence here. Go ahead. 3 days ago, Tang Zheng had his armored forces and field troops set out from Dickey Island and entered the edge of Sanjiang. The total number of troops exceeded 50,000. To the outside world, they said they were going to eliminate the zombies in the Sanjiang area, to relieve the pressure in the northern part of Dickey Island and to facilitate the reconstruction of the river bridge and the restoration of land transportation in the future. Hearing this news, Chen Hongchang felt a little cold in his heart. He didn't believe that Tang Zheng would be so kind as to waste bullets and manpower and material resources for no reason, to help annihilate the zombies in his territory. He must have other plans. Maybe he would launch an offensive at the same time as Li Wuoyao. Especially at this critical moment, he couldn't help but think too much. Seeing that Chen Hongchang was somewhat tempted, Song Yinghao struck while the iron was hot. Your Majesty, you can't hesitate. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer from the chaos. I think that in these few days, Tang Zheng will let his troops march north. The target will not be any base city in Bulk Province, nor will it be a target in Dangaihu Province. It can only be Haywari City. At that time, if the 300,000 troops of the Royal Guards rush over again, we will all be finished. At that time, our Dayan Empire will only be a short-lived dynasty in history. Zhao Bakshan also said, that's right, Haywari City is now the top priority, and there must be no mistakes. The people of Dash may make some rude requests, but that result is better than defeat. Your Majesty, forgive me for saying something unpleasant, but the person Li Wuoyao hates the most may be you. Have you thought about what will happen to you if you lose the war? Hearing this, Chen Hongchang, who was originally indecisive, shuddered involuntarily. Under the encouragement of his two subordinates, he finally knew how to be afraid, and at the same time, made up his mind. No need to say more. I have listened to what the two generals said. I will leave this matter to you. Establishing an alliance with the Great Snake is our current national policy. Go and invite the representatives of the alliance. We can start the alliance tomorrow. As long as they don't make too much demands, I can agree to it. Song Yinghao and Zhao Bakshan looked at each other. Both of them were relieved. In their opinion, this matter is good for Dayan, and it can resist the two-line attack of Li Wuoyao and Tang Zheng. Moreover, they have received a lot of money from the people of the Great Snake. With Dayan as a psychological support, they feel that they have received this money with a clear conscience. With Chen Hongchang's authorization, the alliance negotiations between the two sides began soon. April 15th. A shocking news to the world was broadcast on Dayan TV. The Dayan Empire and the Great Snake Empire in the Great East Ocean formally formed a strategic alliance and signed the Sea Guard City Dayan Great Snake Mutual Assistance Treaty. The obligations of the alliance include opening ports to each other, unifying tariffs, exchanging information, strategic system cooperation, etc. The most important clauses are as follows. The Dayan Empire opened the ports of Haiwei City, Dangyou Province, and Bulk Province to the navy of the Snake Empire, allowing the warships and merchant ships of the Snake to dock and resupply at these ports. In addition, in the southeastern peninsula of Ningbo Province, the original Lianzhou City area of Ningbo Province was leased to the Snake Empire for 50 years. The Snake Empire can station troops and immigrate in the leased area. In order to show friendship, the rent is waived. In return, the Snake Empire will also provide military assistance to the Dayan Empire and share naval information technology. At the same time, a week later, at the launching ceremony of the Navy of the Dayan Empire, the Snake Empire will send their fleet to conduct a joint military exercise with Dayan. They have common interests and goals. No matter which side is attacked by foreign forces, as allies, they must assist in the battle and help them resist the enemy together. The most important one is that no matter which side sends troops to attack the enemy, the other side must also assist. In short, this is an offensive and defensive alliance. On the TV show, the representative of the Dayan Empire, Song Ying-heo, the commander of the First Army of their country, and the representative of the Snake Empire, General Yokoyama, signed an alliance agreement together. They shook hands and took photos with each other and opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate. General Yokoyama from Orochi said that Dayan was their close strategic ally and partner. The Orochi Empire could not accept that Dayan was threatened by anyone. In view of the recent unstable situation on the east coast of Dayan, they would soon dispatch naval forces to depart from the Changsheng naval base to participate in the warship launching ceremony held in the inner bay of Dayan a week later and hold joint military exercises. He believed that after the two families united, the western waters of the Great East Ocean would become their inland sea. Their union would definitely change the strategic direction of this area. They were a great combination, and they would conquer a large territory together and become the rulers of the region. After the signing of this alliance agreement, the whole world was shocked. The reaction of Orochi was extremely crazy. The people on this island seemed to have felt a warm breath from the mainland, and they even began to set off a wave of immigration. A large number of Orochi people set out from the island, where they had lived for generations, and took large transport cargo ships to Ningbo Province. Lianzhou is a place of great feng shui. Not only is the coastal climate warm, but it can also be directly connected to the mainland. With this place as a springboard, they have opened up the gateway to the mainland. As long as they gain a foothold here, they will never leave. Chapter 319 Joint Military Exercise. The sudden news shocked the world. Chen Hongchang actually formed a strategic alliance with the Snake people and rented a piece of land to them. This behavior of seeking the skin of a tiger and inviting a wolf into the house, even if it was to resist the military threats of Li Wuiyao and Tang Zheng, still made it difficult for the Chinese people to understand and let it go. After the end of the world, land is indeed not so valuable. There is no one who even looks at the uninhabited area of thousands of miles. But the future cannot always be the end of the world. When humans eliminate zombies and the world order returns to normal, this behavior is completely treason. Li Wuiyao immediately issued a statement stating that the agreement signed by Chen Hongchang and the Snake people was illegal and invalid. The Hanyu Empire will never recognize this contract, just as it does not recognize Chen Hongchang's status. She will resist this behavior to the end and will launch an attack on Chen Hongchang's pseudo-regime at the right time. At the same time, she also called on all Hanyu people with conscience to stand up and resist Chen Hongchang's treasonous behavior. Li Wuiyao's TV speech was impassioned and received a warm response from the people across the country. Usually, the countries established by the group armies are basically in collusion, but in this matter, no one dares to stand on the side of Chen Hongchang openly. However, since these people have chosen to leave Hanyu, they have already split the country, and it is impossible to expect them to have more integrity. Including Shan Mingfei, most of them expressed their condemnation in a light-hearted manner, and continued to pay attention to the incident. As for saying too much, few people said it. Only Tang Zheng's Dicky Island TV station and Li Haoqing of the Yunhe Empire in the northeast region clearly stood on the side of Li Wuiyao. Tang Zheng couldn't stand this kind of behavior, saying that the Zhuang army and Dayan and the Great Snake Empire had entered a state of war and could launch an attack at any time and any place. And Li Haocheng in the northeast region also supported Li Wuiyao this time, and his thoughts were also easy to guess. The territories of Chen Hongchang and Li Haocheng are adjacent, and the place where they are adjacent is in Ningbo province. Li Haocheng's capital is Yunjing City, south of Ningbo province. It was originally a province with Ningbo, but it was artificially divided after the end of the world. Li Haocheng occupied the north of Ningbo, called Yunjing province, and Chen Hongchang occupied the south of Ningbo, called Ningbo province according to the original name. The snake people landed in Lianshao, the southernmost part of Ningbo, which was right at his doorstep. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? So Li Haocheng opposed it very fiercely, saying that he did not recognize the agreement of Chen Hongchang's snake people at all, and firmly supported Princess Li Wuiyao's decision. This is the first time, since the end of the world, that a warlord country has stood on the side of Tang Zheng and Li Wuiyao. Others did not feel the pain, so they just let it go. Li Haocheng sent troops to guard the border of Yunjing, and it seemed that they could cross the border and enter the Ningbo area at any time. Chen Hongchang was also tough this time and directly sent troops to confront Li Haocheng. At this time, the snake people had already started to act, and ocean-going cargo ships continued to land in the Lianshao area. Ship after ship of snake people arrived, along with their troops, their navy and army. After arriving, they immediately built a base in Lianshao, as if they were permanently rooted here. For a while, the northern region was shrouded in war clouds, and signs of war appeared frequently, and the battle seemed to be imminent. Time soon came to April 22nd. Today is a day when the navy ships of the Dayan Empire were launched in Haywei City. At the same time, it is also the day for the joint military exercise between the navy of the Great Snake Empire and the Dayan Navy. The battle in the north did not start for several days because the snake side acted quickly and quickly sent the navy to Haywei City. In addition, Chen Hongchang prepared for a long time, and neither Li Wuiyao nor Li Haocheng found a suitable breakthrough point. And everyone is waiting to see what their joint military exercise can do. It is also human nature to start a war after understanding the enemy's strength. At 8 o'clock in the morning of this day, the Navy force that Haywei City has been promoting for a long time finally launched. In front of the TV, almost everyone was watching. At the naval port of Haywei City, flags were flying, and war songs were loud. Teams of naval officers and soldiers had already lined up at the naval port. Some band members stood on the shore in a black mass, playing and singing, and having a lot of fun. A rostrum was built on the shore. When the time came, Chen Hongchang's people and representatives of the snake appeared. Song Yinghao, Zhao Bakshan and other generals of Dayan appeared in military uniforms. On the snake side, Admiral Hengshan of the Navy represented the snake people in the cutting ceremony. Hengshan is a mutant, and he deliberately showed his strength on the spot. He is actually a second-level mutant. Behind him, there is also a group of generals of the snake, almost all of whom are mutants, and their behavior is full of pride and arrogance. They have coveted the land of Hanyu for a long time, but they dare not attack rashly, because the previous Hanyu was a unified Hanyu, a powerful Hanyu. But things were different after the end of the world. Hanyu had split, and was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Despite this, they did not dare to act rashly, and had been looking for partners, hoping to come in legitimately. Finally, they found an opportunity. Song Yinghao and Zhao Bakshan dared to take money, and Chen Hongchang really dared to sell out the country. Such a seemingly incredible thing was actually done. Amid the sound of drums and music, Chen Hongchang appeared. Wearing a gorgeous crown, a dragon robe, and a mustache, he swayed with every step, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was the emperor now. The people present saluted him with their chests, and those from the Great Snake Empire also bowed slightly. Chen Hongchang gave a short speech. The speech was not very exciting. It mainly talked about the hardships of the construction of the Dayan Navy. Now that it has finally taken shape, it will definitely be able to defend the country. After that, he emphasized the recent tense situation, and said that he and the Great Snake are friendly neighbors. From now on, both sides will make every effort to maintain peace and stability in the surrounding areas. Finally, the time was up, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony was announced. As the drums and music sounded, Song Ying Heo and Heng Shen cut the ribbon for the first warship. This first warship is a frigate. In addition to the standard equipment such as naval guns and torpedoes, the frigate is also equipped with more advanced radar equipment and good close-range firepower. One of the C-2 air short-range tactical missiles can be regarded as a breakthrough close combat on Chen Hongchang's side. This missile can pose a threat to enemy fighters. The Daein Navy has built a total of 10 frigates. After the frigate, there are battleships. This battleship is 220 meters long, which is smaller than the battleships of the Zhuang army, but not much smaller. The caliber of the naval gun has reached 370 millimeters and is fully armed. There are a total of 6 battleships, which are the absolute main force of the Daein Navy. There will be another highlight afterwards, which is the launching of 2 aircraft carriers. These 2 aircraft carriers look refurbished, with conventional power, and are about the same size as the aircraft carriers of the Zhuang army. A total of 30 fighters can be carried. Nearly half of the aircraft on the warships are 3rd generation aircraft, and the rest are earlier models. In addition, there are some naval equipment such as Coast Guard ships, air cushion landing craft, and sea patrol boats. In short, there are 18 large warships and nearly 100 supporting ships here. It looks like a big battle. The display of the Daein Navy made the scene applaud, and people cheered constantly. Although they are independent in Daein, everyone is unsure in their hearts, fearing that this country will be overturned one day and become a short-lived farce. A strong military is undoubtedly a reassurance for them. Then, the host solemnly invited the Orochi Navy to appear. With the sound of drums and music, a team of warships came on the sea. Among them, there are several huge aircraft carriers, which look particularly conspicuous. Although this type of aircraft carrier looks relatively old, it seems that it was retired from the Navy in the last century, but it is very rare to be able to get it out at this time. Moreover, there are as many as 6 such aircraft carriers, and there are as many as 12 battleships, which form a huge formation with some escort ships. A fleet of more than 40 large warships appeared on the sea, which was quite shocking. Although these warships were not new models, the fact that they could produce so many of them still showed the strong military and construction capabilities of the Snake. The fleets of both sides met in the inner bay. General Yokoyama from the Snake spoke with pride. This apocalypse is not a disaster for our Snake Nation, but a new life. This is a natural selection, an evolution of survival of the fittest. We have rebuilt a powerful army in accordance with the will of God. The army is not for display, but for fighting. From now on, we will work with the army of Daein to create our own glory. Who will be the master of this world in the future? Please wait and see. Tomorrow, we will invite everyone to come here again, to witness an even greater ceremony. In 1 year, our alliance will expand our territory tenfold. This is my promise. The Snake people at the scene took the lead in applauding, and many people around the rostrum responded, but almost no one among the people watching the ceremony below applauded. Obviously, Chen Hongchang and his people's actions are not popular with the people. As a citizen, no one cares about what they say, so they can only protest this behavior with silence. Seeing that the people did not give him face, Chen Hongchang seemed a little unhappy. After the warship was launched, he announced with a straight face that the Daein Empire and the Great Snake Empire would launch a 3-day joint military exercise in the Inner Bay area. Then Chen Hongchang hosted a banquet in Heiwei City to entertain Heng Shen and his party, and he was in high spirits. However, the TV did not broadcast the banquet, but broadcast this joint military exercise. In the picture, the warships cut through the waves on the ocean with great momentum. Some abandoned ships were used as targets and imaginary enemies on the sea, and were attacked by the joint forces of both sides. It can be seen that the coordination is still a little unfamiliar, but the firepower is indeed not fake. The fierce firing of the battleship brought a huge sensory impact to people. What is war? The gunfire of the battleship is the most representative picture of war. And the 6 aircraft carriers of the Great Snake, each of which carries 30 fighters. In order to make the exercise more shocking, Orochi's fighter planes also came to cooperate at the Liansha military port. Among these planes, there are also some 3rd generation aircraft. Although the proportion is not large, it also shows that Orochi has begun to resume the mass production of third-generation aircraft. And AN also has planes to cooperate, and more than 200 fighter planes of various models have joined the military exercise. The two sides have nearly 500 aircraft in total, and they have contributed a good flight show on TV. Among them, the scene of collective bombing of a deserted island has even bombed the island several meters lower, which has also brought great shock to people. In contrast, Daeon's naval and air force construction is still slightly inferior, and can only participate in this exercise as a cooperation. But at this moment, no one dares to despise Daeon anymore. With Orochi as an ally, the combined military forces of the two sides, especially the naval and air forces, have formed an overwhelming advantage over the surrounding areas. Chapter 320 The Sudden Outbreak of War. 3 updates, 600 monthly tickets plus. On Dicky Island, Tang Zheng was watching the military exercises of Daeon and Dash. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since the battle on Dicky Island, and the situation on the island had gradually calmed down. After the Ministry of the Interior entered, Tang Zheng's subordinates carried out a series of convenience measures with extremely high efficiency. The entry of light yuan, the exchange of gold, various welfare benefits for the convenience of the people, and the vast resources in Tang Zheng's hands all ensured the various needs of life on the island. People succumbed to the pressure of hunger and had to go out of their homes and obey the leadership of the Zhuang army in exchange for many necessities of life. Gradually, people also found that the leadership of the Zhuang army seemed to be good. Apart from the difference in race, they even did much better than the original Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. At least the chaos on the island is calming down day by day. During this period, the Special Service and the Military Intelligence Bureau joined forces to fight criminal activities with all their strength. Those who made trouble on the island were arrested in batches, and many people were tried on the spot and executed by firing squad. Thousands of people were captured or killed every day. Under the iron-blooded suppression of the Zhuang army, criminal activities were gradually reduced. Those rebels who were living among the people were constantly reported and captured. During this process, the Hanyu people on the island played an important role as spies. Among them, there were 2 large-scale rebellions, which were caught by the Zhuang army. These 2 rebellions eventually turned into 2 massacres, which greatly hit the arrogance of the rebels on the island. So Tang Zheng is not too worried about the situation on the island now. He can see in the system that the number of people who recognize his rule and become his subjects is constantly rising every day. When he first occupied the island, he had more than 9 million subjects under his command. Now, after more than 10 days, this number has risen to more than 15 million. This means that half of the people on Dicky Island have recognized him now, which is a good phenomenon. It is estimated that in another month or so, there will be few dissatisfied people left. And now Tang Zheng's attention has also shifted from the island to the outside of the island. Chen Hongchang and the Snake's people have formed a strategic alliance, which is bad news. Especially after seeing the combined naval power of the other side, Tang Zheng also felt a lot of pressure. The fleets of both sides joined together, and the number of large warships exceeded 60. This size of fleet is not so easy to deal with. Even though they look a little old and their performance is not so strong, but ants bite elephants to death, so we still have to be careful. After watching the joint military exercise of the other side, Tang Zheng pondered for a while. He can now almost be sure of one thing, that is, the war is about to break out. Chen Hongchang's rebelliousness and the greed of the Snake people, they gathered together and made such a big battle, it is impossible for them to end it with just an exercise. Maybe in the near future, they will launch a round of offensive. But it is hard to say where the specific attack will be. It is possible to attack Dicky Island. It is possible to attack Li Haocheng's department of Yunhe Empire in the north. It is also possible to go deep into the hinterland to attack Zhuang City, and it is even possible to attack the Yuanjing area, where Li Wuiao is located, and completely overthrow Hanyu. This kind of thing is hard to predict. After all, Tang Zheng is not a worm in the other side's stomach, and he can judge everything accurately. Now he could only inform Li Wuiao to take precautions, and then prepare himself. During the call, Li Wuiao told Tang Zheng that she was trying to get Li Haocheng of the Yunhe Empire to surrender. After all, Li Haocheng was now facing military pressure from the Great Snake Empire, and his own safety was in great trouble. But Li Haocheng was a little hesitant now. He had betrayed Han Yu and became independent. In such a short time, he surrendered again after being frightened. How would others see him? Words such as capricious, cowardly, and incompetent would all be applied to him. He didn't want to be a joke in people's mouths, but he was worried about the current situation, so he was hesitant. Tang Zheng knew about this, and it was not easy to make more comments. He could only let Li Wuya be more careful. The current situation was unclear. He still needed some time to complete the star upgrade of his troops as much as possible and reach the best combat effectiveness so that he could cope with the war that might break out next. Under his frequent mobilization, the Navy, Army, and Air Force of the Zhuang Army all took action to kill the zombies as soon as possible. Even the aircraft carrier battle group was mobilized to the uninhabited area of the coast, moving along the edge of the city, constantly killing zombies and striving to upgrade stars. During this process, Tang Zheng's funds were constantly increasing and now exceeded 60 million, including the proceeds from killing zombies and the proceeds from exchange on the island. He was seizing the time, racing against time, hoping that the war would come a little later. No one had ever thought that the war would come so quickly. Dayan and Dash originally announced that the military exercise would last for 3 days, but on the third night, the war broke out without any signs. In the past 2 days, under the cover of the military exercise, Dash has been transporting troops day and night into the Lion's Hao area of Ninghui. After Dayan's naval fleet was launched, the army stationed here also headed north at night. The two troops quietly advanced at the same time and approached the Yuanjing area silently. On the evening of April 25th, the troops of both sides attacked from the east and west lines and suddenly attacked Yunjing province, where Li Haocheng was located. More than 200 fighter planes of Dayan took off from the Heicheng airport and attacked Yunjing at night. The fighter planes of the Snake Empire also took off from the aircraft carrier and acted together with the fighter planes of Dayan. High explosive bombs, incendiary bombs, white phosphorus bombs, these deadly war weapons, were all dropped on the Yunjing base city. And in the Yunjing base city, there were obviously spies who reported the location of their opponent's air defense weapons. After paying a certain price, the fighter planes of Dayan and Dash blew up the air defense positions of Yunjing, and the sky of Yunjing was undefended from then on. Overnight, the streets and alleys of Yunjing base city became a sea of fire. Yunjing is in danger. In order to prevent the fall of Yunjing base city, Li Haocheng ordered the Yunjing army, which was in the border area and confronted with Dayan troops, to withdraw. This was a stupid order. When the Yunjing troops retreated to rescue the capital, Dash and Dayan, who had been prepared for a long time, came from behind to kill. The fighter planes that were bombing Yunjing suddenly turned around and struck back, dealing a fatal blow to the Yunjing troops from the sky. Yunjing's 200,000 strong army and the enemy's more than 300,000 plus air force fought fiercely in a plain area called Cheyenne Plain. The battle lasted for a day and a night, and the Yunjing troops, which lacked air defense, finally collapsed under multiple blows. Overnight, more than 170,000 of the 200,000 strong army died in battle, more than 10,000 were missing, and more than 10,000 were captured, almost all of whom were captured by Chen Hongchang's troops. There were no casualties in this battle. The people of the Great Snake Empire were extremely cruel. They used the excuse that the prisoners were only a burden during the war and brutally killed more than 60,000 surrendered soldiers and wounded. This vicious method dealt a heavy blow to the Yunjing troops. The total number of Yunjing troops was only more than 300,000. Now that the 200,000 strong army was completely wiped out, it was already at the point of breaking bones. Chen Hongchang and the Snake people who won the war did not stop. They almost killed all the 200,000 troops in Yunjing, and then continued to move north and headed straight for Yunjing city. Li Haocheng, who made the wrong order, regretted it at this moment. He regretted rejecting Li Wuyao's joint proposal and prohibiting the royal guards from approaching the border of the Yunhe Empire, which made it too late for Li Wuyao to rescue. Facing the enemy's coalition forces approaching the city, Li Haocheng was almost scared. He did not dare to defend Yunjing anymore, but abandoned the city and fled to the north of his territory. Before leaving, he announced that he would abandon Baishan Province, Yunjing Province, the eastern part of the Grassland Province, and the eastern part of the Two Rivers Province, and return all these areas to the Hanyu Empire. The remaining hundreds of thousands of troops were also withdrawn from various base cities under his order, and retreated to Hishu Province together. His troops fled in a panic, giving up millions of square kilometers of land. Dayan and the Snake side were not polite either. They went north with great momentum, and divided up the territory abandoned by Li Haocheng. The eastern part of the Grassland Province and the eastern part of the Two Rivers Province all belonged to Chen Hongchang's Dayan Empire. In return, Chen Hongchang gave up the entire Ningbo, Yunjing, and Baishan provinces, all of which fell into the hands of the Great Snake Empire. This battle, which could be called a blitzkrieg, took only 5 days. Li Haocheng's tactical errors, insufficient preparation, and improper command led to heavy losses in his troops. After that, his remnants were defeated all the way, and fled thousands of miles to the Blackwater province at the northernmost end of Hanyu, where they rearranged their defenses and survived. The remaining millions of square kilometers of territory were divided up by the two families. He failed in this battle, but it also made all the people around him recognize the wolfish ambitions of Chen Hongchang and the Great Snake people. The war came too quickly and too suddenly, so suddenly that no one was prepared. Originally, Li Wuiyao was planning to send troops to participate in the war, but Xian Mingfei, who was in the southwest of Yunjing, suddenly deployed troops on the border, forcing Li Wuiyao to send troops to defend, which resulted in her being unable to participate in the war. Xian Mingfei's move completely cut off the life of Li Haocheng's troops, and also made Li Wuiyao and Tang Zheng realize how deep the collusion between these parties was. On the surface, Chen Hongchang and the Snake's people are now allied, but behind the scenes, Xian Mingfei is probably secretly in touch with them. Li Haocheng's tragic defeat also brought about a chain reaction. The Snake's people obtained a large area of land in 2 provinces, which further stimulated their enthusiasm for immigration. They organized a large number of people to enter the new territory and rapidly expanded the army in the occupied area. The troops with seized weapons and equipment were recruited on the spot when there were not enough soldiers, and those who disobeyed were all shot. Under the high-pressure policy, new troops were constantly launched and expanded rapidly. Chen Hongchang also followed suit and continued to expand the strength of the troops. In the northern region, their vicious expansion was like a snowball, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. The total number of troops on both sides has exceeded 800,000. If this continues, Li Haocheng's remnants will be defeated soon, and will soon threaten the surrounding areas. And at this time, another bad news came. There is another country bordering Hanyu Ningbo province, named Tiger Country. This country is not too big, but its national strength is not weak. It especially believes in the power of tigers. Before the end of the world, its relationship with Hanyu was not very good. This country is sending special envoys to contact the people of Dash and Chen Hongchang, and there seems to be signs of joining. If they succeed in uniting, plus Xian Mingfei in the southwest, then a huge war group will be completely formed. The situation in the north has shown signs of erosion in just 10 days. It seems that Zxij 225,522 book friend gave 700 coins. Thank you old friend. It seems that irreplaceable_ab book friend gave a reward. Thank you. Chapter 321 Hero Unit. On Dicky Island. Tang Zheng saw on TV news that representatives of the Tiger Kingdom and Jailing Empire went to Haywei City to meet with people from Dayan and Dash. The parties were having friendly talks on TV and were preparing to hold a week-long symposium to sign the alliance agreement. Tang Zheng turned off the TV after watching half of it. Notify all departments to come to my place for a meeting. Tang Zheng had not held a formal meeting since he came to Dicky Island for such a long time, but today, he felt that he could not wait any longer. After a while, a large number of generals of the Ziguang army came to Tang Zheng's official residence. At the conference table of the former Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, the first meeting of the Ziguang army after entering Dicky Island began. This time, Tang Zheng personally presided over the meeting. At the beginning, he briefly explained the theme of the meeting. I believe everyone has seen today's news. Now Dayan, Jailing, Dash, and the Tiger Kingdom are about to form a strategic alliance. Everyone, please express your opinions on this matter. The first person to speak was Luan Junfeng, the commander of the 2nd Fleet of the Zhuang Army stationed in the Dickey Island military port. Luan Junfeng said directly, "General, I think we can't sit back and watch. The 4 countries have united together, which is very disadvantageous to us. Their first goal may be to take down Li Haocheng's troops who are lingering in Hishu province, but then they will only have 2 targets to attack. One is to attack Li Wuyao's territory to the west, and the other is to attack us to the south. So I think we should take the initiative to attack." Liu Zhenfeng, the head of the aviation regiment, also said, "That's right, General. We have been on Dickey Island for more than a month. Our troops have also been trained to a considerable extent during this period. Even the fighters of the aviation regiment are mostly 1-star, and some of them are 2-star. They are ready for a real battle." With the heads of the Navy and the Air Force taking the lead, the other generals also spoke. Basically, they explained the dangers of the 4-nation alliance and demanded to take the initiative to go to war. Seeing that everyone had a clear understanding, Tang Zheng nodded and was very relieved. However, he still told everyone should see clearly that once we start this war, it will not be over in a short time, so we must make comprehensive preparations for war. And where do you think the best entry point for this first battle is? If we don't take action, it's fine. Once we take action, we must fight hard and hurt the opponent. Don't mention the small scale attack for now." Hearing that the general decided to take action, everyone was very excited and began to discuss the entry point of the war. Some people proposed to attack the capital of Dayan, and some people proposed to go west along the Hao River to attack the capital of Jialing, Hujing. Others proposed to go to Yuanjing and join forces with Li Wuyao to have a major battle near Dangaihu province or Haiwei city. Some people even took a different approach and thought that they should support Li Haocheng, because as long as Li Haocheng did not fall, it would tire part of the forces of the 4-nation alliance. Faced with various suggestions from his subordinates, Tang Zheng just smiled and said nothing, and listened to everyone until they finished speaking. At this time, Tang Zheng cleared his throat. "You all have your own reasons, and each method is actually good, but I don't think any of them can be considered the best. You can think about it. Where is the enemy's most powerful force and the force that poses the greatest threat to us?" Everyone looked at each other and finally came to a unanimous conclusion. That is their naval fleet. At present, a large number of enemy warships are gathering in Haiwei City and Liansao, with a number of up to 70 or 80. If the war starts, these warships will pose a great threat to Dickey Island. Does the general have any ideas about these warships? Everyone's eyes lit up. If this is true, then this move is big. Tang Zheng pointed to the map and said to everyone, "As we all know, the reason why Dayan has been quiet since the end of the world is because they are waiting for the navy to appear. Now they have a navy, and with the cooperation of the more powerful navy of Dashi, their naval power has posed a threat to us, so we must solve this hidden danger. Killing the opponent's navy is equivalent to cutting off one of their feet, especially the island country of Dashi and even the tiger country. Their main reliance is the navy. Without the navy, they are just toothless tigers. At least they don't have the power to threaten our Dickey Island for the time being." Ji Yunshan, has your intelligence department launched a reconnaissance on their military port? Ji Yunshan of the Military Intelligence Bureau immediately said, "General, who has conducted a reconnaissance? We still have some people lurking there, and we have a general grasp of the situation there. Then tell me, if I want to attack this military port, where is the biggest threat to us?" Ji Yunshan immediately said, "If it is a land attack, it is the opponent's military camp. If it is an air attack, it is the opponent's air defense position." Tang Zheng thought for a while. Air attack. Ji Yunshan came to the front of the map and pointed to a place near the bay. "General, this is the air defense position of Dickey Island. This was arranged by the Dayan people a long time ago. The overall shape is a semi-arc with a depth of about 5 kilometers, basically covering the docks and the shipyard. If we airstrike them, then this position must be destroyed. But this is when the problem arises." Ji Yunshan coughed. "Their air defense position consists of hundreds of anti-aircraft guns and more than a dozen missile defense systems. There are alarms and monitoring probes everywhere, as well as many guards. It is almost impossible to stop them from sounding the alarm, so we have to fight quickly, but this is very difficult. Their military camp is still nearby. Once the surrounding soldiers support us, it is easy for our people to be thrown there. So it is not that there is no way to enter this air defense position. The difficulty is how to intercept the soldiers who come to support them. We need a certain amount of time. After hearing Ji Yunshan's words, everyone understood. The people of the Military Intelligence Bureau are confident that they can enter the air defense position to destroy the air defense facilities there, but they must block the entrance of the position to prevent the other side's large forces from coming to support. This is a very difficult thing. It is almost impossible to do this without sending a large army, and sending a large army has no concealment at all. This is a contradiction in itself. Unless there is a superhero-like warrior who can block the enemy's large army for a period of time, it is possible to succeed. But that kind of superhero does not exist. Even the current second level mutants and even the hero units of the light chasing army cannot do this. Tang Zheng also thought of this, but he had a little other idea. He cast his eyes on Guo Yun. Director Guo, if I remember correctly, there is a hero unit in our army, right? Guo Yun nodded. Yes, there is also a bottle of potion that can make people hallucinate. I have given it to her. Dalio, Volcano City. It is now the beginning of May, and spring has come to the northern region. The ice and snow have melted, and ice floes have begun to appear on the Tang Zheng River. The frozen surface of the river has thawed, and now ships can cross the river. Normally, the light chasing city and the volcano city are hostile to each other, and the current situation should be more tense. But Ferdinand was not worried about anything, because Tang Zheng went to Dicky Island, and the Zhuang army had also stopped fighting during this period. Apart from constantly killing zombies in the surrounding area, they had basically not provoked any incidents. The two sides now seemed to have a tacit understanding, and kept their distance from each other. And Ferdinand was also happy to live this kind of life, because he now had a beloved woman. A woman named Delina. She was the most beautiful Dalio woman he had ever seen. In order to pursue this woman, Ferdinand had spent a lot of time and effort, but finally the hard work paid off. Recently, the woman finally agreed to live in his city hall. However, the hard work was not enough, and the most critical step had not been achieved. But it was almost time. Today, Delina invited him to dinner, and it should be the opportunity. In the evening, Ferdinand happily rushed to Delina's residence. Delina had prepared exquisite dishes for him, and opened the wine specialties of Dalio. The two of them toasted each other, and Ferdinand felt more and more that he could succeed today. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ferdinand wanted to spend the night with Diarina, but Diarina said that she was not ready yet and did not want to do that kind of thing with him for the time being. Ferdinand had no place to vent his lust, and he was so choked up. Diarina was not in a hurry at all, but picked up a book to read. Ferdinand took a look at the book Diarina was reading, and found that it was a book about military weapons. So he asked for the sake of conversation, "Nana, you are a girl, why do you like to read this kind of book for men?" Diarina said lightly, "I have liked all kinds of advanced military weapons and technologies since I was a child, especially those who can invent new weapons. I dream of marrying such a person." Ferdinand immediately became excited when he heard it, and took the initiative to say, "What's the matter? My volcano city is also conducting research and development of new weapons and arms. To be honest, 2 of them have been completed." "Really? What are they?" Diarina asked with sparkling eyes. Seeing Delina's admiring eyes for the first time, Ferdinand couldn't help but feel a little proud, and said boastfully, "One is the training of the war bear, which has been completed now. The other is even more powerful, it is the radiation chariot." Delina continued, "What is the radiation chariot?" Ferdinand gestured and said, "It is a very powerful chariot. The hull is made of radioactive materials. It can be used as a normal car at ordinary times, but after the radiation is activated, it can dissolve at a fixed location. During the dissolution process, any flesh and blood life that approaches it within 100 meters will be immediately harmed by the radiation. The strong radiation wave will vaporize the person in a very short time. Until it is completely dissolved, no one can get close. It is very powerful." Upon hearing this, Delina suddenly became energetic. "I want to see it. Take me to see it." Ferdinand shook his head hurriedly. No, this is a military secret, an outsider. Lena immediately became unhappy. So I'm an outsider in your eyes? Forget it, go away, I don't want to see you. Ferdinand suddenly had a headache, but when he thought about it, it was already evening and there were not many people in the laboratory. Besides, what could an ordinary woman understand when she entered the laboratory? For the welfare of tonight, Ferdinand gritted his teeth and went. Chapter 322 All departments, prepare for action. Mr. Ferdinand brought his girlfriend into the laboratory of the radiation tank, and the staff on duty received them. Ferdinand was still somewhat sober-minded, and asked the female staff on duty to check Diarina's body, but there was nothing. So the two entered the laboratory, and began to visit here. Diarina was like a curious baby, walking around and looking around, having a lot of fun. Ferdinand also followed her with a doting look on his face, accompanying her while also monitoring her. However, Diarina did not behave abnormally. After staying in the laboratory for about 20 minutes, she asked to leave. Seeing this situation, Ferdinand was even more reassured about her, and the two got up and left. On the way back, Ferdinand became more and more excited, and he would get what he wanted tonight. Back to Diarina's residence, the two drank another bottle of wine. After drinking, Ferdinand felt dizzy, but in his hazy consciousness, his spring night had already begun. Ding ding ding. In the hall of the Dickey Island Combat Command Center, the prompt sounded. Attention, our hero unit has entered the enemy laboratory and started to receive the other party's scientific research data. Data transmission in progress. 1% completion. 7% completion. 32% completion. 89% completion. Time passed by, and after 20 minutes, the data was finally transmitted. Guo Yun and others immediately analyzed the data. After another minute, Guo Yun told Tang Zheng, General, the data analysis is complete, and the radiation tank has been enlisted. Tang Zheng immediately opened the system page, and sure enough, a vehicle appeared in it. The vehicle is very ordinary, just an ordinary jeep, a basic military model, and it is everywhere. But the price of this car is as high as a staggering 100,000 gold. Radiation tank. It can release strong radiation with a radius of 100 meters to attack the body tissues of flesh and blood life, lasting for 30 minutes, and the price is 100,000 gold. Tang Zheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow, this car is almost as expensive as one of our fighter jets. Why is it so expensive? Guo Yun explained, General, this car is not ordinary. It is made entirely of radioactive materials. If there is no enriched uranium and nuclear power plants, we can't make it. Moreover, the power of this radiation is very strong. Any flesh and blood life that approaches will be quickly corroded by it. Its dissolution time is half an hour. In other words, within half an hour, no one can get close to this circle with a radius of 100 meters. But it has great limitations. As long as you walk around this circle, you will not be hurt at all. Moreover, after half an hour, the radiation will dissipate, and the damage to the surface will not even be great. Tang Zheng nodded. Under normal circumstances, this thing is useless, but if used well, it can be of great use. At least this time, the most critical link of the operation has been solved. With the radiation tank, there is something to block the entrance to the air defense position, allowing the Military Intelligence Bureau to destroy the opponent's air defense position as soon as possible. And then, it is the coordination of the various troops in time. Tang Zheng's idea was very simple, that is, to launch a large air raid, to sneak attack the inner bay, sneak attack Lion's How Port. The target is the Dayan Navy and the Dash Navy located there. As many warships on the sea as can be killed, as many as can be killed this time. As long as this operation is successful, then from now on, the safety of Dickey Island will be almost worry-free. Moreover, in terms of sea control, the Zhuang army will also gain the upper hand, which is equivalent to cutting off one of the enemy's arms. This is a particularly large operation, and Tang Zheng must make a careful plan. First, he asked the 1st Flight Squadron of the Aviation Regiment in Zhuang City to rush to Dickey Island immediately to participate in this air raid. Tang Zheng's Aviation Regiment has a total of 5 flight squadrons, with a total of 250 aircraft. In addition, Tang Zheng has 4 aircraft carriers, with a total of 140 carrier-based aircraft. So the total number of aircraft participating in this battle is as high as 390. In order to ensure concealment, except for fighters, other arms will not participate in this operation. The main task of the early stage of this operation is confidentiality. In addition to confidentiality must be kept secret, and it must not be leaked. Then there is the action of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Tang Zheng also discussed it with Ji Yunshin in detail. The Military Intelligence Bureau has set up an insider in the opponent's military port. On the eve of the action, the insider directly let people into the air defense position, and then there will be a firefight. This action must send elite forces, requiring a small number of people, but also to quickly eliminate the defenders in the opponent's air defense position, and then quickly blow up all the air defense weapons inside. In this process, it will definitely attract reinforcement from soldiers in nearby military camps, and then it depends on the power of the radiation tank. The Air Force and the Navy must always keep in touch with the action team. If the other side succeeds, the fighter planes here will be in place, not giving the other side any time to react, and directly attack the opponent's military port and a nearby airport. As for the key targets of the attack, they still have to be decided temporarily, because the opponent's warships have been frequently mobilized in the past 2 days, but under normal circumstances, there are usually about 50 warships staying in the inner bay, including Dayan's warships and Dash's warships. Anyway, they are all birds of a feather. When the time comes, we will attack the side with more. The intelligence department will seize the time to investigate. After the attack is successful, do not linger in the battle, but return quickly. The aircraft carrier has quietly set out in the past few days, departing from Dickey Island and approaching the inner bay. Tang Zheng has also made corresponding arrangements at the Military Intelligence Bureau. Attacking the opponent's air defense position cannot rely solely on the spies of the Military Intelligence Bureau. After all, there are many defenders at the air defense position, as many as 2,000 people. Just relying on a few spies to go in is to die, so there must be a force to cooperate with the Military Intelligence Bureau. A small force, and it must be elite. Tang Zheng thought about it and sent out a special force under his command. The Dragon Scale Marine Corps. This team has a total of 500 people. After such a long period of polishing, they are basically 5-star fighters, and their individual combat effectiveness is extremely strong. One of the entrances to the air defense position is not far from the beach, which is just right for them to use their ability to land on the beach. After receiving the general's order, Suzin, the commander of the Dragon Scale Special Forces, was very excited. His special forces have been competing with Qin Muiyang's Tiger Wing Special Forces, and neither side can suppress the other. And now that the Navy has been established, the 2 major aircraft carrier fleets have each added 2,000 Marines. These newly enlisted colleagues have also brought a lot of pressure to Suzin. In future wars, special forces will shoulder great missions and tasks, and he wants to stay ahead in this process. He needs a chance to prove himself. This time the general gave such an important task to the Dragon Scale Special Forces. This is the trust in the Dragon Scale Special Forces and the trust in the combat effectiveness of the officers and soldiers. Therefore, when the Dragon Scale Special Forces held a mobilization meeting, Suzin was particularly excited. Standing in front of 500 men, Suzin pulled his throat and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, today, the general has given us an important task, which is to destroy the air defense position in the inner bay. The blow-up of those air defense weapons will be carried out by our colleagues in the Military Intelligence Bureau. Our task is to eliminate the 2,000 defenders in the air defense position, clear the area for our colleagues in the Military Intelligence Bureau, and evacuate them in the later stage. Others may think that 2,000 enemies are a lot, and we only have 500 people. But don't forget, we are a special force, and an elite special force. We can fight 10 with 1. If we can't defeat the enemy with a small number, what kind of special force are we? I suggest that in this operation, if we can't completely wipe out the enemy, if our own casualties exceed 50 people, then we will commit suicide collectively after we come back, because we are such idiots. We don't deserve to live in this world. We don't deserve to stay in the chasing light army, and we don't deserve to serve the general. Now, tell me loudly, do you have the confidence to complete the task? Yes. The 500 soldiers answered in unison. No one felt how difficult this mission was. Everyone was eager to fight. The dragon-scale special forces set off. They were riding on a hovercraft, because the navigation of large ships would definitely be discovered by the enemy's radar, which would not be able to play the role of lurking and concealing. The people at the Military Intelligence Bureau have made preparations, and are waiting for the arrival of Long Lin's people. After Long Lin's people arrive, if the weather is good, and it is not very good, then they will take action immediately. In the TV news, unexpected news was finally announced. On May 2nd, the second alliance contract was signed here in Hayward City. Chen Hongchang's Dayan Empire, Xian Mingfu's Jailing Empire, plus the Big Snake Empire and the Tiger Empire. The four countries re-signed the Four-Nation Alliance Mutual Assistance Treaty on the basis of the original contract between Dayan and Big Snake. The content of the contract is similar to the original contract. All of them have opened ports and port terminals, unified tariffs, etc. Dayan also leased a piece of land to the Tiger Empire in Dangaiyu province, which is the original Laizhou city of Dangaiyu, allowing the Tiger Empire to station troops and immigrants here. The same is true for Jailing. Xian Mingfu also leased 2 plots of land to the Great Snake and Tiger Empire in the mainland, but the premise is that they have to help Jailing open up the Heojiang waterway. In other words, if you want to get the land, you have to defeat Tang Zheng first. The Great Snake and Tiger Empire also readily agreed. With the four countries joining forces, they are almost invincible. Tang Zheng's Dicky Island is a piece of cake. On the day the alliance was signed, Chen Hongchang, the initiator of the alliance, even spoke directly on TV and asked Li Wuya to abdicate immediately. The world has changed, and the master of the world should be a virtuous person. Obviously, he, Chen Hongchang, is that virtuous person. After having 3 allies, he felt that he was qualified to ascend the throne of Hanyu. In order to cooperate with Chen Hongchang to build momentum, people from the Great Snake Empire, the Tiger Empire, and Xian Mingfu's Jailing Empire also spoke on TV. They demanded that Li Haocheng surrender unconditionally, that Li Wuya abdicate, and that the war criminal Tang Zheng commit suicide immediately. Otherwise, they will definitely face severe attacks from the Four-Nation Alliance, and all the consequences will be the responsibility of Tang Zheng, Li Wuya and others. Chapter 323 Night Raid. Red Alert. Chen Hongchang asked Li Wuya to abdicate, and Tang Zheng to commit suicide. As soon as these threats came out, the sky over Hanyu was covered with dark clouds of war. The formation of the Four-Nation Alliance also meant that the war was about to break out. As long as Li Wuya and Tang Zheng were unwilling to surrender, the war was almost inevitable. Now the Snake people have sent more than 200,000 troops to the territory of Hanyu, and at the same time, formed a new force of 200,000 here. Chen Hongchang's military strength has also expanded to 500,000, and the 3 armies of the Navy, Army, and Air Force are almost developing in parallel. The Tigers are not to be outdone. In order to get a share of the upcoming war, they are also continuously sending troops into the territory of Dangaiyu province, and the number of people is now more than 100,000. The total number of troops surrounding the inner bay is close to 1 million, and there are 70 large warships in the inner bay alone. At this time, their strategic goal is almost clear. That is to go south, attack Dicky Island, first remove Tang Zheng's mail in the south, and drive Tang Zheng back to the inland. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for them to gather such a large navy. After all, the navy cannot attack Yuanjing. This situation has brought about a chain reaction. Perhaps it was because they felt that the civil war in Hanyu was about to break out. Some external forces even began to send people to contact the Four-Nation Alliance. The purpose of those external forces is very clear. That is, seeing that the Four-Nation Alliance is too popular now, they want to join them and divide Hanyu together. If the arrogance of the Four-Nation Alliance cannot be defeated in a short period of time, the situation will completely collapse. May 4th. This is a day worth remembering. Hayward City Naval Port. The 18 main warships of the Dayan Navy and an aircraft carrier formation of the Orochi Navy, which also consists of 18 warships, have just completed another military exercise and are currently staying in the Hayward City Naval Port. In the past few days, their military exercises have been carried out again and again, and the cooperation between the two forces has become more and more tacit. The two forces have a total of 4 aircraft carriers, multiple battleships and frigates, which are currently docked at the Hayward City port. However, they will go out to sea again soon, because the army has made preparations. A large force has already joined the troops of the Tiger Empire in Dangahu province. This force will march south in the near future to attack Dickey Island, and the Navy fleet will follow. The two current aircraft carrier formations will also go out together. Surrounding the inner bay, there is a semi-arc-shaped air defense position. There are 2 radars, more than a dozen anti-aircraft missile silos, and hundreds of anti-aircraft guns in the position. With so many anti-aircraft weapons, it is enough to ensure that the warships in the bay are not threatened by the air. Night fell. It was drizzling in the inner bay area. The rain now does not have that kind of acidic substance. The cool sea breeze blows, and the waves sway gently, which makes people feel comfortable and sleep sweetly. The Day Navy and the Dash Navy, who have been tired for a day, have begun to fall asleep. They can sleep completely stress-free. There are patrol boats on the sea, air defense positions on the land, and even the army camps not far from the air defense positions. Tens of thousands of soldiers are stationed here, and nothing can threaten them. As night falls, the lighthouse on the reef on the sea surface flickers softly, guiding the ships returning late. The lights out bugle sounded, and the lights in each camp were turned off one after another. In front of the air defense position, a squad of soldiers was guarding the gate to the position. The position was arranged very tightly, with not only high walls and barbed wire, but also fortifications made of sandbags, and a large number of trenches dug. These things are enough to stop the invasion of armored forces. Their guards and coast patrols all implement a shift system. This squad guards the first half of the night, and the next squad guards the second half of the night. Inside the position, there are also 2,000 defenders resting, and now they are also asleep. The sentry patrolled back and forth on the sentry tower in front of the door, and the searchlight swept across the dark rainy night from time to time. Everything seemed quiet and peaceful, without the tension and solemnity of war. The waves crashed against the beach, and a soldier from the coast patrol passed by the shore. Suddenly, a huge sea monster with bared fangs and claws suddenly appeared in the waves. 8 soldiers in a squad were attacked by the sea monster at the same time. The 8 huge tentacles of the sea monster were like 8 dragons making trouble in the sea. One tentacle after another, it dragged all 8 soldiers into the sea. The huge suction cups blocked their mouths and noses, and wrapped around their necks. The strong suffocation and dizziness made them even unable to fire a shot, unable to make any warnings, and they disappeared in the dark ocean. It is now 10:30 in the evening, and it will take an hour and a half for the next shift of the coast patrol to come. With the demise of the coast patrol, 3 air cushion landing crafts approached the shore silently. The engines have been turned off. In the last section, the soldiers used bamboo poles to support the boat and use the inertia of the boat to dock. When they reached the shore, Susan was the first to jump off the landing craft. Then, the soldiers went ashore one after another. There was no communication or conversation. This process had been simulated many times. 500 members of the Dragon Scale Special Forces quietly approached the entrance of the air defense position. There was a reef area in front. The black combat uniforms of the soldiers today were the same color as the reefs. They crawled on the reefs and almost merged with the reefs. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the air defense position, and now they were waiting for colleagues from the Military Intelligence Bureau to appear. After about 10 minutes, a Willys Jeep drove over from a distance in the rain. The spray painting on the body of the car was completely the logo of the Dayan Empire. The car arrived at the door of the air defense position, and the sentry immediately issued an alarm, and the guard came forward to check. "Stop. Which unit are you from? What are you doing here so late?" 4 people jumped off the car. One of the leaders held a certificate and waved it in front of the guard. "I'm from the logistics headquarters. The troops are about to go out. Come to check the material reserves." The guard didn't see the certificate clearly and didn't dare to let him go. He stretched out his hand to stop him. "Wait, let me have a closer look at the certificate." The man holding the certificate was a little impatient. "You really treat chicken feathers as arrows. There are only 4 of us. You are worried about nothing. Let's see what you can see." As he said, he angrily slapped the certificate into the guard's hand. Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, the guard smiled apologetically. Sorry, please bear with me in this extraordinary period. You logistics people are also very hard working. Can you send us a batch of beef tomorrow? The brothers are all greedy. Huh. Just as he was being polite, he suddenly widened his eyes, because the head portrait on this certificate was actually a pig. He just realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Just as he looked down at his ID, several people on the opposite side drew their guns. There were 8 defenders on their side and 4 on the opposite side. Each of them pulled out 2 silent pistols and fired at the same time. One person hit 2, emptying the magazine. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the gunshot was very small, but it was just as deadly. The 4 people's shooting skills were extremely superb, and they cooperated very well. Every shot could hit the target accurately, and they could do it with both hands. The 8 defenders barely put up any resistance, and were all shot dead. After dealing with the defenders at the door, these people put away their pistols and immediately began to move a large number of bombs from the car. At this time, several more cars quickly followed behind, and many people got off and moved bombs at the same time. These bombs were to blow up the anti-aircraft weapons in the position. Seeing the situation here, Susan immediately jumped up from the ground and ran straight to the position. Behind him, the soldiers of the 500 Dragon Scale Special Forces also followed Susan's footsteps and rushed straight to the anti-aircraft position. The people from the Military Intelligence Bureau and Long Lin were doing their own jobs. They didn't talk to each other and were busy with their own things. However, when Susan passed by the door, he exchanged glances with Ji Yunshin, the director of the Military Intelligence Bureau. The people from the Long Lin Special Operations Brigade rushed into the air defense position quickly and began to move forward quickly. Their mission was to kill the 2,000 defenders in the position. After the people from Long Lin entered the position, the people from the Military Intelligence Bureau drove the first car to the door of the position and stopped. Dozens of agents from the Military Intelligence Bureau quickly followed with bombs on their backs. Ji Yunshin walked at the end, and when everyone entered the position, he pressed a button. Something strange happened. This military jeep actually began to dissolve without any warning. As it dissolved, a layer of blue light began to flash on the ground. No one knew what this layer of blue light was for, but it looked extremely dangerous. Hurry. We only have half an hour. After half an hour, we will complete the mission and return to the seaside. The warship will pick us up there. At this time, there was no need to hide. The people from the Military Intelligence Bureau began to quickly place bombs on various anti-aircraft weapons. Such a movement would be discovered, even if the people inside were sleeping soundly. A military camp suddenly exploded. The people inside discovered the movement outside and started to get up and get their guns. At this time, a member of the Dragon Scale Special Forces came to the door, kicked it open, and then picked up the flamethrower, turning the military camp into an oven. A raging fire burned, and gunshots suddenly rang out. From sporadic gunshots to intensive gunshots, it took less than a minute. The 2,000 soldiers guarding the air defense positions were also the elite of the Dayan troops. Their reactions were not slow. Even if the flames of the flamethrowers swept across the military camp, many people successfully hid. They took their weapons and began to fight back. Many people near the windows broke out immediately, while others fired intensive fire at the door to suppress the incoming light-chasing army commandos. Deep in the military camp, someone pressed the alarm immediately. The shrill alarm echoed in the night sky, alarming the entire military port. In a large military camp just 2 kilometers away from them, countless lights were lit. Buzz woo woo woo. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Red alert. Everyone support the air defense position. Chapter 324. Oh my god, the light chasing army is coming. The fierce battle in the air defense position reached a fever pitch in just a few minutes. The enemy in the barracks was rushing out, while the soldiers of the Dragon Scale Force had occupied various high ground and key areas, pouring down their firepower to stop the enemy's actions. The two sides suffered a large number of casualties at the first moment of the confrontation. Of course, this wave of casualties mainly came from the defenders of the position. The soldiers of the Dragon Scale Special Forces knew very well that the first wave was the best time to kill the enemy when they were unprepared, so they used the most fierce firepower here. The equipment of the Dragon Scale Special Forces is different from that of ordinary troops. As a special force, their supporting weapons are very complete. In addition to rifles and light machine guns, they are also equipped with a large number of sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and even mortars. All heavy firepower should be fired as soon as possible to inflict the greatest damage to the enemy. The special forces carried individual battlefield radars and thermal imaging night vision goggles. They immediately used rocket launchers to destroy the transformers in the position, causing the position to fall into a power outage. Then the heavy firepower continued to explode in the barracks, killing and wounding a large number of enemies. After the fierce attack of the Zhuang army, the defenders of the position suffered heavy losses for a while, but they were not given up for nothing. After the initial panic, they immediately began to fight back. The soldiers would not crowd at the door waiting to go out, but try to disperse and escape from various windows, and then immediately began to counterattack the Dragon Scale Special Forces. The two sides fought fiercely around the barracks. The Dragon Scale Special Forces are good at this kind of battle, and they don't care about delaying time. The longer they delay, the more opportunities they will create for their colleagues in the Military Intelligence Bureau, and those anti-aircraft weapons will be blown up. Obviously, the defenders of the position also understand this. They tried every means to get to the anti-aircraft weapon position and defend those weapons. The distance between the barracks and the position is only about 100 meters. This 100 meters has become a desperate road that the defenders cannot cross. The sharpshooters of the Dragon Scale Special Forces knocked down the enemies one by one in this area. No matter how hard they charged and ran, they could not cross this short distance of 100 meters. The whizzing bullets shuttled back and forth in the air, making a sound that made people's scalps numb. The rumbling explosions continued, and each explosion represented death. The Zhuang army had the advantage, but the defenders were not afraid, because such a fierce battle would soon attract a large force. At the military camp 2 kilometers away, the sudden battle at night caused the entire military camp to explode. A large number of soldiers poured out of the military camp. They were not even dressed properly, and they picked up their guns and swarmed out amid the roars of the officers. Hurry up. Damn it, what are you dawdling for? If the anti-aircraft missiles are blown up, we'll all lose our heads. Hurry up. Didn't you have dinner tonight? Don't let the people from the 2nd Battalion get ahead. What a daredevil. No matter if it was done by the light chasing army or the Royal Guards, don't even think about going back alive today. They boarded the car and headed 2 kilometers away. Some who didn't have time to board the car just ran all the way, since the distance wasn't very far anyway. Seeing the flames of the anti-aircraft position not far away, they were anxious. The soldiers on the cars set up machine guns and fired from a distance to show that they were here, which would give the defenders of the position confidence. The car stepped on the accelerator a few times and rumbled to the vicinity of the position, and then rushed towards the gate. The layer of blue light on the ground was not very conspicuous, but even if it was conspicuous, it would be too late. If it was a second late, the anti-aircraft weapons might be destroyed. The first car rushed over. The car rumbled through the blue light area and then crashed into a pile of sandbags in the distance and turned over. The driver of the second car couldn't help but curse. What a fucking waste. You can't even drive a car properly. I didn't slow down when turning at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour. You must have got this skill through the back door. His car also followed into the camp gate area and into the blue light area. Then, a hot, uncomfortable, indescribable feeling came over him. The driver opened his mouth wide, and his body began to decompose and melt rapidly in this situation. From the normal human body color to red, from red to black, and then vaporized with a bang, just like a piece of burnt charcoal being smashed. The several companions around him were all like this, without exception. Then the out-of-control car, like the first car, crashed into the obstacle in the distance and turned over with its 4 legs in the air. Then, the third car rumbled up and crashed in another direction. The cars were all normal, but the people inside had disappeared and were still unknown. In this way, cars rushed in one after another. Even if someone found something wrong, they could not control it. After entering the camp gate, the last thing they could see before they died was the vehicles staggering in the distance, but they could no longer issue warnings. The people behind could only see vehicles entering the position one by one. The position was still raging with flames. They were shocked by the number of enemy troops and could only step on the accelerator. Trucks loaded with soldiers began to rush into the position and then immediately repeated the same mistakes and followed the footsteps of the vehicles in front. There were 40 or 50 people in a truck, and they turned into ashes silently. It was not until 7 or 8 trucks were buried in this death zone that the people behind discovered something was wrong. There must be something wrong in that blue light zone. When an unlucky soldier was sent by an officer to test it and was immediately vaporized, everyone was dumbfounded. A large group of soldiers crowded in front of the door of the air defense position, watching the fierce battle inside, completely helpless. Chen Hongchang was still in a dream when he learned that the air defense position was attacked. When the communicator woke him up, Chen Hongchang was dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally reacted. While he was busy asking the people in the barracks to support the air defense positions, he notified the Navy to be ready. Even if he didn't understand military affairs, he knew the purpose of the enemy's attack on the air defense positions. To knock down the air defenses to pave the way for the airstrike. Maybe the next second, the enemy's planes will roar in. When he thought of the dozens of warships docked in the bay, Chen Hongchang was sweating coldly. Quick! Notify the warships to leave the inner bay as soon as possible. The communicator conveyed the order and got feedback after a while. Now in the inner bay, the warships of the Snake are anchored on the periphery, causing the military port to be very crowded, and it is difficult for the warships to leave quickly. Chen Hongchang hurriedly asked the communicator to communicate with the Snake and let them sail the warships away as soon as possible. But it is not so simple to let dozens of warships leave their posts. It takes time for the warships to leave one by one, and the enemy obviously will not give them this time. The communication here has not yet ended, and more bad news keeps coming. The military camp troops supporting the air defense position have suffered setbacks. I don't know how the enemy has created a layer of radiation in front of the military camp. The intensity of the radiation is very deadly to the human body. It will burn the human body into charcoal in a very short time and quickly vaporize. Now a large number of military camp troops are all crowded in front of the air defense position, but they can't get in. Hearing this news, Chen Hongchang's mouth blisters suddenly appeared. Before he could make an effective response, the thing that worried him the most finally happened. There was a violent explosion over there in the air defense position. The rumbling sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, and groups of flames shot up into the sky. Behind each explosion, it represents the scrapping of an air defense weapon, either an anti-aircraft gun or an air defense missile that he spent a lot of effort and cost to make. This shows that the enemy's attack is very fierce, and the defenders of the air defense position can't stand it. Otherwise these precious air defense weapons will not be blown up like this. Chen Hongchang's muscles began to twitch with pain, and he gritted his teeth and gave orders. Tell the people in the barracks, tell Song Yinghao and Zhao Baksheng that the anti-aircraft position is destroyed. No matter what, we must not let those who blow up the position escape. Let them hold on to it. No matter what, you must kill these people for me, otherwise I will not be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. The order was passed down, and the communicator continued to communicate with the people on the Snake side, asking them to drive the warship away as quickly as possible. At this time, Chen Hongchang suddenly remembered that he still had an airport. Quick, quick, quick. Let the fighter planes take off and prepare to defend. The enemy may launch an attack from the air. The airport was also in chaos at this moment. At the beginning, they received the news of the attack, but they were at a loss because they were not sure from which direction the enemy would come. Until now, they have not figured out the identity of the attacker. The attackers may be the light-chasing army or the royal guards. It is crucial to go to the right place to take off and meet the enemy. The pilots at the airport also began to run towards the planes under the orders of their superiors. They were waiting for news from the radar station. The radar station was also monitoring the sky with all its strength. Once an aircraft entered the airspace detected by the radar, they would immediately sound the air defense alarm. but suddenly, the radar seemed to have a malfunction. The person in charge of operating the radar suddenly broke out in sweat and hurriedly reported the matter to his superiors. The superiors came to the radar in a hurry, and after a strong operation, they finally turned on the electronic countermeasures. After all the anti-interference systems were turned on, the radar screen appeared vaguely again. This busy time was delayed for 7 or 8 minutes. When the radar screen appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. On the radar screen, a large number of red dots were rushing towards the Triton from the land in the south and the sea in the east. The enemy was too cunning, and the timing was just right. When the radar malfunctioned, it must have been the electronic jammer hidden somewhere nearby that played a role, delaying them for a few minutes. These few minutes were too fatal. The fighter planes would arrive within 5 minutes, and everything seemed too late. Sound the alarm. The light-chasing army is coming. The station master of the radar station yelled at the top of his lungs, as if he had seen the scene of himself being sent to a military court and then hanged. Woohoo. AWW. The sharp air defense alarm resounded throughout the military port, and the scalps of those who heard it tingled. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The enemy is coming from the south. Enemy planes are also coming over the sea, suspected to be fighter planes of the light-chasing army. They are very fast, flying at a speed exceeding Mach 2.4. Hurry, hurry, get ready to fight. Oh god, let's run for our lives. Chapter 325 Nuclear Bombing. The fighter group of the Zhuang army split into 2 groups and rushed to the inner bay. One group of fighters departed from the airport of Dickey Island. This was the entire aviation group of the Zhuang army. 250 aircraft formed a huge cluster and headed straight for the inner bay. The other group took off from 4 aircraft carriers on the ocean on the east side of the inner bay. There were a total of 170 fighters here, forming the second cluster. The 2 combat groups had the same goal, which was to attack the warships of the Hayway City military port. During the flight, they controlled a certain speed and kept in touch with the troops attacking the air defense position. When they learned that the air defense position had been controlled and the air defense weapons were about to be blown up, the plane accelerated. In the dark night, the whistling fighter plane swept across the night sky. The zombies on the ground felt the plane passing by, raised their heads, and looked up at the sky, baring their teeth and claws, and roared at these war weapons without knowing whether they would live or die. They still tried to chase, but in the blink of an eye, the fighter plane had flown out of their perception range. Wei Mingguang is a bomber pilot of the Zhuang army. The plane he was flying was a Bear bomber. This plane was the first bomber to serve in the Zhuang army and was originally parked at the Zhuang City airport. Wei Mingguang had participated in many battles, including the Battle of the Siege of the City by the Little Corpse Sister. He had rich combat experience. He was already a 5-star pilot and his car was also a 3-star bomber. It can be said that he was an ace bomber pilot. This time, he was going to perform a special mission. The comrades in the 5 fighters protected him, broke away from the large force, and accelerated to the inner bay. Hearing that the mission was to bomb the airport in the inner bay, according to pre-war intelligence, there are currently about 230 aircraft of various types parked at the airport in the inner bay. Some of these aircraft belong to Dayan and some belong to Dash. The Zhuang army had no good feelings for these 2 enemies, and even had hatred. The country of Dash has always been an enemy of Hanyu. In the last century, they committed heinous crimes on the land of Hanyu. As long as they were normal Hanyu people, no one liked this country. The country of Dash is not large in area, but it has always been a dangerous enemy. There is an indisputable fact, that is, the people of this country are relatively united. They live in an island country. After the end of the world, they were unable to recover all the islands, so they started to recover the southernmost island with all their strength. After several months of struggle, they finally succeeded, recovered the southernmost island, and concentrated most of the people on this island. This country used to have a population of more than 1 billion, and now the population is about 30 million. Although not all the territories have been recovered, in a sense, they have completed the restoration of the country. After that, they began to rapidly restore military industry. Although they could not produce the cutting-edge weapons before the end of the world for the time being, they were more practical and began to mass-produce weapons that could be produced. For example, aircraft carriers. For this kind of weapon, they can use giant cargo ships to modify, or take out the products of the last century to refurbish. The main function of an aircraft carrier is to carry carrier-based aircraft. As long as it can take an airplane to the sky, it is a qualified aircraft carrier. Based on this principle, they are extremely fast in manufacturing. As an island country, they have a unique advantage in shipbuilding. Soon they built a fleet and began to build a naval base. The local naval base was once the largest military port. The Tang Zheng naval base was once their largest overseas military port. The Inner Bay and Lions are currently their largest military ports. They sent half of the country's naval forces here to invade Hanyu's territory on a large scale. Their last defeat in the last century did not teach them a lesson. Now that the end of the world is coming, they feel that they have started a new round of conquests, occupying the mainland, and eventually developing into a superpower. Therefore, the Zhuang army has no good feelings for this nation and this country. Now that there is a chance to fight them, Wei Mingguang feels very happy and glorious. The other is Dayan. Chen Hongchang, a shameless traitor, is essentially more hateful than the invaders. There is no need to say anything, just beat him to death. The more than 200 aircraft on this airport are the key attack targets of the Zhuang army, and the order of priority is even higher than the fleet. Before, the various departments of the Zhuang army cooperated in action and almost took the tactics to the extreme. Especially the electronic jammers interfere with the enemy's radar signals, and the 7 or 8 minutes of delay are the most critical. Now the Hayway City military port has missed the golden time for self-rescue, and he must race against time to fly over the airport to carry out bombing. When he set out, his superiors gave him an important mission, which was to bomb the airport. He only had one plane, and the rest of the fighters were just escorts, and then they had to join the encirclement and suppression of the Dayan Navy. And there was only one bomb on his plane. This bomb is not simple. It is the only small nuclear bomb in the entire army. If used well, this nuclear bomb can blow up all the planes on this airport. If used poorly, it is possible to blow up only half or even 1/3. Wei Mingguang accelerated the plane to the maximum, followed by his comrades in the fighter planes around him, and rushed all the way to the airport. Looking down from the sky, there were some lights on the airport. The pilots of those fighter planes were already in place, and some planes had already started and were taxiing onto the runway. There are too many planes gathered here, and it is unlikely to take off at once. However, after the air defense alarm sounded, the planes here were ready to take off. We must not let them take off, at least not on a large scale. The fighter comrades around him had already rushed out to prevent the other planes from taking off. Wei Mingguang was driving a bomber and began to dive down. In order to ensure the accuracy of the bomb, it is still necessary to get as close to the ground as possible. The scenery on the ground is getting closer and closer to him. Not far away, the battle has already started. The comrades who came out together this time are also the elite of the Zhuang army. Samsung's 3rd generation aircraft has the same performance as the 4th generation aircraft. The comrades began to launch missiles. The stream of light passed through the night sky and accurately hit the plane that had already taken off. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosions echoed in my ears. Wei Mingguang seemed to hear the roar of the enemy, and those people also knew what was the most deadly to them. The fighter planes that took off desperately fired their cannons at his plane. And those planes that did not have time to take off, the pilots and some ground personnel, were shooting at him frantically. The dense firepower network brought him some obstacles. Occasionally, there was a ding-dong sound on the fuselage, which meant that the plane was hit. But it didn't matter. As long as the plane could still fly, Wei Mingguang would execute the most accurate bomb, even if he died here, 100 meters from the ground. In fact, the bomb could have been dropped. But Wei Mingguang didn't. He wanted to make sure it was foolproof. 80 meters. A comrade's cry came from the intercom system. Wei Mingguang, are you going to die? Wei Mingguang didn't speak. Although he was a soldier produced by the system, he was still a living person in essence, and a Hanyu person. In his eyes, completing the mission is the first priority. As for life and death, the soldiers of the Zhuang army are not afraid of life and death. 60 meters. Wei Mingguang took a deep breath, pulled the plane up suddenly, and then opened the bomb bay. A huge small nuclear bomb fell from the sky. The snake people on the ground were still shouting something. In their opinion, a bomb was not enough to cause too much damage to the airport. There were still Dayan's rebels who were still trying to hide. They even thought that when the planes took off in large numbers, the Zhuang Army's planes, which were ignorant of life and death, would definitely be shot down here. They had received orders from their superiors to take off immediately to support the military port. There were a large number of warships in the military port, and there were also air defenses on the warships. With their planes here, the final outcome was still uncertain. But then, this bomb completely cut off all their hopes. "You dogs, die." With Wei Mingguang's shout, the plane took off, and the bomb landed. Boom. A dazzling ball of light, like a bright little sun, bloomed on the ground of the airport. This ball of light expanded rapidly, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A strong shock wave swept across the earth, destroying everything within its attack range. A large number of planes were engulfed by the shock wave with flames, and a violent explosion occurred in an instant. 1 or 2, 10 or 20, 100 or 200. All the planes at the Heicheng airport that did not take off became fuel for the mushroom cloud. The few planes that took off sporadically were also caught up by the flame shockwave because of insufficient preparation, and were swallowed up, disintegrated in the air, turned into slag, and became the dust of history. There were also the buildings at the airport, and the rebels on the ground, which were completely annihilated along with this evil place. The fighter planes of the Zhuang army were well prepared. Before the explosion, they had already taken off, and flew away quickly. They circled at high altitude, to prevent any fish from slipping through the net at the airport. There were no fish that slipped through the net. Only Wei Mingguang drove his bomber, and rushed out in the extreme pressure of seconds almost under the pursuit of the flame shockwave. The flame chased the tail of the bomber. At the beginning, the power was strong, but then the power was exhausted and it still did not catch up with the bomber. Wei Mingguang came out alive. The bear bomber roared, which was the celebration of the winner. This extreme operation allowed Wei Mingguang to completely eliminate all the enemies at the Heiwei City airport with one bomb. Whether there were still people alive in the airport was not important. What was important was that all 270 planes were destroyed, and not a single one could fly out of the purgatory created by the nuclear explosion to support the navy. And Wei Mingguang was still alive, which made his comrades very happy. The Zhuang army needed heroes, and the nation needed heroes, but in Tang Zheng's opinion, what he needed more were living heroes. If possible, all heroes did not need to die to become heroes. This was Tang Zheng's point of view. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.